Good afternoon, DIYers. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining me here for a special conversation with a special guest. Before you get in here, make sure you hit the live or the like button just to let our guests know that we are here, we are live, and we're ready to go. So, let's turn this music down for just a second. DIYers were joined here today with a legend. It's not every day you get to speak with a legend, but we're speaking with Young Guru, who's one of the most influential engineers in hip-hop history, best known as the sonic architect behind Jay-Z's most iconic albums. Hailing from Wilmington, Delaware, he has worked with legends like Notorious B.I.G., Kanye West, Alicia Keys, shaping the sound of modern rap and R&B. Beyond the studio, he is a respected educator and technologist, dedicating his time to teaching the next generation about music production, engineering, and the business of hip-hop. Today, he continues to bridge the gap between artistry and technology, ensuring future creatives understand both the craft and the industry. And he came here today to provide us some context for this ever-changing music industry. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me fix this window. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen. We are joined by Young Guru. How you doing, sir? Man, good to have you. I genuinely appreciate your time. I don't know what's going on with Zoom. Zoom decided it just wanted to switch windows up. So let me go ahead and fix this. In your own words, sir, for those who, been living under a hip hop rock to say, how would you describe yourself? Who is Young Guru?
Who is Young Guru? Just a kid that, fell in love with hip hop way back in the day, man. I'm 51 years old from Wilmington, Delaware. Just, my lifelong dream was to be an engineer. I went after that, went to Howard University. What else can I say? Father, got 4 kids. I've also, people like to tag on Grammy Award winning and all that. Yeah, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I've won a bunch of Grammys. I have a lot of platinum albums. But in this phase of my life, it's more education and trying to figure out this music business. But also too, getting into building equipment and things of that nature. So my story is varied, man. I'm all over the place. But definitely a DIY.
Come on, man. Hold on one time. You hear that? Did you hear that? Look, so it was much to my surprise when I think you dropped into a live stream of one of ours that we had. We were discussing probably just something music related. And after that, at some point you had reached out. Funny enough, I was going out to Vallejo that morning to go interview LaRussell. And we had a conversation about an interview that you thought would be of interest to me because you said you had saw some of the content that I was doing around music streaming and just how critical in general that I was of Spotify specifically. But you told me there was a video and you said, Kurt, when you hear this video with the founder of TuneCore, Jeff Price, he said you're going to get a whole lot of context that you probably wish you would have got a little earlier. I'm telling you right now, man, it took a little time for everything to match up schedule wise. After watching this video, I'm in awe, and I wanted to reach out to have you kind of contextualize and give some backstory about how you got to that conversation, and also too why it's relevant to DIYers today.
I mean, first of all, let me give you your props, right? So I've watched you for a long time, and obviously, I'm somebody who I scour the internet for whatever, you know what I'm saying? And that has to do with music. So seeing your growth in terms of, at first it was about just music and plugins and how to do certain things, giving that education out to people. Then it came to a more, should I say, where you started arguing about principles.
Yeah.
And where we are in terms of music, right? Like, so whether that's principles in the space of people giving out information for how to make music, that whole rat race, but then also just now evolving all the way to culture,
yes,
right? Just in general. Right. It has to do with music, but your platform has evolved to, I say, cover culture, right? And being able to give out information without a lot of the messiness. That's what I really love about the channel, is you get straight to a point. So when you giving out this information, it was like we was talking one day, and I was like, bruh, I'm great at giving my students production tips, experience from the music business, things that I know from my nature,
Mm.
or just what I've done in the music business, right? But everybody, the prime example of what I could give you is you could have major artists that have sat with me during a mix, right?
Right.
They may not know everything that I'm doing technically, but they were like, oh, I watched him drive this car. So on the flip side, me dealing with major record labels and people that are signed the majority of my life, it was like, okay, there were parts that were taken care of that I didn't necessarily have to do. So if it
Mm.
was like, I understand how to clear a sample, but I myself did not go out and clear the samples, right? I would bring it
Right.
to Def Jam. They had a person that did that. I understand publishing, but I'm not a publishing administrator. So
Mm.
if I'm giving you this information, I would bring you somebody who actually does that thing, right? I have this thing where I'm like, you talking to people, and sometimes we get into this in the audio world where you got to say like, I do this,
Yeah.
and I
Facts.
do this don't mean like I have way more information than you. It means I actually do it on a day-to-day basis, and these are the problems that I run into, and this is what I see is happening, and da da da. Like that's the difference between a I do this person.
Yeah.
So when it came to streaming, I don't know if people really understood, and me being a nerd watching this whole thing happen in real time. And again, I'm saying I'm 51, so I was in that age of like being interested in this in the 80s, watching it in the 90s and being part of, the late 80s, early 90s runs
Hmm.
of what was happening from a technical standpoint, what was also happening from a music business standpoint, what was happening from a music maker's standpoint. We just came from NAM, like how all these things progressed and how they all affect each other.
Right.
Because sometimes we only look at our little section.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to do that for sure.
Understand the whole, not only the whole ecosphere, but also the zeitgeist of what's going on, like the times, right? So I wanted to bring Jeff Price to my school. So the way that to answer your question, the way that I got here was me being the director of the MTech program at the Rock Nation School in Long Island,
Okay.
right? So just for your audience, we actually have three different sections that we have underneath of Rock Nation, which is underneath of LIU, right? So it's the same thing as if you go to LIU, but you're in the nursing department, right?
Hmm.
Or you go to LIU and you're doing something. We are the same thing, but it's for music.
Okay.
So we have three different, actually two different music tracks and one that has to do with management. So it's everything that Rock Nation does, right? So sports management, we have a master's and a bachelor's in sports management.
Really? I
And
didn't know that. That's interesting.
oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, and one of the things that we pride ourselves on is being super current and super up to date. So the
Hmm.
people that go to the school for management, let's say, of all of these different athletes, all of these different people in sports, you're going to not only get the traditional, but you're going to get the now. Like they have a class on sports betting. You know what I'm saying? That's how up
Real
to date.
see,
Oh
but
yeah, up
see,
to date.
these are I'm not to interrupt you, but these are the type of things that I'm always encouraging for artists. That's one of my lifelong dreams is to have a physical school that is for DIY musicians that are pretty much wanting to learn the basics of how to run a small business. I
No,
took a small business class at Orange Coast College, and it was mind blowing the how many things overlapped into my responsibilities as an indie artist. So hearing that exists, man, is supremely encouraging because you see athletes that come up and the moment they get some money that if they don't have the financial literacy, things change within that first year.
absolutely. So even on sports, and this is going to be a long, so DIYs, you got to stay because it's going to be probably one of the longest streams because we're going to get into it, right? But if you look at, again, tying in what I was saying before, prior to, let's say, LeBron coming in and going, okay, I am the draw,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you got to deal with whoever I put into place. So the intelligence of taking two of my homies, sending them to school.
Mm-hmm.
This one you deal with the sports management. This one you deal with all the HBO deals and all that for the bar. Like that's literally what he did and broke up that old boys club. So now I can have a better conversation with these young cats coming in because as LeBron, I actually do this,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I know exactly what you're going to go through, but it's also too for being able to relate to them, but also going, okay, here's the traps that we've seen before. It's very easy for a young kid that's 18, 19 years old to come into the league, start getting, let's say he's 10th on the bench. He's
Mm-hmm.
only getting this amount of money, but you're around people that's making, what I'm saying,
Man,
10 million a year, 50
yeah,
million a year, 100 some, what I'm saying? We're gonna get to that point when we get certain contracts done. You gotta base your life off of you making $10 million a year and not act like you're making 100 a
yeah,
year.
yeah.
That's easy to fall into. You also got to understand how to purchase a home. Who sets that up? Because now I live in Baltimore and I just, you know what I mean, got put on Indiana. Now I
Mhm.
got to have a house out there. How do I go through that process? How do I go through the process if I
Yeah.
know I'm gonna be skipping around 3 different places in this next 5 year period? Who's the people? That's just one basic thing. How do I do my taxes? How do I,
Mhm.
all of that gets addressed. And it's addressed by somebody
Man.
that looks like you and is, I don't want to say relatively your same age because now, you know, Mav and them is getting older,
Mhm.
but they come from and can speak your language.
And it's
This is
needed. Yeah.
concept of what we're doing with the school. So it's like, okay, that's just the sports management side. That's the only one that we have a master's for, right? Masters and bachelors. So on the music side, we have what I am over, which is called MTech, which is music technology, entrepreneurship, and production,
Okay.
right? It's all of those put together. So it's the musical part. So you're going to come in and you're going to take classes of, okay, this is how you play an instrument, right?
Mhm.
So yes, we have traditional piano and we have traditional drums and we have, you know, even saxophone, things of that nature. It's the technology part. You come in and yes, you're going to have a class where you learn. I wanted to make sure all of my students were at least introduced to all of the major DAWs, right? So
Mm.
I have different rooms that are lecture halls, right? On the top floor and the bottom floor. They
Right.
both got 27 different desks on them. Each of those got the little small focus, right? With an Ableton controller and with a keyboard controller.
I wish.
They're all connected video wise to the televisions that are in the room. So the front of the class gets to see this big television
Mhm.
that the professor's hooked up to. If you saw it in the back of the class, we got two more back there. So you're not trying to stare up to the front of the class. But
Mm.
obviously, we're literally going, okay, I have 14 weeks to introduce you to this topic. So on that computer, I have Ableton. On that computer, I have Pro Tools. On that
Mhm.
computer, I have Logic. On that computer, I have FL. You know, we listen to our students. Yo, go. FL is what you know, the younger generation. So yes,
Mhm.
I have FL on those. I get as many plugins as I can. I talk to the plugin companies. Yo, this is for the school. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna introduce you to these topics through all of this stuff, right? So you're going through all of these. We've set up a curriculum where it's like I have to introduce you to MIDI and to, you know, what it is to record in a computer first.
Mhm.
Then you're going to have an intro to mixing class, and then all of those different things.
Right.
Um, so as you create your curriculum, yes, you are still going to LIU. So you have to take English, you have to take math, you have to take history, right? But your history requirement could be history of hip hop, right? Like so, Ninth
Man.
Wonder was a professor of history of hip hop. Imagine coming to school and Ninth is teaching the class. There's a history of rock and roll. There's a history of jazz. Is it, you know, so those are your history classes. Then on
Right.
top of that, the entrepreneurship part is where we bring people in and we have current lawyers that are saying teaching you the law behind these things. Thus, you can have things that are speeding up or that are happening in real time.
Mhm.
And if I know the expert in that field, I'm going to bring them into what we call our speaker series. So we have a speaker series where we bring in experts. If I'm talking about strictly publishing,
Mhm.
then I'm going to bring Big John, who is the head of BMI, right? So that's where we're going. Okay,
Yeah.
this is where this is where our relationships help because we're bringing in speakers. If I'm bringing in somebody for sports, I'm bringing in the commissioner
Right.
of what it is, NFL, NBA. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
Silver has spoken to these. This is what we do, so our students can ask very direct questions. That gets us to why I invited Jeff Price because I'm
Yeah.
like the information. This is information that not only me as an engineer and then as a producer, I was again sitting next to someone who
Mm.
did this. They did it for me, right?
Mm.
So I wanted to know what the ins and outs were. So we can learn the old way, then we can learn the new way of where our government is making decisions for us. How does that affect streaming? Putting that into the context and understanding of certain things that we should be asking for
Mhm.
from the law. You know, all of these things are just different points of why we do what we do. And then there's the production aspect, right? And not only production of like how do I produce,
Mhm.
because I feel like I'm teaching you the tools and I'm giving you background on thought processes on different types of music,
Right.
but it's very much for you to find your voice, right?
Mhm.
And then the actual putting out of an album, right? There's a class that we have called Making the Album, where we go from the traditional of the way that we put the album out, and making the album has nothing to do with EQing. It has to do with here's all the steps that you
Right.
have to go through for you to properly put out an album.
That's dope. That's
And
so
that's what
dope.
this, that's what the educational part becomes. So
Yeah. You mind if I ask you a specific question on this? Because we definitely want to get into the conversation about Jeff Price and about music streaming, but this is something that I found as I've tried to find the balance between being an actual practitioner and still making music myself as a producer and artist, from being at times an educator and mentor in this space of YouTube. How important has it been? Because it's not like you're talking about what you used to do. It's what you currently do. And you're still going to NAMM. Like I saw you at NAMM. We had a conversation, me, you, and Ali, and everybody in Urkel. Shout out to Urkel. You're actively doing it. How important is it for you to kind of still make sure that you're as hands-on as you're, teaching these students? Because I'm sure that you've forgotten more than these students have ever learned. But there's a lot of, I assume there's a lot of value in still being hands-on.
oh man, there's a great question, and I answer from two perspectives, right? So number one is it's always great to be next to what I'm trying to say is I get a lot of reports at 51. If you ask my friends, what do you think about 17 or 18-year-olds? And you get these answers of ADD and ADHD and they only like TikTok clips of 30 seconds and 60 seconds. And no, that's
Mm-hmm.
not the case,
Mm-hmm.
because you're not around 17 or 18-year-olds to know this is what they're being fed, right? So it keeps me sharp in being like, no, I'm not relying on somebody's report about the younger generation. I'm actually in there with them to see what is going on. What I always tell them is I can give you my knowledge, I can give you my wisdom, and you got to take that wisdom and make your own understanding, because the
Mm.
times are different.
Yeah.
So what was successful for anybody in the 90s or the 2000s or the 2010s is not going to all the time apply to 2025.
Facts.
And I'm preparing you for 2030, if you get my point.
Yeah.
So there's this old axiom, and I'm one of those people that like digs into axioms. There's this old axiom that says those who can do, those who can't teach.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've
I'm
heard
one
that
of them
many
people
times.
that both. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's me currently still delivering albums, working with artists. Again, I don't want to fake no funk. Like, I'm at the point where I get to work with the people that I want to work with, right?
Yeah.
But I also have students who are coming into a game where you may set up a home studio in Sandusky, Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
and be running that joint for like $50 an hour, and this applies to you too. So you
Yeah.
have to know how to deal with clients. You got to know what the current thing is. You have to know how to up your game in terms of gear, when to charge. Engineers ask all these questions, and producers ask all these questions. So of course I want to be in that current state of people who are like, no, 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 the information has changed,
Mm-hmm.
and I can give you my wisdom, but here's the new information, and take this and run with it and do what you will with it.
Yeah.
And some of the things that apply to it's sad sometimes, because people be like, oh, well, how do I have a career like yours? And I'm like, you can't. And I don't mean that from you don't have the skill. I'm like, the playing field is going to be completely different. Your journey is going to be completely different if you're just starting at 16 years old right now. So your journey will be in better or worse, depends on perspective and what you want to get out of it. Like that whole thing in the music business, and how that has changed, or if you want to deal with even a massive amount. And this is another reason why a lot of my students watch your channel, because a massive amount of them don't want to be signed. That's not their
That's
goal.
that's
That's not.
interesting to hear, because I like to believe that I'm helping that narrative anytime somebody's watching this video. And it's funny, a friend of mine told me, one of my mentors, he said, if you want to encourage independence, you can't ignore or even vilify the idea of getting signed. That's going to make people even more enticed to do it. He said you have to have these conversations, and this is what kind of got me into reactionary content, of reacting to news, to the point where it was like, I'm going to tell you the facts of this story. It's up to you to decide whether or not that sits well with you. This is
Yeah.
what this person is telling you out of their own mouth, and they're signed.
Let me give you this information. It's not a good or a bad thing. It's
Right.
where do you want to go and how do you want to work? And I'll relate it, and then we'll get into the video,
Sure.
right? So the things that we're going to explain today take a lot to do. And when I say a lot, I just mean time, not in terms of intelligence. You can very much understand it, but there's a reason why in a record company there are so many departments, because this person handles just this. This person handles just that. This is what when you sign a deal, this is what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting a you're getting a sample clearance department. You're getting
I'm sorry,
a publishing department.
You said a legal, you cut out a little bit. You said a legal what now?
Legal department.
Legal department,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, so you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It just went out for that one word for whatever reason.
A legal department. So what I'm saying is yes, when we're independent, it is much harder to be free than it is to be a slave. When you are a slave, somebody gives you the food. They tell you your food is over here. Somebody gives you clothing. Somebody gives you housing. Now, mind you, it's whack housing. You're not making money. You're still a slave. But it's way easier, right? To be free is way harder. To be out here and be like, yo, I got to figure out where my land is at. I have to know how to plant crops. I have to know how to grow those crops. I got to know how to take care of animals. I have to know how to build a home.
Yeah.
If I want indoor plumbing, I need to know how to do it. Like, this is what I'm telling you. So sometimes it seems sexy to be like, yo, I'm independent. But I'm like, this is when the work starts.
Do you know what that comes with?
Yeah.
It's almost like homeownership. Like you're comparing it there, but it's almost like homeownership. The moment it's so sexy, especially my parents and my grandparents, they say you need to stop renting. You need to own your home, own a home. And then you realize like, oh, nobody's coming to save me if these pipes go out. That's on me. I got to turn into two-man Taylor.
let's take that home ownership for a second. Number one, you could go, okay, at some point, I'm going to have to deal with the plumbing in my house. So it's good. This is why neighborhoods, the grandmom or the grandfather will pass down this information. Yo, so-and-so down the street, he's a great plumber. You know what I'm saying? Or you can go with a big company and be like, yo, I can pay insurance per month. And then if something happens, they come out and fix my furnace or fix my whatever. It's all in the information that you have. But at some point, you're going to have to deal with the plumbing.
Yeah.
Right? So you choose that. I'm relating that to the music business where now, okay, let's say I'm independent. I can go, you know what? Marketing is not really my thing. You, as an independent, you market yourself, you record yourself, you make your music. At some point, you may go, yo, I would like to align myself with someone who does this, who does marketing, who gets to wake up every day and think about how do I promote me to the world? I may not be that good at accounting or may not like it. Not that I'm not even that good at it. I may not like it. So I may hire an independent accountant. You start filling up these holes that the record label was supplying for you. Some things you may like to do yourself, which is like, okay, you know what? I really don't need the video department. How many people need the video department at a major record? We're putting out videos
nowadays,
left and right. So I may not need that part of it, right? I may be able to be specific and say, okay, I'm going to clear all the samples myself and go through that process, right? This is all just picking and choosing, but the more information that you have, recognize and realize that there are people in those departments on a daily basis that's what they do. Bleek was the first person that was just like, go. I did not realize how much y'all did for me every day, stuff that I did not have to think about.
That's a rough place for a lot of artists to come to, especially when they're taking into account the work that they've done themselves. I found, at least as a producer, now that I do all of these multiple responsibilities, I'll get shout out my guy Trez, who's another DIYer in his own right from out here. We had a conversation. He's like, man, you a lunatic. And I'm like, what you mean I'm a lunatic? He said, I see the stuff that you doing, the work you doing. I'm like, I look at you in the same light, but I realize it's become so much muscle memory that sometimes it's hard to acknowledge, it's the folks who have made the foundation. They laid the foundation for it to be as easy as it is. So that's shout out to Bleek for recognizing that.
Also, too, when you get into it, like those parts will expose holes, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times when you get deep in the woods and you ask people, why do we do it this way? Not accept the answer of this is the way it's always been done. You know how many times in a record label you will get that answer of this is what I was taught. This is the way it's always been done.
That's what the execs say?
A bunch of people. When you ask very specific questions about why is it done this way?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I see a hole you could pick any subject. I see a hole in this thing. This could be more efficient or more like you could do this better. And it's like a lot of times people don't know the real root of why. So if they understand why, I can explain it to you better of certain things that may look like, oh, something nefarious is going on, but it's like, no, this is why. I understand why. But if I get to that why and I go, we could do it this way, and somebody goes, oh, this is the way it's always been done. That's not an answer for me.
Yeah, that's not an environment for me either. And that's what I quickly realized, being in when I was pursuing actively in the music industry, I found that sometimes saying too much made it a liability, to where people started to look at me less as an artist and more as a threat. And I didn't recognize that until I got away from some of these environments. And I was told that, that's part of the issue sometimes. That's why you get artists sometimes, they get in these environments and they kind of purposely play dumb, or they purposely, just kind of absorb the information. And not to say that's a blanketed thing for everybody's experience, but I did see that even getting paid for my first placement, my God, I had to talk to so many people in between whoever held my check. And I needed the check so I wouldn't get evicted from a place that I was staying at. By the time I got it, I was already out in another location. So the autonomy, and then also to your point, before we get into this video, to your point, something I really, really do value about independence, it's a lot of work, but I try to replace the have tos with the get tos. Because I remember, I've been around long enough to remember a time where if you wanted to get your music to a larger platform, you couldn't rely just on you. You had to get to the blogs, and hopefully they saw something in you to want to post you. Hopefully you got an interview with a journalist that saw some potential. But even then, how long does that last on a blog post? So living in a time like right now where I'm able to talk to you on my platform, it's not a normal thing. It's still a very, very new thing. But, it's dope to see people hold that responsibility in a high light, because I think that the potential for independence in this era is a lot higher, no matter, regardless of all the chaos going on with music streaming.
Yeah, it's the background too. It's like, okay, if this was the setup, right, where how we got to that point of, if you do this in the 80s, it's like, yo, I don't have planes, boats, to get to, first of all, I don't have a reproduction center, right? I can't make 1 million of these. If I got the hottest thing in the world, where do I have to go print it? Even some of us that would like venture out and try to print our own physicals, because this is the time when you're learning, you're seeing, you know what I'm saying, the people on the West Coast and the Bay, you're seeing like that independent scene of, oh, okay, they have a bunch of physicals. Like my first time going into a record store in the Bay, I was like, this is ungodly of how much local music is printed up and like readily available in the store.
Yeah.
Right. That's the only place I had ever saw that, when we were dealing with mom and pops. And if you were signed, and this is, shoot, man, all the way back to like, let's say 96, when I was with Nonchalant and I was her DJ, right? So we going around to these mom and pops. And when you hit the Bay, it was just like, yo, how did they, so we on the East would use a disc makers or something like that to try to print up. You ordering 500 or 1,000 records at that time, you was on the back of the list for, you know what I'm saying, the printing. So it was like, I don't have the ability to make 1 million copies. I don't have the ability to fly these just even domestically, just to the United States, to all the mom and pops. So you will go try to sign a deal. This is that thing of what they were supplying for us. Then it was like, okay, the internet comes in, and it's just like, yo, now I can get this directly to the person. I don't even need a physical. We're bypassing all of that. But because of the fact that it's opened up to everyone, now it's flooded with millions of people that are uploading songs, right? And we're still just in the like infancy stages of what is going to happen in the next 20 years, because it's going so fast.
Yeah.
So then it's like getting to that point of what you're saying. Now I'm battling for attention. Now is, how do I rise above, or how do I get above the noise? Because there's so much noise down here. If I have a project, and a lot of people skip over that fact, right? Do you have a quality project? Do you have something that's interesting? If I'm going to ask someone to purchase something, is it good? We skip over that.
Can I push this button real quick, please? Somebody gonna have to you know what's gonna happen. Come on, and it's. I'm glad you said that. And this to me, and I told EA Ski this at NAMM the same day that I saw you, in that I thought it was so dope with EA Ski. He was talking about converters. I'm admittedly not a hardware head. I'm learning through, every time y'all talk, I learn something new. I'm like, wait a minute, I gotta go look that up. But with EA Ski, I said he stressed the necessity of converters, the necessity of quality. And I said, sometimes when you're talking to a younger audience, and I don't want to put them all in the same box, but sometimes they're looking at the person with the 4K camera as the specialist and not necessarily what their actual resume is. And I said, it's so dope to see what he did with Ice Cube and, get him a song that's charting. And it's like, Now do you understand what the value of the information that I'm, because he's actively a practitioner. I look at the same thing with you in that, you know, the moment that I even talked about having a conversation with you, people's eyes are lighting up, and it's not lighting up just because of what you've done. It's because of what you continue to do now. That's something to where I value your presence here on the internet so much, because I'll mention you. Matter of fact, I did a reaction to a video some time ago before we actually met, and I'm like, these are the people that we need to hear more from, because you get folks who, they get that 4K camera and the information look good. It look good.
No, but again, this is, you know, and a lot of things tie in of what we've been talking about already is getting to the point of me saying, yo, I do need to be online, and I do need to start a YouTube page, and I do need to get this information out. Again, you go through these things during your day where I'm like, yo, I don't know how y'all make videos every day, because I'm like working all day and I don't know when I can take a break and make it. But there's ideas, and then that's where it's like you get this information back. So of course I'm going to hit you and be like, yo, what camera you use? How you get the lighting in the background?
Easy work.
Upload this to YouTube. What are some of the things? Like, that's where, you know what I mean, you could teach me, and it's current information. And that's why, you know, it's back. But you're right. Like, those things, me being at NAMM was like, everybody's begging for that. Everybody's like, "Goo, you got to film it. You got to show us exactly what you're doing." And I'm like, I get it. So no problem. I'll step my game up and not use my computer as my streaming service, and buy cameras and, you know, hook it up so that y'all can see exactly what I'm doing. Because you do, it's also, I don't want the information to die, right?
Right.
So I want the information to be able to live beyond me. And also, like, there's new spaces that we're supposed to go into. So as long as I can give you the foundational information, I had said this talking to EA Ski, I was just like, yo, when we get into that whole like AI argument, and I'm like, no, I'm not, first of all, my AI disagreement has nothing to do with like music. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the world and where AI will go in the world. But if I'm giving you a calculator, I want you to know how to add first. I'm not giving a calculator to a fourth grader. I want you to know how to add. I want you to try to do it. I want you to get good enough to do certain stuff in your head. And okay, that's like saying, why do I need to learn how to spell? Because our phones have spell check. And then we get to a point where I have college students that are writing term papers, and they'll put numeric 4 in U. And it's just like, yo, this is a college paper. You can't put 4U. And they
you mean like abbreviating it for you? Abbreviating it like it's a text message?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, stop. Ain't no way. My English teacher would have, I mean, she would have did everything below cuss me out, because my mom would have came up there. But that's the kind of stuff that coming up, like you had no choice.
Here's the point. Stay right there, though. Here's the point that some people may not realize, depending on your age. But if I have someone that is coming into school now, they spent 2 years of their high school at home.
Oh, because of the pandemic. Oh, damn it. Yeah. But
they spent 2 years of that development. Imagine 2 years of high school. You didn't kick it in high school.
That's a good point. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, 2 years of high school, I'll be cooked. I might be cooked. Even then, though, I had like I went. It's funny. I went to Curtis Middle School in Carson, same place Abso and everything. But it's like that in itself. LAUSD was different. They made sure that you met certain quotas. But you're right. 2 years out of high school, and you're sitting in front of a Zoom. Even with my son, you know, we don't know if you talked about my son's. He's on the spectrum, and so he was already speech delayed. That got delayed again because he's speaking to the speech therapist through Zoom, and he's like, I'm not engaged. He's not engaging with this. So I see it from that perspective. I have a 6 getting ready to be 7-year-old. I can't imagine what it's like when, you know, you're a sophomore and you're now starting to kind of come into your own. You're trying to get to know who you are. The internet is kind of shaping a lot of that stuff, and then mix that together with the information that you're not getting, the basics you're not getting. I imagine that workforce and those interviews is going to be really frustrating coming up in the next few years.
And then imagine too, on the flip side, you have professors or high school teachers who have no idea. We didn't hear about Zoom until the pandemic. So then they're trying to figure out how to work this thing in real time. It's the Abbott Elementary episode where the older black, I forget her name, well, I can't forget her name, but the older black lady, she's so, you know what I mean, against the new technology. Because she's like, this is the way I've done it. Works. I know how to deal with these kids from the hood, boom, boom, boom. So imagine her having to teach them kids over Zoom.
That's what they have the tablets. They have the tablets. She was like, I'm not doing the tablets. I'm not, no. Well, this is where and the last thing I'll say, because we got to get to this video for sure, but this is the difference with you, though, brother. Like, I think that your approach to it, who you are in the midst of this is different, because every OG that I've met is not designed the same, right? You meet them at different stages of life, and you know, you can tell the ones where the industry has did a number on them, and they're at a place where they're like, I have nothing else to give. I met you on day one, and you called me, and you gave me so many gems that I was not owed. I don't feel like I was old, and you just kept giving me the information. It was like, but this is relevant information from somebody that's a practitioner who's like, yo, Curtis, I'm gonna get to you after I land in Paris. I'm like, what's going on in Paris? But I'm like, this is what your lifestyle is. So I appreciate you is what I'm basically saying, because it's different as we're talking to you, and I think the people here are already recognizing that, and just how gracious you are with your time, brother. So thank you again.
I think that I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. I think that was maybe when we was doing the Louis Vuitton thing for Pharrell. That might have been what I was flying over there for.
Right.
The day joint. But it's just, bro, it's are you comfortable as an OG, right? Are you comfortable with where you are in life? Like, did you make certain people get to a point where they realized they didn't make the moves that they wanted to make in their life? And then you're going to get to a point where the younger generation, I'll put it real street, right? Like, let's say I used to live on 10th and Clinton. Everybody know I was living on 10th and Clinton in Newark, right? Because I wanted to be in the hood. Like, I don't fear the hood. I don't fear, you know what I mean? Because I'm not hustling, so I'm not a danger to you. You know what I'm saying? I wanted my children to actually see what this is like. My mayor, you know what I'm saying, lives down the block from all of that. But you'll get to a point where somebody did a little time, they come home, they run back on the block, and the young boys is looking at them like, yo, you had your time. Like, you still trying to come out here hand to hand. Like I say this to Ruben all the time, it's like a running joke. It'd be like, yo, you was out here since the 80s, you ain't by a barbershop or nothing? Like,
your time is like you gotta evolve into where you're at right now. You can't come in here occupying the space that you had an opportunity already, pretty much.
It's the foolishness of somebody in their 40s or their 50s still trying to be the hot dude when they walk in the club trying to compete with a 23-year-old. Like,
that
you
part. Man.
You look foolish.
Yeah. Well, and you know, it's funny. I always use the analogy because I never forget. I was in Long Beach one time, and I was younger. I was like in my 20s, going to like a club down there in by the Pike, and I saw an older gentleman in there, and he had like a Hawaiian shirt. You could just tell he just stood out from what he was wearing, and he was just sweating and dancing and going crazy. And I said, you never want to be that guy dancing at the end of the night unless you happy to be there, thinking that oh yeah, I blend in with everything going on here. I'm just. You know, that's just my aura.
The competing part, right? I'm not.
Yeah, the competing part. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring them up, the younger generation, and they're not going to do it exactly the way that I did it or my generation did it, right? Part. The same way my older generation was looking at us funny when we was walking around with shoes with no laces in it and having crooked haircuts, and it was just what we was on. You know, like that was it at the time. That's what I'm saying is the difference in OGs is the passing down of information and being comfortable where you are, like in your life. That's really the point.
Nah, and I think that for sure is what's happening right now. Let me go ahead and share this here. Shout out to everybody in here. I saw Screwface John come in here. I saw my guy Justin Hunt. I was kicking it with him last night at the Will.i.am event. And so grateful for everybody being here. I just want to say this first and foremost, all my moderators in here. You know, we still dealing with the internet everybody got access to. You see any silliness, please get rid of it. The idea of this conversation is to keep this about the topics we're talking about. Don't want no mess, none of that stuff. I reassured my guests that my moderators had it taken care of. All I'm saying is be on high snipe alert like y'all always are. All right, respect to everybody in there.
Shout out Justin Hunt, that's my guy.
Come on. All right, so here we are to this video. I have a few different timestamps because, like I said, one more time, this video, you wasn't lying, bro. There has been nothing that you have told me that I was like, okay, he was kind of overhyping it. I watched this video and I just had my jaw to the floor because I'm like, there's no way in hell, as nefarious as I thought some of this streaming stuff was, this is going to blow your mind even more because it's like, oh, I thought they was on our, okay. So starting the video off, you talked about what this is for, where this was at. I don't think I got the question. What year was this?
2023.
2023. Okay, so still fairly recent. Obviously, a lot of things have happened with Spotify in the last 2 years specifically, but I want you to hear first and foremost in this first timestamp, from Guru and from Jeff Price, who Jeff Price is. Like I said, the founder of TuneCore as well as other companies. I want to start it off here. Anything you want to say before I start it off?
Just he founded TuneCore. He's going to tell you who he is, but also just his fight is incredible. And like we've been saying, this is a person that I do this. So again, if there's information for my students that I don't know the specific information, I'm going to bring you the person that does. And that's what this was in form of a speaker series.
Man, and once again, he gave Curtis King and the DIYers an exclusive. Hold on. Say, this video ain't out nowhere. I just want to let you know that. I'm sorry. Let's continue. Appreciate you.
There's a lot of things that I can teach you about the music business that are very technical, chords, how to mix, how to record, but the important part of what we do here is how do you get paid? How do you collect your money? What are you owed? What are your rights? Those are the things that this expert to my left are going to talk about today, specifically about an area in the music business which seems confusing and which isn't always covered, but you guys as writers are missing out on a lot of money, especially from streaming services, because of the way that things are set up and not understanding what the law is. So I'm saying all of that to say that this might be one of the most important talks that you will ever hear while you're here. For me, getting paid is a very exciting thing. It is not boring. I want to know the law. I want to know what my rights are so that I can get my money. I believe that you guys as creatives should do everything creatively, but you should also get paid for it. So that's why we're here, and I want to introduce you guys to Jeff Price.
Yeah, well, no pressure there. You will leave here changed. You want my quick background?
Absolutely. I would love for you to give them a background.
Okay. I ran a record label called Spin Art Records for about 20 years, releasing 335 artists, most of which you probably never heard of. But a few, maybe the Pixies, Echo and the Bunnymen, Clem's Knight, Apples in Stereo, Boo Radleys. This goes back to the early 90s. And in 2005, I started a company called TuneCore, which became the largest music distribution company in the world, and I started it to right a wrong. I got tired of artists getting screwed by companies taking a percentage of the money when the music sold for digital distribution. It didn't make sense to me. Right? Digital is very different than physical. Physical, you have a 500 square foot warehouse with pick, pack, and ship trucks running around, and you manufacture stuff, and you have to ship it out and pay retail stores to get it onto the shelves, and they ship it back on consignment. Shit gets broken and anyway. Versus digital, you just move a digital file from your computer to Apple's computer, and now it's available on iTunes or Apple Music, right? So very different models. And the idea of a company taking an unlimited amount of your money every time your recording sold, for merely placing it from their computer to Apple's because they have the contract with Apple to allow them to do that, just wasn't right to me. So that was the impetus for TuneCore, which was to let everybody in because digital has unlimited shelf space. Everything can be at stock at no detriment to anything else. There's no inventory you need to make up front, right? It's unlimited inventory that replicates on demand only after it's bought. And when the music sells, get all the money. Let everybody in, pay me a simple flat fee for the service like postage or Federal Express, and when the music sells, you get all the money. So that was the idea behind TuneCore. And 3 years later, after launching it in January of 2006, the clients of TuneCore had sold over $850 million worth of pre-recorded music. It was insane. And it was, for a while, for about 3 or 4 years, anyone who was anybody moved through that system, from Drake to Ed Sheeran to Civil War. I mean, I could just go through the list. It was insane. About 3.5 years into running TuneCore, I began thinking about something called mechanical royalties, which are royalties that get paid to the person that wrote the song that got recorded. And apparently I have no life because these are the sorts of things I think about. And I realized I could look at the sound recording, the statements coming in from like Apple iTunes, to identify where there was more money for those songwriters that hadn't been paid. And there was another $120 million earned by our clients. So I said, let's go get that money. And that's called Music Publishing Administration, and launched that. So TuneCore ends up getting bought by a company out of Europe called Believe Digital. And I started a second company called Audiam, which is short for Audio I Am. You can think Will I Am for that.
Is that the same Believe that UMG just bought? Is that a
Yes.
different? It's the same one. because they got CD Baby as well, right?
I don't, yeah, absolutely. So I don't know
Oh
how
wow.
many, and we'll be here as long as you need to be, right? But I don't know how many timestamps you have because later on in the conversation,
Hmm.
he's going through it really fast for his introduction,
Hmm.
but he kind of got moved out of the TuneCore situation
Hmm.
because he knows all the players, and when they tried to bring certain people in, he was like, "This is unfair." So at that point, he kind of gets pushed out and starts another company.
Hmm.
But there, he goes into depth later on why he did that. But here again is somebody who's noticing something that's wrong. So let's be specific, and we'll get into this a little bit later if people don't understand the breakdown. He's not only starting off as the record company with TuneCore, right? So here's everybody's record company. Then you get to, hold on, the writers are not being paid. So he's
Right.
making sure, and this is what a lot of our discussion will be today, is about the writing side and how streaming just totally ignored that.
Hmm.
But he's going in for a lot of the writers. And again, when you said earlier about knowing all of your positions, right? So let's say as an independent, when you first create a song,
Hmm.
the the second that you either write that song down or you record that song, you get certain rights inside of the United States.
Hmm. I learned that
And
later. I didn't learn that in the beginning. I didn't even know that was a thing, but that I had a lawyer
most
tell me that.
definitely a thing. Or even what people used to do back in the day. And a lot of times you'll hear me say back in the day or previous ways of doing things before we had computer so that you can understand how it evolved, right?
Right.
Even before that, this is where you used to get the thing of what we call a poor man's copyright,
You mail
where
it to
like if you
yourself.
wrote a song, you
Yeah.
go outside, mail it to yourself. Now you have a federal seal with a date on it and all, and you can prove in court that this you created this song, right?
Hmm.
That's what we used to call a poor man's copyright. Um, but again, I'm just getting to the point of focusing everybody that what we're going to be talking about today, we can talk about both sides, but a lot of what Jeff Price is going at is the writer. So don't think like just we talking about just like Sean Garrett or Dream or just people like that. You as Curtis King, the minute that you write a song, right, you have those rights of being the writer, the
Hmm.
artist, the publisher, all of those things. You can get into a space where you sign over, hey, somebody can administer that for me because I don't want to spend the time collecting all that money. But immediately you become those three things of the song. I just wanted to stop there.
Yeah, no, that's man, that's crucial. That's crucial. Yeah, I was just curious because we just literally talked about it with the streaming 2.0 deal that or the streaming 2.0 model that Spotify and UMG came to an agreement on, and we were just kind of dissecting that, and that name got brought up because I was like, man, this really does have a case for UMG aggressively getting into music distribution, and I think my theory is eventually music streaming. So
I'm gonna set the foundation, or at least let the video set the foundation,
sure.
because if I say what I wanted to say now, people will think it's a little weird. So once I set, this is why we give you the background. So I'm gonna set the foundation, but then I'm gonna come back to a point of why, and it really has to deal with who owns what
Mm-hmm.
and what percentages and how things are paid out. Because record labels really learned from the Napster era,
Yeah.
right? And one of the things that we learned really quickly, and again, people, I'm remiss if I don't break all these things down to you. So again, this is why it's going to be one of his longest streams ever. You might not.
Nah, you got to compete with some 8-hour streams. We gonna be good. You gonna be good.
So the whole point of what I'm saying is like, yo, when we are in this position, let's say 2003.
Hmm.
Jay took over Def Jam, 2003. I know these internets is always going to fact check and all. Forgive me if my dates is off. I don't got a ninth wonder memory, right?
Shout out to
Um,
him.
so during that time when Napster is first coming in and digital is like it's the wild wild west. We used to sit at baseline and like Just is a nerd. I'm a nerd. Andy was a nerd, one of our assistants. So this is like the wild wild west of like torrents, and you had to have a rapid share account because everything was just free on the internet, and you
Hmm.
paid for the like unlimited rapid share account so that you could download stuff at night while you were sleeping.
Yeah.
Like the world opened up to us of any movie, any song, anything
Right.
that I want that is able to be put into a digital form is now free on the internet,
Hmm.
right? And I start working at Def Jam. And I was like, yo, like, not to be smart, but how are we going to sell music when this music is free? I've said this a million, because it
Hmm.
was such a monumental thing. And I'm sitting there like, yo, I just downloaded whatever I wanted. Like, what
Yeah.
can make somebody go buy this thing? And that's not the point of what I'm saying. The point is that in tech, historically, when somebody sees a threat in tech, They just simply go buy that thing. Buy it while it's small. Yo, this kid came up with this thing. He showed a hole in what we do. Let's give him $10 million, $20 million, incorporate that into what we do. You go buy the thing. That's all you do in tech is buy it, the threat. We tried to fight it. We got lawyers. We tried to sue our way through Napster. We tried to be, and I'm like, guys, if we take down Napster, tomorrow, there's going to be another website called Papster. And then tomorrow, there's going to be another one called Tapster. And then tomorrow,
and if it's heading that direction financially, if it's, I'm not to cut you off, but if it's heading in that direction financially, shouldn't the wisest thing to be done to be take into account where you're spending your money at? You know, when I'm thinking about all the money that is going to lawyer fees, it's crazy.
Take it a step past that. I was even introducing the concept of why are we giving our songs to Steve Jobs? Yeah. You're trying to tell me that in the whole this is Universal, which is underneath of this is just Universal Music. Right. With Jam is under Universal, Universal's under the entire. You're trying to tell me in this whole conglomerate, nobody knows how to write HTML? It was a website.
That's a good point. That's when they said, when Steve Jobs walked in the room and said, I think I've got the answer to this. Why is Steve Jobs, I mean, with all due respect to the legendary, you know, an iconic name and brand that is, why is he coming into me? Remember what Kanye said? Remember Kanye said? He said, what does Lady Gaga know about Polaroids? Not trying to be messy. I'm just saying, that's the first thing I thought about when I heard that. I was like, he's like, with all due respect to Lady Gaga, what does she know about Polaroids? What is Steve Jobs? You gotta remember,
in real time, we're not looking backwards with 2020 vision, right?
Sure.
In real time, my boat is sinking. I'm losing all of this money. The way the music business is set is such a big boat that it's not so easy to turn this super liner around. The people that was on the small little boats, you ever been to Miami and you go rent a boat and people want to get the biggest yacht? It's cool. You know what I'm saying? The fun in Miami is to get you one of them little small boats. You could whip all through the little islands. They got the Bluetooth on it. They got a refrigerator in the bottom. You can have fun on the little boat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And always move around. The big boat, it takes a lot to turn it. So at that time, the music business is looking like, yo, we're completely losing. We're sinking. Somebody throw us a lifeline. And this is in what iTunes became. Now, mind you, this is also in the Apple system of like, yo, I have an iPhone. I only need to put my credit card in here once. And every time I purchase something, I don't even have to put the ease of it, of what it was doing. I don't have to leave. I don't have to. That's why. But we didn't see I had the foresight to be like, yo, iTunes is a website.
Yeah.
We not make this website.
that should, especially with a force as powerful, not to put it just on one company, but like a UMG in this time period, like you got to have somebody on deck. I mean, you got a website. Like you said, we're talking about HTML and we're talking about a model. But from the revisionist history, the 2020 vision that you're talking about, when I see documentaries, they make it seem like it was like the building was burning down and people were running with their head, you know, like a chicken with a head cut off. Like they were just.
Give you another example. And I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Another perfect example, right, of where a major business, because they didn't flip, they lost. So I'm a huge photography person. People that know me know photography is my hobby, right? And it's another place where I'm like, yo, I already do stuff in the music business. I don't want to sell my photography as of yet. Right? Yeah. It's one of those places that's pure art for me. Right, where I do music and I'm in the music business. So a lot of times the business will be like, I got to do my art inside. But I love music so much that I'm willing to deal with the business. Photography is like, I'm a proud amateur. And amateur doesn't mean that I don't have the skill. It means I don't sell it. I don't profit off of it. I don't do this for a living, right? If you are Kodak, there was a point in time where Kodak sold film. Right? That was their business model. We sell film. We have these little huts set up in every little mini mall all across the world, right? You bring your roll of film here, we develop it. This is what we do. Our business is selling film. You have somebody in the basement that works there and goes, yo, I figured out, and he got a TV and he connected it digitally. And he's like, I figured out a way for us to look at pictures on the television and came up with digital photography. Wow. He walks that prototype up to the heads of Kodak, and he's like, "Yo, I figured out this way." And they like, "Why would anybody ever want to look at their photo on a television? We sell film."
Wow, that age, huh?
Kodak could have had I'm talking about single-handedly been digital photography in all forms. The stuff that they let Sony get away, you would have had to buy something from Kodak or license it from Kodak because they would have been the people that invented this technology. Granted, people are going to, rip it off and build, but Kodak doesn't exist the way that it existed before because of the fact that they slept on digital cameras, digital displays, not even working on it. The way that we live today, we all look at our photos on a television, which is the size of a phone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or the size of your screen.
Right.
So I'm giving that example of seeing that there can be major companies that if they don't pivot at a certain time and understand what's going on because of the technology that's coming, they're going to lose. That old business model is not going to work with this new technology.
Blockbuster, I'm looking at you too. I'm looking at Blockbuster too. I was just thinking about that. I was like, it is so ironic that we can now look on Netflix about the downfall of a documentary that talks about the downfall or the last Blockbuster existing, when they could have been in a position to own a Netflix.
So to bring it home for the people watching, this is the state of the music business when all of this is going on, and you got to also remember, I think everybody expects like this person who is an executive who probably had that job for 10 years and knows how to pick records, or it just at least has a taste. Everything is somebody's taste, right? Or knows how to work. Or they're not computer experts. For the past 10 years, they've been dealing with records. They've been dealing with what's the best shop for me to put it in.
Right.
Like they not a computer expert to be able to even know if somebody telling them information, what's the best way to go.
That's a good point.
So they're making assumptions and guessing, and now you're bringing in the same way right today. Every record company now is going out and being like, yo, who's the best AI person to bring into my label? And I'm not even talking about to make music, right? I'm talking about to take all of the information that comes to us about all of our artists and put it together and use AI to scan and say, okay, this person's strong in this area, they're weak in this area. How do we, if they're weak in this area, do we leave that area alone, or do we send money to reinforce in that particular area? Like all of these decisions are being put into an AI to streamline it. You're foolish if you, and again, I'm being specific for the people. I'm not even talking about like bring this in to make samples. I'm talking about to organize our whole record label. You are foolish if you don't go out and grab the latest AI person from MIT or from wherever.
And this is it's a touchy subject for my audience, and I they've tried to kick my back in at some time when I've talked about this, and
that's why I keep saying it about.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
no, I'm not even saying that to censor anything. I'm saying it to say I'm 1,000% with you. My thing is, I had somebody leave a comment last night that was like, you're contributing to your own demise by embracing this AI technology, and the question I had, a genuine question, is, what is the alternative? Am I supposed to wait around for it to do what it's inevitably going to do as technology advances, and then wait till they sell it to me at a top tier price for me to learn the technology I could have learned today for free? If it's inevitable, if it's around me, if it's to the point where you literally left a comment on an iPhone on this YouTube video, you probably have utilized AI in some capacity, right? Whether it's Siri telling you what route you're going to go to the gym or how many minutes it is to get, you're utilizing it at some level. And it's like, I think we need to, what you're saying, we need to make sure that we stay in the know, because at some point in time, not being in the know will be a liability for sure.
And this creates the conundrum, right? Number one is, I'm a person that's always been up on new technology. I want to see, what those things are. If you look at some of the gods, Stevie Wonder is still walking around NAMM listening to new technology. That sounds crazy.
No, I got you.
Or Herbie Hancock, right, was always one of those people that was at a NAMM looking at new keyboard. I always want to be up on new technology. Not only that, just things change, right? I've showed people, like when I first got introduced to Arduino, which is a way to program microcontrollers in like 2013, it has completely changed in 2025 when I'm getting back to it, trying to figure out, okay, can I put a USB on the back of some music hardware? You know what I'm saying? That's what I would use to program it. So you got to catch up, and you got to be up on technology. I don't like it where it's giving a calculator, like I said, to a fourth grader or somebody who's just being introduced to music.
Such a great
We can go
analogy. Yeah.
through this long thing about the authenticity of it, but what it really is a calculator, right? I'm feeding it all of the music that human beings have done, and I'm asking it to analyze it. But I ask this question. I'm against that part of it, right? I know people are going to use it to do that. My bigger thing, and I have to say this, is what it will affect in the broader scope of the world, in terms of like when a little girl gets a phone call from somebody that sounds like her mother, telling her somewhere, and that people don't realize how nefarious this can become. And I don't even like giving out these ideas online, but like the grandmother that don't know nothing about technology and gets a call from her grandson like, hey, you changed the code to the house. What's the house code? That's going to happen.
We reacted to it. We reacted to videos where they already started to do that. So there's videos on this channel right now where you had an elderly woman who was ready to give up her life savings to save what she thought was her daughter in a situation, and it was all an AI automated voice cloner.
Now here's the negative part. Regardless if you're using it or not, you're feeding it. Just by leaving a comment on YouTube, just by opening up your Instagram, by opening up Twitch, by opening up Twitter, or whatever you want to call it, by opening up these apps, you're feeding it.
Yeah,
right.
You've already opted in.
We have to know how these things work, where they are, ways of, you get into the cultural conversation of who's programming these things. Again, when I get into just language, what will become considered normal, or what is it basing it off of? All are just, when we get into large language models and how they learn, all of that, it's a really big calculator, right? Yeah. At the end of the day, when it comes to music, I want that music to be my self-expression of whatever I'm trying to do, and I want people to learn how to do the thing that they're doing. I don't get into the argument of, hey, Google, well, you've been a sample-based person for this long, which means that you're taking someone else's. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That's not what I'm arguing here. Each one of those people were probably credited. They were given money. They were given, where we're feeding these models, whether or not you like it or not, they're using your information, whether or not they say they do or they don't, they are using your information. There's a great just ideas guy named Jared Lanier who dealt with this years ago, who was saying that we need to have a micropay system for the amount of our information that is freely being used to help Amazon, to help, like, all of this we should be getting paid for, right? I get that this is a music-based thing, so we're talking about how will that affect musicians. So it's not even about creating the sample. It's not about that. It goes to the point of, okay, if I work at Coca-Cola and I have an ad agency, I hire an ad agency and I make a commercial, right? That ad agency would then go and say, hey, Curtis King, you are someone who we've used your music before. Here's the video. Can you write and score music to this? What you're now going to have is there's no ad agency. And in the Coca-Cola meeting with the 3 people that run it, they're going to be discussing this in real time, and AI is going to be creating the advertisement. No actors, the music is going to be all of that. And them 3 people, they're going to have, by the time they leave out of that 1 hour meeting, they're going to have 10 different versions, because they're like, what would it look like if we have all white people? What would it look like if we have the multicultural version? What would it look like if it's at night, if it's at day? We like our product to be shown this way. Can it rotate? It's going. You're just going to talk to. I talk to my Chat GPT.
Yeah.
I don't even type in it.
Yeah. Same thing. She know me like the conversations we have feel almost like a little bit too human like at times, and it's like I have to like make sure, I know that there's boundaries in terms of the things that I'm saying, but I will say this is that as an assistant to what I already have a passion for, the administrative work that takes so much time and inevitably takes me away from the music that I wanted to do anyways. The responsibilities of being a DIYer, I know that some people wear that as like, they wear it as an emotional badge. For me, I embrace the autonomy of it. And part of the autonomy for me, the experience, is embracing the technology that makes this easier, right? I'm not going to purposely go find a video editing software that makes my activity of editing a video harder. That doesn't make any sense at all. But if I have an Opus clip that is able to go through 2 hours of video and find, based upon its closed captioning, oh, this is likely to be something that's going to do well for you, that has saved me money from a video editor that I would have, you know, had to rely upon, and hopefully he has the patience to sit through a 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour video. There's just so many things that I'm looking at, and I'm like, had I had this in my 30s, there's so many things. These bags are going to be a lot lighter. I'll tell you that right now. So I'm with you.
Take that same concept and flip it. Take that same concept and flip it, right?
Okay.
Let's say that your dream was not to make music, but you came up and you're Robert Townsend, and back in the day, you wanted to make a movie. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So now the music part becomes the add-on for you as a director. So now that director is saying the same thing of, yo, I could get my background music just simply by talking to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where do you place your value and your moral set? And then ultimately, you know, the real question is, will we be concerned with adding on? Meaning that if we're constantly just pulling from what already exists, when is somebody going to add on and make the new thing? Right? That's where the creativity has to come in, using the tools to create something new. Right? That's to me where we're at. But the one thing is, you can't stop it. It's here. You're gonna have to do it.
Hey, you know what, brother? This is something I make the argument for, and they get mad every time I do it. I don't care. I gotta say it. Some of y'all have been ChatGPT before ChatGPT came here. Some of y'all been a bad version of ChatGPT. When I think about, like, no disrespect to my producer community, because I've utilized things like type beats in order to give context to a buyer. It's a good marketing strategy to put it in front of the right people. I get it. But
I think that younger generation that came up on this is a marketing strategy, didn't understand some of the older generation saying, no, you're being ChatGPT. When you do this is the Dilla sound and this is how you do it, you're being ChatGPT.
Yes.
When you do this, like, you're looking at something, you've probably amassed however much of Dilla beats and Dilla music or whatever. You study the patterns, you may have put it in, analyzed it, made a MIDI out of the audio or the drums, and you are ChatGPT.
You've done the machine learning, and you've done the learning from whatever database that you pulled from. You're taking whatever sources, and you've become that. Yeah.
Here's a great point that works well for your channel. Most of those people that have done this is the Dilla sound are really going off of them couple of like 2005 beat tapes that got really popular after the people that really was on Dilla started telling the rest of the world, yo, this is somebody that y'all should be paying attention to. Right. Then we get to him passing away. Then we get to the Dilla Changed My Life t-shirts, right? So there's those of us that were next to Dilla, or like when Busta Rhymes would get a cassette and I had a session with Busta, I'm dubbing that cassette. So we knew what these things were. And every time you could get one, you would get, and he changed every couple months. Like every volume of his beat tapes, he goes through everything, bro. Sometimes he's in a funk mode and he's sampling like whole loops. Sometimes he's playing just keyboards. Sometimes he's getting into what I would consider like early trap music. Sometimes it was always him, but he was always moving. And I'm like,
right,
we're just concentrating on this 2005 tape because that's what went out to the world. And I'm like, that's just one.
That's one micro. You're almost belittling you're not almost. You are belittling the totality and the entire experience and the dynamic nature of a Dilla, of anybody that. And the thing about it, even when I ask ChatGPT certain questions, I have to be even more specific. And you know what I find sometimes, and maybe this has happened to you, as I ask it questions, sometimes I don't even press enter, because it forces me to ask a better question that I can answer myself. So it's like that skill set that maybe I didn't hyper focus on, this environment is making me say, what am I really trying to ask? And by the time I get to that point, I don't even need the answer that they feed me after that.
Which is then why we get to a point like trying to explain to my mom like what prompting is, and that somebody could go and get a job as a prompting engineer. And when somebody's like, what is that? It's like a person that knows how to ask the right question. That's their skill. Like they write the best prompts to get the best answer. Yeah. Like that has now become a job. Did you ask the right question?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this, the first thing that I heard, and I want to get back obviously to the video, but the first thing I heard from those who were kind of telling you the future of what AI and specifically platforms like ChatGPT, they said the power is in the prompt. And when I heard that, something about that had me encouraged, because I, like any other creative, am like, I don't want to be replaced. But what I'm realizing is that The ones that I feel like are going to be the first wave to genuinely get replaced are the ones who have been trying to play their own version of ChatGPT. They've been sourcing, like you said, I got Dilla's Donuts on up here right now. They've been sourcing one project as the Dilla sound, and you just said it as someone has worked side by side. You've seen the different transitions and what it went to. I think sometimes we overestimate technology's ability and underestimate our ability to readjust and evolve in the process. So,
and then it just comes down to basic, like, just morals in hip hop. Like, if I make a beat and it sounds like Dilla, I erase it, or I'm not trying to push it because it sounds like him.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like him. I want to sound like the beat. You know what I mean? And I struggled with that, like, for a long time, because I have a lot of good friends that have distinct, like, I'll make a beat, and if it sound like Just Blaze, I'm not really using it. If it sound like Ninth Wonder, I'm not really using it. If it sound like Bank, I'm not really using it. Like, it just may happen. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be like, nah, that just ain't, I want my own distinct thing. And then at some point it flipped into.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, at some point it flipped into, like, trying to sound like the other person. You know what I'm saying? That's the weird part for me.
But see, I wonder also in those situations where you do make something that sounds like it could be something that's Just Blaze influence, the fact that you have that as a colleague and you have that person there, does that ever make you say, I mean, sometimes it's the product of just being in an environment. Like, I was part of independent label called Black Cloud Music. There were times that the producers in this space have been hanging around so much. We're using the same plugins. We got our own styles and approach, but it's almost like you get a different appreciation as you're sitting in the room, and you're kind of learning from each other. We'll kind of take these things here and there, but it's a little bit different for you, I imagine, because you have access to be like, well, Jess, you want to collab on this, or you want to finish this up, or whatever the case may be.
I mean, it was just, well, you learn a lot of stuff from people, right? So naturally, the relationship was me engineering a lot of the stuff that Just was doing. Just, again, is one of those people that has the engineering knowledge and like, he can speak the language. He knows specifically, he's a gearhead. He knows exactly what he's talking about. It was just how the wheel was moving, right? So if Just was working on 1 million songs and I'm over here mixing, but it'd be like at certain things that I learned from, like, me, before I got around Just, if I find a record, I would listen, the parts that I want, I would just chop into my MPC or whatever I'm using at the time. And then I will go, okay, how can I manipulate these to make a new pattern or to do something different? Whereas Just would listen to the record, and before he samples it, he's doing this, and he's constructing the way that he wants the sample to go prior to him even sampling it.
Yeah.
Once I started doing that, now, not me biting his style, that's me realizing a process that I was like, once I start doing that it makes it so much faster for me to get to my end result. Now I've already made the beat in my head, and now I just have to physically do it versus me sitting there hitting pads trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
That's what I mean about, like, that's biting someone's style. That's just being around them and seeing them do something in a more efficient way. Then that's what we all learned off of each other.
Yeah, and mind you, I came up in that generation too, where even when I went to doing the type beats, I could never bring myself to do a type producer. I could never put the producer's name because I was such a no-no in the circles I came up in. You don't try to duplicate another producer's sound. So I kind of had to weigh myself. The options with using an artist was different because it was like sometimes we did that. When buddies and I were making beats around the crib, it'd be like, yo, I can hear Snoop on this. All right, well, that's a Snoop Dogg type beat then. Right, but I think there is a different process when you have an artist or excuse me, a producer and artist too, that specifically say that sound, I want to accomplish that sound and that sound. I don't want to add anything. I just want that sound. It becomes really problematic for sure.
And again, too, I take into account my younger generation, because when I'm having those discussions with a lot of the younger producers, they was like, "Go, you came up in an era where, or even now, you can get to that person, whoever the type beat is about, I could probably call that person and get beats from them." Number one. Number two is you're dealing with the old record label idea of, I'm trying to place these beats with major artists or someone that's on your label to get paid this, whatever my rate was at the time. Right. And they're like, no, Goo, this is a marketing plan. It's also a way that we get paid. It's a way that we can sell the same beat a bunch of different times. It's a different time, Goo. So me putting in type beat gets me to a top of a list you know what I mean, when someone Googles this on whatever it is, like it's a marketing strategy. And I was like, oh, I get that part. It's not always just about like I'm trying to copy. So I got both sides of it. I was like, yo, I get what your marketing scheme is, but you and your development, I want you to have your own type of sound. I don't want you to be known as the person that's putting out the best imitation of J Dilla.
And to go back to your calculator example, that's why it's such a great analogy, because that does apply to where it's like, I could give you this graphing calculator, or you could learn what you need to learn, and then this could be a tool like it should be and not a crutch.
Right.
For sure. All right, let me go ahead. I'm going to get back to this. So once again, we're watching this interview that Young Guru had with the founder of TuneCore, Jeff Price. He's getting into an introduction right now. And the next section he's getting ready to get into is music streaming and stolen songs. And I'm telling you right now, hang out with us Saturday. I appreciate everybody that's here. Shout out to all the DIYers in the building.
DIY.
Thank you, moderators that are hanging out here. It's a lot of information. I'm telling you right now, especially when we're talking about music streaming, there has not been a more thorough breakdown of not just the issues, but also the solutions. And it's not every day that we get to talk directly with, like I said, the legend himself, Young Guru, on these things. We appreciate all the info already. So DIYers, let's continue.
Name, right? And it began working for the musical Songwriters. So let me go back before I go forwards. And if you've ever seen a video of mine, you know it's a good thing I have two hands because I always use them in my demos. So there's a recording, I Will Always Love You. You guys know that, Whitney Houston singing that? I'm still not aged out on that? Okay. So Arista Records hired Whitney Houston to sing that. Arista owns the recording, right? I need a log. There we go. Arista owns the recording. Dolly Parton wrote the lyric and the melody. Those are your two copyrights. One for the recording, the second one for Dolly Parton for the lyric and melody. So at TuneCore, I was working for the recording, right? And I was working for Whitney Houston and Arista Records. Just our clients, you guys, you're both things at the same time. Our clients also were Dolly Parton. They wrote the songs. So what I discovered is the Dolly Partons, the songwriters, weren't getting properly licensed and paid, because anytime that recording is streamed or downloaded or licensed or used in a TV show or film, you need two licenses, one to Arista Records and a second separate one to Dolly Parton, right? They're two different licenses, there's two different payments. So I noticed at TuneCore, the Dolly Partons weren't getting paid, so I launched Audiam, and the goal with Audiam was to get the Dolly Partons paid, but for this really small little pigeonhole for streams of the recordings in the United States and for user-generated content on YouTube. That's like videos that people upload to YouTube that have, you know, their cats fighting with music in the background. That was it. So this company now takes off. It was really weird. I began working for Metallica and Red Hot Chili Peppers and Herbie Hancock and Dolly Parton and Bob Dylan and Pussifer and Nine Inch Nails and Perfect Circle. And it was just, you know, James Taylor, it kept going and going. And even some Lennon and McCartney works were in there. And with my eye on, okay, whether I like it or not, this whole industry is moving into streaming, but I'm noticing they're not getting paid.
How does something advance this fast without that part being taken care of, in your opinion?
Okay, so if you go further into the video, and hopefully, even if it's not a timestamp, we'll get into it right now.
Right.
Okay. So when he's talking about songwriting, and keep it there, because I want to continue with what he's saying, but if you're talking about somebody setting up a Spotify, right? When they first set this up, they are looking at paying for the music, or how am I going to get the music? And in that whole thing, they did not understand you have to pay the writers. Just didn't know it. Then you hip them to that and be like, yo, not the person that owns the song. That's why we went through this complete thing, and we use the Whitney Houston song because it's a perfect example of Whitney Houston singing this song that gets on the Bodyguard soundtrack. So not only do we have the master of what is put out, it's also in a movie, so we can talk about other royalties and rates, but Dolly Parton actually wrote the song, right? So we talk about both of those different things. When you're coming into streaming, you have to realize that inside of the United States, now all the laws are different in different countries, and we'll get to that part, but they overlooked it. Then when they get hip to it, what they do is go, okay, we're going to hire some third-party companies to come in and help us with this. there's a huge problem when they hire those third-party companies, is that the algorithms that these people were using, number one, are not perfect, and they're not catching every song,
Right.
right? So if we get into, and we get into this later, but if we get into a situation where, let's say, I don't know, Butterflies, right? Let's just take that song. Is it the Mariah Carey version of Butterflies? Is it the Michael Jackson version of Butterflies? Is it the Flowetry version of Butterflies?
Yeah, right.
And we don't know who is the writers on all of these things. We need an information bank as to where all of these, so a lot of the times we were saying, yo, because for what we're going to explain later as to where the responsibility lies in the law, you should also have to write this down when you upload to a streaming service.
Yeah, and I have that timestamp where he talks about how it's so anonymous. It's not as thorough as you would need it to be. Like there needs to be, and it's part of the reason why 150,000 songs, he said, daily are being uploaded.
This is the same thing as a person when they first young and just they start getting money, and then the IRS come and be like, yo, and you be like, I didn't know I had to do what? Huh? Yeah, it's in the
Ignorance
law.
of the law is not an exception for them. No, they don't care about that.
This is the first set up. That's what I'm saying. So not only is it we focus a lot of times on the small amount that the artist is getting, right? And we'll get to that point too about why it's so small. But you completely forgot the writer's section. Completely forgot. So he's going into what the law, and again, all of this, I'm just giving you the foundation, is prior to the Music Monetization Act in 2021. I'm sure a bunch of the people that are on here understand what that is. We're giving you the way that it was to show you how nefarious the Music Monetization Act was, bro, to get us to where we are today. So that's why, to answer your question, these are young kids doing a startup. This startup blows up. This startup then gets bought out by corporate, and you keep going.
Yeah, well, the reason I asked that also too is I guess I'm getting a better context of how desperate things were at that point in time. Like, you hear exaggerations about it because people are creating, for instance, I don't know if you saw there's a movie series on Netflix called The Playlist, and it documents the origin of Spotify, and when Daniel Ek finally had a conversation with Lucien Grange, and he was one of the only ones that were willing to take a legitimate conversation and talk about licensing the music. They got to make things for dramatic effect, but they definitely made it seem as if like heads were rolling, like, man, this could be the end of everything, and this is pretty much the Armageddon of the music industry. And when you look at certain things, like there not being a connection where where someone like Jeff Price, as genius as he is, he's being the one that's pretty much stepping up to figure it out of how to make a better connection. These folks getting paid. I'm like, for the folks who care about money, why did the labels not get? Why is that not a priority?
What we're going to demonstrate here today is that it's more advantageous for them to have it the way that it is. The more money that you steal out of the pot is less money that goes into their hands. So let's be real quick for the audience, and then we'll get into the explanation. Right? Number one is they did get sued. Eminem's publishing company was like in there. A bunch of people was in there where they're suing, so much so that our government goes, yo, we're afraid that Spotify is going to get sued out of existence before they get to IPO, before they get to sell and get all these millions and actually billions of dollars, right? So we're going to say from now on, we're creating this Music Monetization Act, where it says from now on, you can't sue them, period. And our way of getting around that is to create what Jeff refers to as a quasi-governmental agency, which we call the MLC.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you let that one out the bag early. Oh, man. Yeah, did you hear that? The quasi-government ran company MLC.
Which is called the Music Licensing Collective. So we will get to this point. Again, I want to give people foundation, but we will get to this point where you will understand why all the money goes to this government agency, the MLC. And if you do not go get your money within a certain amount of time, it goes to them. And then they pay out to all of the record labels based off of market share, which is how things work on
that's insane, bro.
Pay off of market share. So it's not even about like when you get to the bottom line. And again, people will say, "Oh, you crazy." No, we're going to walk you all the way through. But this is get a point where someone, let's say a Dream, right? The Dream as an artist, that's my guy, right? But he's known for writing. He has just written on a Beyonce album that we know is going to get these many streams. He would then have to go sign up for the MLC and go. If he does not get his money within a certain amount of time, it will go into that pot. That pot will be distributed to, we keep sinking and sinking and sinking, right? Because now we down to 3 of them. Now this goes to Universal, Warner, right? All of these, then they're distributing that out. So you're like, this is how, when the average person is like, yo, Drake is getting your streaming money. This is why.
Yeah. See this, and I heard Trevor Noah do a pretty good breakdown on a video that he did.
People don't know the law and the reason why that's actually happening. And then when people question it, they're like, what are you talking about? You said, but we're going to walk you through the steps of that. But that's the whole thing in a nutshell. Man,
that's insane. All right, I'll continue here.
So the goal with Audiam was to get them paid, and lo and behold, through the technology and just learning about copyright, we unearthed the fact that it wasn't that they were licensed, that Dolly Parton was licensed, and then wasn't getting paid under the terms of the license. It was they never bothered to get a license in the first place. They just stole the songs. It was called infringement. It's like the original Napster, right? They just stole. Now, they were licensed on the Arista Records side, but on the Dolly Parton side, pardon my vulgarity, fuck it. And they just, time to market, you know, the goal was, let's have our IPO, let's go public. If we get caught, we'll pay the parking ticket. So,
if we stay there, and we're going to assume that students don't know anything, they're just coming in, they may not understand the music business completely. As soon as you create a song, everyone in here is a creator. As soon as you make that song tangible, which means that you either write it down or you record it, you, in the United States, and again, we're going to talk about law here, and this appeals to the United States, and there's different laws in different places, but as a US citizen, someone who's making music, you get 6 rights when you make your song tangible.
That's right.
Right? Yeah. So those rights are reproduction, and I'm not trying to act like I memorized these. I'm an avid student of this gentleman, so I wrote it down. So there's the right of reproduction, the right of distribution, the right of derivatives, the right of public display, the right of public performance, and the right of digital transmission. Right? Reproduction is every time the song and melody is reproduced, you're supposed to get paid. Right? That was in our old physical way. If someone makes a CD, someone makes a cassette, someone makes vinyl, which is still selling, all of those things, you're supposed to get paid as a writer.
That's right.
Distribution is obvious that this is distribution of the sound recording itself, so that's back on the master.
It's actually, I mean, I'm a Mr. Smarty Pants here, it's on both sides.
Oh, great.
Those same 6 rights types, okay. So is it all right if I...
Oh, absolutely.
First, okay. So yeah, I'll wrap up the history. So we did Audiam, went to work, I put together the class action lawsuit against Spotify, because they were just infringing on copyright, and they told me to pound sand, and so 3 years later I put that together. We had a number of, I'll pick that up, songwriters that opted out of this class action that pursued direct action against Spotify. I was involved in that. I have no idea of the total dollar amount for all the infringement, but I suspect it's north of $115 million ultimately paid out by Spotify for the infringement. We know $45 million came for the class action.
So this is basically like an oil company who is dumping oil, and they would rather pay the fine to the government for dumping the oil versus paying how much it costs to get rid of the oil in the first place.
It's to do it legally. Yeah. Okay. And so then Audiam, while I'm doing that, Audiam gets acquired by the BMI ASCAP of Canada called SOCAN, right? And I stay there for the next 3 years. Then SOCAN wants to sell Audiam, and they want to sell it to the company that was sued by the Eminem music publisher 8 Mile Style for colluding with Spotify to infringe on copyright by backdating licensing agreements called notices of intent, which we can talk about, and also creating royalty statements for unlicensed works. They were fraudulent royalty statements. You can't create a royalty statement if something's not licensed.
Can we break this on down for a second? I did have questions about this one. So you're nodding your head to something that's going on here. What is it that that I guess is resonating with you on this one?
When you are supposed to get this letter of intent, and we'll get into this a little bit further, right? That inside, and this is dealing with a compulsory license, right? Where if I write a song as a writer, not the master side, the writer side, and Jeff gets into this. He's like, yo, if in the United States you write a song as Curtis King, and then a neo-Nazi Ku Klux Klan member who wants to donate all the money to Trump wants to remake your song, you cannot tell them no. You are compelled to have that person. You can't say no in the United States.
Right.
But what that person has to do is write you a letter of intent. First of all, none of these people were writing letters of intent to the specific artist. So your infringement right there. You never gave me this letter. And I think it's like 30 days or 60 days or something like that. Like whatever it is. So you were already in infringement by not giving me this letter. So then you're writing royalty statements based off of something where we've never made a deal, and you're changing the date. You're changing the date.
I don't even want to ask how legally that happens because I already know the answer. Like this is what happened when things.
This is what Jeff is going in and finding out. And I'm saying, imagine if you don't have this person asking these questions about your music.
Man, be quiet.
So let's look at it the old way, right? Where we used to have a problem in the old way is that you never knew how many records you really sold. You knew how many you shipped.
Okay.
There's no way for me to go, yo, I know exactly down to the number, however many records I sold in the music, physical records, right? or CDs or whatever it was. You shipped a certain amount. In your contract, they had certain money that will be withheld for returns. That was a couple of lines in your contract. Us as a record company, if we make 2 million of these, and then eventually we only sell 1.7 million, then them 300,000 that come back, you got to eat that cost. And we're reserving. We don't know exactly how much. It's it's the reserving of money of an amount that you didn't set.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That gets held. But again, you would have to audit the record company to know exactly, and then the record business could never know exactly how many records they sold. We only knew how many we shipped.
And that's so scary to hear that, because you get an artist in a situation like that, you have no leverage. You have no leverage, especially when it's time to renegotiate something, and they're holding on to all the numbers. And it's funny because it's the same. Not to jump, I'm not trying to jump ship on the topic, but it's the same question I have about the data that we're given from a Spotify. If they own the data, they also have the right to withhold whatever data that they want to, including my question being, I theorize, they have the whole dead internet theory, but I theorize how many people are actually on Spotify that are bots versus actual listeners. And I wonder if that's part of why they specifically call them listeners and not fans.
To a certain degree, the bot thing of I'm purchasing listeners, right? Which is basically what you're saying. You can also look at it from a couple different ways because they have different tiers. So the fact that Spotify is free, I don't have to give Spotify $9.99 a month and I can still use Spotify. True. I just have to listen to ads, commercials, right? Then there's another, and you as an artist, you get paid a certain amount, which is the lowest. That's the lowest tier for the amount of streams that happen inside of a tier. Right. Then you have paid tier, and you get a certain amount based off that. So it's different tiers inside of Spotify. So again, the information gets broken up even further when it gets inside of Spotify, and you're calculating how much money am I supposed to get per month. You see what I'm saying? So by the way, Jeff also made a great calculator for this. So if you just Google, you don't have to, not you, I'm saying the audience, Google Jeff Price Spotify calculator. And what it does is it has a calculator that goes back the whole entire existence of Spotify for you to know what you were supposed to get per month, because the audience may not know that it fluctuates every month. Right. So he has a basic calculator that, like, oh, in 2020 in February, I did these many streams, so I was supposed to get this much money. Insane. Yeah, he just has really, really good reason.
Shout out to him, because if it wasn't for individuals like himself, we're just kind of this same thing as you talking about those signed artists in that situation with the label. You're just relying upon them saying and standing on the numbers being what they say it is, and then you're kind of like, unless you audit.
The best of the best and the biggest. Yeah, the best of the best and the biggest of the biggest all audit the record label at some point. Right. And most of the time you do it before the re-up. You know what I'm saying? But these are bigger artists. We're not even talking about like other parts of your budget, right? Like stuff that where you owe money and they constantly like, okay, you owe this money, but then it becomes time for the next record. So then you read up again and got another $1 million, and now you owe $1,700,000. And this is how you got caught up in that thing of owing money. Like very easy. These ain't even just like the biggest of the big artists. Like there's been plenty of times. One time I was in a meeting with LA and Jay, and it was like, yo, Goo, your Bleek budget is at like $1.3 million, my dude. Like, how am I getting my money? Like, I need to get my money back.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, Bleek, okay, Bleek, no studios. Come to my house. We not doing no, everything sample free from that. We don't have no more, bro.
Right.
We got to make this money back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to know how to move that way, or else they'll keep you in this hole, in this hole, in this hole, in this hole. So we got off topic. I'm just saying what the old way was.
Right.
We were on the point of not knowing accurate numbers. And if we're going into the streaming, right, this is what I'm saying. You may not know what the accurate number is.
Well, individuals like yourself, man, you putting us on high notice for a lot of this stuff, because I mean, this is stuff that is not surprising, but at the same time, it's like I have never really given it thought how little access a lot of times these artists may have to those very numbers that could, shift those negotiations. I'll continue here.
Right, there's no agreement. That organization was owned by the National Music Publishing Association, the NMPA, which is the sister organization to the RIAA. Universal, Warner, and Sony owned 17.5% of Spotify. They wanted the damn thing to go public to make their billions, which they did. The NMPA owned the Harry Fox agency that has been allegedly backdating these licensing agreements and creating fake royalty statements on behalf of Spotify to protect it, to create an illusion that it wasn't infringing when it was, because Spotify was now getting sued for willful copyright infringement. The whole thing is very Game of Thrones. It really is. But that's who SoCan wanted to sell to. I said, So I resigned. I had a 12-month non-compete, and then that means I couldn't work for musical songwriting.
Yeah. Okay.
See, all of that was to give you the background of why did I leave the company.
Right.
So now this is very Game of Thrones, and like now this is somebody dealing with all the background. He just connected all of that. He like, I'm not selling to. Nah, they is in cahoots with them. They own 17%. So
yeah.
So now it makes sense when he's like, yo, you know what? I'm out.
Yeah.
I'll go start something else. That's all that was the background information of, yo, this is why this don't make sense to me.
Funny enough, shout out to Arsonist. Arsonist made a statement on I think it was the Bag Fuel podcast, and he had a lot of DIYers over here hot because we was mad. We wasn't ready to hear what he said. His basic thing was, how could you call yourself an independent artist in this space when the oligarchs, the Warner Music, the Sony Music, and UMG have a stake in Spotify, right? In terms of every dollar, I think like 70 cents of every dollar is accounted for based upon their licensing agreement. How could you consider yourself a independent artist if you're first of all, you're dependent upon these platforms, and second of all, you're still paying into that system? And he said it, and it was like, what do you mean how we're not independent? We're financing these things, and we kind of took it I know I took it emotionally, but then the more that I look at this play out, I'm like, they set it up like that. Yeah.
Let's look at the real of what that is, right? So unless you are yourself making something that either is physical or is on your own website, you're playing in this game. We've seen the thing of I'm gonna make my own website and I'm gonna have people come to me. That's great if you can drum up enough people to be on your website and to put their credit card on your website. There's other systems because the rest of the world is on a bigger stage. So if let's take for instance what's going on right now in the world, where it's just like we see the thing with Target, right? And the immediate response is like, yo, boycott Target. Then you had a certain percentage of people that was black people that was like, yo, hold up. I'm a black person and I sell in Target. It took me a long time to get into this platform. So this Target is everywhere in the United States. You're going to hurt me more than you are going to hurt Target. So there's two sides of the coin of like, yo, if you did have your marketplace, your fan base has to be loyal enough to come to your marketplace. I'm not saying that that can't happen, right? But you, Curtis King, how many physical stores can you have across the United States? You're going to have to do a deal with somebody to put it in their store. Now you're in that system. Where did you buy the vinyl from that you sold, right? That's getting that resource from somebody else that's in that system. So when we talk about completely independent, there's levels. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, we can have the thing of but even being independent means, I used to ask this question, at what point does a company flip from a small business to a big business? When we say these buzzwords of support small Black business, okay, so if this person is Carol's daughter, and at first it's lotion and all this other stuff, and then people come in and they say, I'm gonna support this thing, and then a Will Smith and a Jay-Z put money in it, and now it's in the big thing. Okay, so now are we not supporting it no more? Because
nobody talks about the plan after that. If anything, it feels like the almost automated response is when they become too big, it's time to tear them down.
And this become, I'm specifically going to this point of what you were saying about, yo, are we truly independent? And I'm giving you that thing, but I'm also saying there are examples as to why certain people will want to be in these systems because the eyes are there.
Yeah,
right? And
I get it.
You have the ability to do multiple things at one time. So, but getting in the game, if you are going to choose to put your music on a streaming service, this is the game that you are playing.
Yes.
So there's a reason why a lot of my younger generation will then go, okay, well, Goo, I still look at this as the advertisement. I still look at this as when I'm telling somebody about my music, it's the Nipsey Hussle idea of I'm going to sell this mixtape for $100 and put it on streaming service at the same time for the convenience. But if you want to support me as an artist, that my $100 was going to Nip. You know what I'm saying? I already got the album. Like my $100 is like, yo, I support you as a person. So it's all ways in which you want to play the game, and people can nitpick as to which part of your business is coming from something that is serving this bigger catalog.
Yeah. See, this is why I salute LaRussell so much, because I feel like he is finding I try to avoid the word balance sometimes because I feel like I misuse it in connection to the word harmony. I think he's finding a perfect harmony for himself in terms of what makes sense, in terms of using streaming as like a top of the funnel situation, bringing in new fans and using those algorithms. And he said he doesn't do playlist pitching and all of that, but when those things happen, they're just like icing on the cake that he's already built a solid foundation of. Like the ingredients are all strong because, you know, he's doing the shows from his backyard. He's he's doing the merchandise from home and he's sending that stuff out. So when I look at that, what I'm recognizing is that even in this environment where you can't really get away from doing business with them in that situation, I think at least it's forcing artists like myself to think about, well, then how do I become a more independent business? I don't need to go create a whole PayPal, right? I can utilize PayPal. That's fine, right? I can utilize these. I have to have some kind of level of compromise. But at the same time, I should be drawing traffic to my website because I'm a business, right? I should be trying to figure out strategies of advertisement on these different platforms because I'm a business. The other businesses don't sit here and just rely upon, well, the algorithm is hating on me and I'm black. But it's like, no, that's not what a business does. They get up and they figure out a better marketing rollout.
Of dollars per year for Coca-Cola to advertise. Millions of dollars per year for McDonald's to advertise. Millions of dollars. And I'm not saying people, I get it, DIYs. I'm not saying you have millions of dollars. I'm saying how important advertisement is to these companies that you might feel like they don't even, Coca-Cola, like what you gonna do new? We know what Coca-Cola is. McDonald's, we know exactly what you are, but you're still advertising to keep that thing in the forefront. Like think about that for a second. So that's and then you can decide as an independent artist, do I want to sell my music? We skipped over that part. That like, yo, once you put it on a streaming service, the idea of actually selling music went out the window. That's why you just got to know what this is. This is somebody with a big ass server and a big hard drive. Like, yo, like all you got to do is keep this music rocking on the server and people are paying money to access your server.
Yeah.
That's what it is. There's no like exchange in terms of you're giving me a physical product. That doesn't happen no more. So now if I'm using both, then when they go to your website, they can buy the physical product or they could do a digital download.
But see, look at what that forces us to do though as independents. We can't just put up like I remember I was back in my day, I should say, which is funny. I would go to Fry's and get a spindle of 50 CDRs, take them home. I'd print out the CDs
Man, did
on my
you
ink.
Did you go crazy when Fry's went out of bit, bro? When
Bro,
they
I
went out of
almost
business,
lost my mind.
and
Because I was going to Fry's every, I had the newspaper. You know, the back of the newspaper had the Fry's deals, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get this hard drive. I'm gonna get these CDs. I was getting the CDs. I was getting the printable CD labels, all that stuff. And I'm like, yo, I'm selling these and I'm printing these in my grandmother's patio where I used to record. And so that was my grind. And so when I saw I had the flexibility to do that, you know, it showed me what was possible. Now, when I think about what we're doing today, we're not selling them CDRs and them nasty thin sleeves. What we're doing is selling experiences. I had a project called Home Movies that was inspired by Blockbuster. And it forced me to get more creative in that I said, what if instead of selling this inside of a jewel case, I just had a VHS cover? And what if I customized a VHS cover with the track list, made it look like you're getting the Blockbuster, put some fake popcorn, put some candy in it, put some, what else I put? Like I put a business card that had my full catalog inside of it. I like being and operating from that space because it's making me a better businessman. It's making me a better at customer service and creating an experience of my. Nipsey said it. We got to figure out how to create experiences that people can't stream. And for me, I don't look at this as like, poor me. We're in this. We can do this now.
Think about it from this standpoint. Number one, you don't have to sell 1 million records, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting to a point where, and 2 points I'm gonna make. One is that my youngest daughter, right, 21, and my niece, they both buy vinyl. You know what I'm saying? Like they support their favorite artists by buying vinyl. That's a thing for them. Like I consider that a younger generation, right? So that's there. But it's also too, it's how am I trying to say this? How am I trying to say this point? You can look at, like, if I'm owed whatever amount of money, I want my money.
Yeah.
Just put it that way. I don't care if it's $5, $100. It's just the principle. You know what I'm saying? So it's you looking at it like, no, this is not going to be like retirement money, but it's still going to pay some bills. It's going to pay a phone bill. It's going to pay a light bill. If I get to a point, you can start paying a mortgage. It can start, like, you understand what I'm saying? You're streaming. So if you owe me money, run my money. That's it. That's what I'm saying. And I'm so sure in Washington, D.C., not me personally, I'm saying knowing what's going on so that you can lobby for these things for the people that I know that work. Now that when you meet the person at Sound Exchange and when you meet the person at these places, you asking very direct questions. Yo, why is this way? And how do I change this? When you really get to when they change this law, and we'll get into it later, but when they changed this law, they do what they always do. They waited until everybody was about to go on vacation. They slipped this in at the end of the year. Matter of fact, they announced it 6 days before you had the opportunity to go, okay, if you're not with this, you got to come in and do this in this 6 days, because after the first, this all applies.
And doesn't the industry with this? Are we talking about? Was this done in December?
It's the U.S. government. It's the U.S. government.
It's the U.S. government doing this. Oh wow.
This is the U.S. government. Yes, sir.
Insane. Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm telling you, this whole video had me stuck between: am I surprised or am I not surprised? I'm kind of surprised, but I'm not surprised. It had me stuck in that middle ground. It is what it is, pretty much. Or like my guy Justin. I want to say, like my guy Justin says, it's all happening. For some reason, that applies to everything. So, all right, here we go.
Writers or publishers for a year, because God forbid, I'm so high and mighty that the whole world will fall apart if I'm helping someone. So I started word collections, and what word collections does is I figured, okay, I won't compete. I'll work for people that speak words as opposed to sing them. It's the same copyright. So I began working for the Richard Pryor estate, the Robin Williams estate, comedians. Margaret Cho, Bill Engvall, Bill Hicks, Ron White, Jerry Seinfeld, George Carlin, and I began providing global publishing administration, which we'll discuss, to license and collect for them for their spoken word. And then when my non-compete was up, we layered music back in, and now we also work for Greta Van Fleet and Metallica and Jason Mraz and John Oates from Hall & Oates, and saying that, anyway, it's a long list. Okay, so that's the quick background. But segueing into your point, he nailed it. You have a song in your head, no copyright. The minute you write it down or record it, you get a copyright. And with that copyright, you get those 6 rights types. And that is the entire key to your money. That's the music business, right? You're creating culture and art. There's human law and there's natural law. Natural law, the laws of gravity, we can't change it. Human law are monopoly rules. We just make it up. We have made this shit up. And when someone breaks the law, you sue them, and then you get into a court, and then you have to interpret the law and who's right. But these are the rules of the game. If you can't win the game if you don't know the rules. And this stuff is dense, and it's dense on purpose. Anyway.
Ooh, see, he said that in passing, but then I thought about how I got a book up here, All You Need to Know About Music Publishing. I could probably go through that book 6 times and still not understand about 80% of what's in that book. And I wonder sometimes, I'm a smart man, I wonder sometimes how much of that is done on purpose to specifically make it as
Let's do this.
Yeah.
And that's why I said it's going to be long today, right, Paul?
Yeah. Well, I got timestamps if you want to cut through them, because like I said, I have specific ones I want to talk about with you too. Yeah.
Stay on this point. I want to stay on this point because, again, you got to remember, I'm always in the professor mode of teaching students, right? So if I'm reading a book, I'm reading new information. Let's say this new, I don't have it in front of me, but this new Arduino update, right? Remember I was talking about Arduino earlier. If I'm reading a book and I come to a word that I don't know, I stop. I look up that word. I'm sometimes looking up the definitions of very common words that I'm like, how did this person use this in a sentence? What does this actually mean? Not what do I assume that it means. What does it actually mean, right? So that's how you have to read. It's not about how fast you read. It's about the comprehension of what you're reading. And I'm not in a race. So when it's new concepts being introduced, when there's a law that I'm reading, like me, I'm gonna be honest with you, the Music Monetization Act is a lot to read. I'm in the process of reading it. There's other stuff that's in there besides just what we're talking about, right? And we'll get to that later. But I'm being specific to students, to whoever, to be like, yo, you have to comprehend what you read. So you have one of these. Look up the word. Don't skip past a word and assume that you know.
Yeah.
Read the sentence and read. Because when you get into court, they're going to say, what does this say? Then we get into interpretation of the law. That's why you're in court. And how that applies to whatever it is that you're dealing with.
Yeah. What I was going to say, a better way for me to word that experience of going through that book is also, I have a very, I mean, you could tell by just being a DIYer, this is common. I have a very obsessive personality when I zone in on something. When I say I'm going to learn about engineering over the next month, I dive into it all the way. As I'm looking at certain things, I may go into one of those rabbit holes you're talking about, going in the dictionary, and I'm hyper focusing on something that has nothing to do with the department that I'm in. And that's the thing, that's the part that I get through, is where it's like I have these moments where I come out of that book and I'm like, I'm well read on something that doesn't even come into my hemisphere. And those are the things where I think having these conversations are so important, because you're you know, even with Jeff Price, you're offering context about, no, you need to do some damn reading on this part, because this is affecting you as an independent artist.
No, absolutely. And that's part of the reason why you bring them there, and then ask specific questions that we would love to ask these people. And like, they may not see specifically for us, like how this benefits or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I bring that person live so that I'm double checking. Is my interpretation of the law actually what it is? I'm asking this expert. I'm asking someone who has battled legally in court, like all of these different things. So again, this is that ego part. Like, I don't have I'm not going to bring you the information and be like, I know everything about, right. I mean, I have the same questions that y'all have because it's forever changing. So I'm bringing these experts in. Yeah. Then we as a community go, yo, this ain't right. Then I know the person that we could talk to go change the law or what our perspective should be.
Right, man. Someone just said, this is why lawyers are worth their weight in gold. There it is. All right, here we go.
So yeah, you get those 6 rights types, and you were about to tick through them.
Well, I just wanted to lay that foundation, because I feel like there are certain words that we use over and over again that we should define. Yeah. You know, basically a songwriter, you know, is someone, and we assume that we know what these things are. But songwriter, publisher, publish administrator, would be some of those words that we're going to use those a lot. So if you want to define what they are.
This is my song. If I had a shred of talent, I'd be in that jar. I was saying that earlier. I just don't have it. So, right, you write that song, you write it down. The minute you do that, you become 3 things. Okay, there's 3 of you. Number 1, you are the songwriter because you wrote the song. Number two, you are the publisher. That's the word that we use. Music publisher, because you own the copyright. Okay, it's a piece of property. It's intellectual property, because you can't touch it, right? But you own it. That's your copyright. And you're a third thing. You're the administrator, because it is your job now to license and collect the money for your copyright. By the way, if anyone has any questions in the midst of this, just if you're cool with it. Okay, so you're those three things. You're the songwriter, you're the publisher, and the administrator.
No, I'm playing.
Administrator,
I'm imitating as if I was there, because I for sure would have been talking his ear off. I was like, your students asked some really great questions, but there were some times I was like, oh, can we go back? But no.
Again, that's me being clear for your audience too as well, of like setting the tone of like, yo, do you actually know what the title of a songwriter is? Right? Do you know what a publisher is? Do you know what these copyrights are? Like, do you know what your legal rights are and which side you're arguing, whether or not you're arguing? Again, we go back to this great example of, if I'm on the Whitney Houston side, that's the master that we're talking about, and that's the record company. If I'm on the Dolly Parton side, that's the writing and that's music publishing of what we're talking about. Over here, writing is lyric and melody. That's the word. Those are the two legal words that you will see in any contract that has to do with publishing, lyric and melody. Over here, we're talking about a master. Just being clear. And I'm jumping ahead to the point where it's just like, okay, you may be Marvel, where he said, yo, as soon as you do this, you become these three people. Now, let's skip you forward a little bit. In the reality of the world, like, how hard is it for you to be the songwriter, record the song, go on tour, perform the song, and then every day track down wherever the song is all across the world being used? That's very difficult to do, which is the reason why you will go to an ASCAP or a BMI for someone who, I do this. Right? You would go to one of those, right? So you would literally go, okay, I'm going to give you a small percentage of the money that you collect, because you can go around you're set up already to collect my money around the world. You know the laws in all these different, every country you step into is a different law. You have people that are in all of those places. This is also why, like, say in MCA, when I was signed, well, not me, but Nonchalant, I'm DJing for her in '96. And everywhere we go in the United States, if we go to London, there's a small little MCA satellite in London. They deal with London and whatever it is for all the MCA artists. There's a similar thing in France. There's a similar thing in Germany. You make, like, all of these were set up for this particular reason. So it's another of where we're saying, if I'm a DIYer, if I'm independent, yes, you could be James Brown and be your own music administrator, publisher once he got in and learned the game. But you could also go, yo, this thing is not, first of all, my interest to be looking at paperwork all day. And number two, I just don't have the time to do that. So you hire these people, and the more that you know, the more that you can get a better experience out of whatever it is. So this is why the ASCAP, the BMI, the CSACs of the world exists. And people also forget another point, which is it's become so much about collect money, that originally there was still another idea inside these places where they were supposed to actively go get you work. That was one of the things that a ASCAP used to do. Like, if I'm Big John and I'm at BMI, my top writers, or my writers that I've been talking to and I know is dope, I'm taking them songs to Beyonce.
That's how it was presented to me.
This is what
that whole thing was presented as that was the idea of it.
And these are any artists, you know what I'm saying? But again, I think people in the regular world have forgotten that part, and they only focus on me as a BMI writer or me as an ASCAP writer. This is where my money gets collected. Yes, it is, but you're not even taking advantage of the opportunities of going through the system that you're already associated with.
Yeah, man.
You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So again, I'm recapping this for people that's like, yo, I can do this whole thing on my own. And I'll be like, yo, good luck. You need assistants and partners. This is the same way. And I don't want people to think like, just because I'm outsourcing something, that I'm not a DIY person. If I run, I don't know, a restaurant or whatever, right? I have a tax guy. I have a guy that's going to look at my books, and he's going to go over this and tell me how much taxes I need to pay. I know my responsibility of keeping receipts and doing all that stuff, but I'm not a tax person. So I've outsourced this to run my business. It's still my business. Or you can look at it like me, for example, right? As an engineer, I did work at Def Jam as an A&R, but I'm saying my engineer world, I'm not an employee of any record label. I'm self-employed. I'm a barber. I have clients. You understand what I'm saying? I work for myself, right? My company, but I have clients. If nobody walks into that barber chair, then I don't make no money.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's how you are a work for hire. So when Def Jam will cut a check, I'm a work for hire. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how it worked. I used to love saying that to people and be like, yo, I don't work for you, I work for him. So I get to walk to the record label and know what it is. You know what I'm saying? But y'all didn't hire me. I'm not an employee of here.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, and someone just clarified too. That's something that I think is really important. I'm glad that you're bringing this conversation up. Is that Howard White says there's a difference between do it yourself versus buy yourself, and I think that traditionally when people hear DIY artists or they think DIY musician, this is what we're trying to redefine, at least on this channel, is that when you hear that, you think of a person that is the one-man band that has all these instruments but doesn't do anything, a jack of all trades, a master of none. The whole mantra of DIY, for me at least, started with nobody's coming to save you, and you must self-start yourself in these situations. You must go find the people to eventually delegate to, but also see the value in understanding, how do I edit my own graphic design? Because when I hire somebody, I can give them more specific advice. If I edit myself, this gives me the flexibility to talk to a video editor and talk in their language. So sometimes you try to hire people, they don't do a sufficient job. Cool. If you start learning these things, you start to see how many of these things are actually possible. But the end goal as a DIYer, at least in this environment, is not to be DIYing the rest of your life. At least not in a sense of holding all these responsibilities, because nobody likes to be stressed on purpose.
Or there could be things that you enjoy doing, right? Let's say you like to make music and you've been editing video and you get a little bit better at it. You know that there's somebody who's still better than you, or what people don't plan for is that the amount of work, what your plan actually works. Like the things that you said that I don't think people
what if it works?
About what happens when it actually works. Like you've been sitting down watching all these things. How do I grow my business? And then your business start to grow, and then you're not ready for the growth. So at a certain point, you can't put that. What if you have 3 or 4 projects that need to be edited that day because they need to go to whatever thing that you've secured? You need a video. Now you can have a conversation. You can also walk in or have them send a session, and you could do little tweaks that you like, send it back to them, finish this off. Like what happens when your business grows and you don't have 8 hours to do like, think about that part of it too. You need to outsource different things in order for your business to grow.
Look,
right?
I was going to say, not even interrupt you. 4 or 5 years ago, I attempted to scale too quickly. I had some money saved over after the pandemic. I almost leveled my entire business. I've talked to my audience about this. Almost leveled everything that I was working for, right? Everything that I had built, the foundation, my house, so many things I would have lost in that year. And it left me really vulnerable, but I had to learn what it means to scale and how you can't scale if you don't have a foundation. It's like building a house on faulty land. And that's an important lesson sometimes that nobody can teach you it, especially specifically for the field that you're in as a DIYer. But you just hope that you have the ability to play the game the next day. And now years and years later, I'm looking at this and I'm like, it was an important lesson, because it's easy to get in here and talk this terminology and not recognize how expensive it is to recognize you cannot do this all yourself. Even when you found ways to do it yourself, it's not sustainable at all.
And I know I want to get back to the video, but let me just say this one thing. In any instance like that, when we going through business, the business itself will tell you when it's necessary to scale up. Meaning producers will come to me, and I'm trying to make this as fast as possible. Producers will come to me and be like, hey, it's music or bust, and I'm saying the best thing for you to do is get a job. Beats not paying your bills right now, right? So you get a job. Beats paying your bills will tell you when to quit that job.
Yeah.
Have enough money. And this is not when you get your first placement. Right. This is not when you get your second placement, and a whole generation ain't worried about placements. This is not when you sold a couple of beats for a couple $100 and you had a month where it bucked up. No. Do that for 6 months. Do that for a year. Then it'll tell you that you need to quit the job. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Because
you want to have the time to maintain this thriving and successful growing business and work the 9 to 5. But you get people who, and I have to admit, I was part of the issue for a minute where I was like, man, the real dream is doing this full time and you ain't got to worry about a job. And I was giving that content irresponsibly, but I had to like change the narrative and recognize my job at Quiznos was probably my first angel investor. If I chose to look at it that way. I looked at it and I was frustrated. Oh my God, you're taking away from all the time that I could be working on music. I'm doing double shifts. I'm working night and morning. But then I recognized, no, that gave me my first investment so that I could buy studio monitors. It's the reason why I bought them.
Career, bro. This is
job versus career. That's right.
So I worked jobs to help my career. So I worked the front desk of the Marriott in Georgetown in DC back in the 90s, right? I was not in school for hotel management. One of my homies was, and we worked at the same hotel. For me, this is just a job. It's a check he's looking at where are the positions, where can I move up in the company? This is just a job for me. I know what my career is, but I'm saying that one, it allows your career to be more comfortable. You can buy the things you need. You can have these conversations about new gear and all this other stuff. God forbid, life start lifing and you have a child and you bring some, other person into your equation. You may be willing to eat oodles and noodles for a month but about that child? What about a wife? What about are they how do I maintain a healthy thing while I'm still working on trying to get to a certain point, right? That's what I'm saying. The job will feed the career and the career will tell you when to quit the job.
Yeah, I love that. I'm glad you brought the family dynamic because for sure, I didn't sit my body through some terrible times, but when it came to my family, we was going through it, I was like, I refuse. I don't know what clicked that said I refuse to have my son go through those things that even my wife came up and she wasn't privileged. Like she had her own situation. I was like, something about me being the breadwinner in this makes this completely unacceptable. Had it just been me crashing on the homie's couch, I we'll figure it out. We figure it out. But for some reason, that dynamic changes everything.
Yeah, we got to get back to the video, but Kurt, this is great points that you bringing up. I wasn't expecting to talk about this either, but this is really the point. If you have not set yourself up and you are one of them, I'm going for music, where you get into the meeting and you get shorted because you need the check. So you yo, I know this.
I got to. I got to. Have to tell the truth, and please talk about look. You say you hanging out. I just want to make sure we value your time. They're used to it. They're not tripping. We talking to you right now. But man, please expand upon that because, oh my God, when you get in here and they know and they can smell the desperation on you. You're at a disadvantage.
Right. So it's just I know this thing could possibly be worth millions, right? But right now, somebody's going to dangle $100,000 in my face right now. Take that check. It's the classic one. The original one is Ice Cube, where he I done wrote all these songs. We on the road. I know how much this thing is, and you got a $75,000 check. To everybody else in NWA, I've never seen a $75,000 check in my life in person. All I gotta do is sign that.
Right.
Ice Cube, nah, I'm worth more. Let my lawyer look at that. But if he look at how much he's got out of, because he never signed that. 75,000 to you when you broke and struggling and what's Dre said, I need this money, bro. I got this going on. I need this money right now.
Right.
You can sign away everything, things that are worth millions of dollars, and somebody gave you 75,000. This is how you get to that point. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, people can smell it. The first thing, I had great mentors, right? And one of the first things that Chucky Thompson ever told me, God bless the dead, he was like, "Goo, this is not about what you deserve. It's about what you negotiate."
Damn.
It's about being fair.
That's good. It's not about what you deserve. It's about what you negotiate. Yeah.
I wish the world worked that way. I wish the world worked that way. It just doesn't. This is not about being fair. And people will legitimately tell you, and I'm not talking about I had great mentors, but people outside that were like, it's not my job to educate you about you're supposed to already come in. You're supposed to have done the homework. It's not my job. My job is to make the best deal for my company.
Yeah.
That's my job.
And we're not
look at that and be like, where's the morality? Where's I'm already going into this knowing that you have none.
Yeah.
So it's not about buddy friend morality. It's not. This is a business deal. You're not my friend.
Right. And where we got that delusion from, we have to, and I had to take accountability too, because I had the same complaints when I went in there, snotty nose, wet behind the ears. I'm like, how is this okay? And it's like, why are you attaching your emotions to the decision when you're dealing with somebody that is obviously at a different level of emotional IQ? They process it differently because it's business. It's not as nefarious as some people are trying to make it be. Yeah.
I deal with 20 of these in a day, and that's light. If you think about how, like, if there's 100 artists signed at a late, I deal with these many, and you dealing with a business that was set up by the mob. Like, so again, this is literally how it started. We're like, for some reason, I say that all the time, where people would just be like, yo, this is wrong. And I'm like, yeah, morally it's wrong.
Right.
Business, you got to know, and you got to separate your love and like who you call a friend with associates.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And then you'll run across a couple of good people that's like, what's best for you and your interests, and I really got something, and they really looking out for you, but that's not you're not their child.
Yeah. And see, but see, this is what I think all that is leading us to. That's why this video is so important, is that you say you want to be independent, then why are you so dependent upon so many of these entities playing fair with you when it's not their job to educate you? It's not their job to be fair. They're in business like you're in business. And that's what I look at streaming now, and I say, they have made these platforms available for us to borrow an idea, or even just to rent an idea based upon if we keep our subscriptions up with the distributors. They exist as a business themselves. And if I create a system that is as convenient for my listeners, I have an app, whatever the case may be, to stream my music, then I'm in my own version of that business. It's just I'm hyper focused on Curtis King, the brand. But if I look at that, and I'm always asking, when are they going to pay out more fairly? I don't see a future of that happening, of what music is really deserving, in my opinion, because that's not their model. Like their model, they showed you what their model is.
Not unless you go change the law. Here's where the change in thinking comes.
Right.
So at some point, you have to realize that this is what lobbyists do in D.C. We talking about D.C. We talking about the law in Washington, D.C. This is what's happening. And we're talking about people that are going and saying, yo, this is advantageous for me in the law. I'm making it the law. On our side, we got to go, what's the mechanism that all of the people who are outside of the system, or even if you're in the system, I'm using the system, how do I get lobbyists? What's the programs that we can set that's like, no, we need people in DC arguing for us, and this is what we want to see, and we are such and such conglomerate, and this is how it's going to roll, or else it's not going to roll at all. And you may win some fights, you may lose some fights, but we're not even fighting.
Yeah, that's the wild part. We just let it all happen.
And we can talk about the reactionary part of it, but we're not doing active things. It's kind of like, I say this all the time with people. It's like, yo, we're really good at describing the thing. The thing happens and we talk about it.
Right.
And again, I'm not saying, I've been in a bunch of arguments, and I'm not saying I'm a creative. I'm not saying don't make songs and poems and all this other stuff. Right. But if all we doing is singing, why, or writing a poem or doing whatever, it's just like, okay, why does the cage bird sing? Okay, this is beautiful. Who's talking about getting the bird out the cage? Or do we just want to be Maya Angelou, just keep writing about this bird in the cage? Yeah. None of us are actively getting the bird out the cage.
But we're reacting to other people's reactions of what we should be done about the bird in the cage. Then we're talking about...
We're beautiful at it. We have the best poems, the best music, best woe is me, the best complaints, the best reactionary breakdown, the best thoughts about, but we not playing the game. The game is just happening around you. And again, to tie it back to this video, this is him explaining to you, these are the rules that people set up.
Yeah.
And we just got to keep going, because we just got to start. It gets even more in the family.
No, y'all ain't, see, shout out to y'all who are in here. I appreciate y'all hanging on the Saturday, because I'm telling you, this is still, I mean, this is all very important information, because I'm sure it's for some people, you're getting exposed to it for the first time. But when I tell you, we ain't even got to the meat and potatoes of some of the stuff that he's getting ready to reveal about streaming, that beyond all the video content that I've done, this is the first time I'm ever hearing it, was watching this video. So, man, shout out to Young Guru, and once again, Jeff Price, one more time.
You are licensing and collecting the money for those 6 rights types: public performance, reproduction, distribution, derivatives, public display, and digital transmission, in no particular order. Sorry it was so fast, right? But that's what you are. So basically, your job as an administrator is to have a giant ear and listen to the entire planet. Anytime your song, the Dolly Parton component, is used in a live venue, on television, in a movie outside of the United States when it gets broadcast in a movie theater, placed into a video game, a TV show, a stream on the internet, a download, played on AM or FM radio, when any of that happens, there's supposed to be a license to Dolly Parton and usually a payment. So to figure all this out, it even gets more confusing. The first thing you need to determine is, okay, the entity that's using my song, which of the 6 rights types do they need? Okay, and it changes from country to country and from use to use. For example, if I Will Always Love You is played on radio, AM and FM radio, for Dolly Parton, they need the right of public performance.
Okay.
However, if that same recording is streamed on Spotify, they need the right of public performance and the right of reproduction for something called mechanical royalties. If you go to Europe and there's a download, you buy it from iTunes for like 99 cents. For Dolly Parton, remember we're talking about the Dolly Parton side, not the Arista Records side, they need the right of reproduction for mechanicals and the right of public performance. In the United States, they only need the right of reproduction for mechanicals. So it's as boring as someone in the front row, who I won't call out, thinks it is. It really is. I mean, this shit is just like mind-numbing. But if you know how the music is being used and which of those 6 rights types, you can then move to, okay, they need the right of reproduction and they need the right of public performance. Now you move to the next level. What are the royalties? Right? What's the royalty rate? And it depends on the country and the government, right? So in some countries, the government decides what the royalty rate's going to be. Here in the United States, the government says, we're gonna regulate songs like we regulate oil. You don't get to negotiate. We're gonna tell you what you're getting paid, whether you like it or not, and you're all equal.
And that's if we can pause right there, that's another point that I want to bring up to our students, that at the same time that we're getting into what a compulsory license is, they have to realize that once you get what comes along with these rights, they also come with some strings, which means that I no longer have the right to tell someone else that they cannot use my song. They just have to follow the rules of this license. Like literally the US government doesn't give you a choice. There's a gun to your head. You cannot differentiate from this.
Can I ask you a general question? It's about this, but when
again, let's be clear.
Yeah,
this is the right side, guys. We're not talking about sampling your master. If someone wants to sample your master, you have a right to say no. We're talking about the lyric and melody. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to frame that.
No, real quick. To your knowledge, when the negotiations were happening about how this thing was going to look in terms of first iTunes and the music industry, do you know if there were artists in the room that were able to approve of these things, or was this business between businesses?
Business between businesses and lawyers. This was no artist in there. People didn't understand it at first. Right. And it'll get even worse later on because, bro, part of the Music Monetization Act, it literally goes down to which judges can set rates. Because they had judges that were unfavorable to some of the streaming services and they kind of complained, and but that's later. Keep going. It's a lot of information. But yeah. Crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah. So if to pick up on so the thing I was just describing, which will tie back to you, is called a statutory rate, because the rate, your royalty, is determined by a statute in Congress, and that statute, think of it as a contractual deal term. Like you sign a contract with someone, and it has, here's how much you're going to get paid. So the government's pre-negotiated your contract. And you're subject to the terms of that contract. Part of it is this statutory rate.
Yeah.
Just for your audience, if you want to look this up, and it took me a second, but this is section 115 of the copyright law. When we're talking about these compulsory licenses, I just wanted to put that on record for your stream. They can go look it up later, but it's section 115 of the copyright law, and you can read that for yourself.
Nah, man, that's insane.
Now, here's the other fun part in the United States, just to pick up on that. And by the way, we're kind of the only country that does this. So you're a songwriter, okay? Let's say I'm a neo-Nazi hate group that wants to donate my money to Trump, okay? And I want to cover your song. You can't stop me, because the United States government compels you to have to give me a license to do so. That's called a compulsory license. I'm compelling you to give me a license whether you like it or not, and the royalty rate is going to be what the government said. You cannot stop it. Now that's just the way we operate in the United States. It's part of our Constitution. Right or wrong, it is what it is. They don't have it in other countries, and I'll point out that the United Kingdom did not seem to suffer from a lack of creativity and diversity in music because they didn't have a compulsory license. Right? People like to talk about a band called the Dead Kennedys performing a song called Viva Las Vegas, which everyone's like, well, if they didn't have a compulsory license, we never would have had that. You know what? We might not have, but so what? It's not the end of the world, and I think the songwriter should have a right to say, no, I still love the Dead Kennedys. But anyway, so the compulsory license and the statutory rate.
Now, that whatever person that wants to cover your song to use what we call lyric and melody, which is the publishing of the music business, which we call a composition in our terms, they have responsibility as well. They must give you a notice of intent. And if they do not give you this notice of intent, then they are forfeiting that license.
That's right. So I'll tie off the other thing, which was, I was talking about public performance and reproduction, figure out what rights, these rights types they need. Then you need to know the royalties, how those get calculated. Then it moves into how does the money flow? Because the money flows in different directions through different pipes and multiple hands sometimes, if it even makes it to you, right? And so that kind of closes that up. But that's the entire business side of the music industry when it comes to recorded music. There's live gigs, there's merch, but those 6 copyrights right there, those 6 rights types for your copyright, that's it. And then to your point, if you want to dive back around to the United States, this compulsory license we were discussing, that's for, over here, we're talking about Dolly Parton. So what it used to be until January 1st of 2021, the way it worked was when Spotify made that recording of I Will Always Love You live in its service, it needed those 2 licenses. One from Arista Records and a second separate one from Dolly Parton. To get the Arista Records license, they called Arista Records and they negotiated. To get the one from Dolly Parton, they followed the terms of the compulsory license. It's literally something you could read online. But basically what has to happen is Spotify has to send a notice to Dolly. Hey, we're going to use this recording of your song in our service. It's called a notice of intent, an NOI, and that had to have been sent within 30 days of the first distribution of the recording. Again, this is like real minutiae technical crap. But if you don't know it, if they did not do that, and they still use the recording, they're now willfully infringing on copyright. And if they're willfully infringing on copyright in the United States, you have a remedy where you can go and sue them. And you can get up to $150,000 for each individual song they've infringed on, the discretion of a court if it meets certain criteria.
Have you found that, is there anything, especially for students here, you'll meet a bunch of them who will create music in one of our studios and an hour later it's posted, through whatever they're using. Is there anything in what you initially signed up when you signed up for, I don't know if they're doing it to Spotify themselves or if they're using a third party that does it to every streaming service? Is there anything in there that they've signed off on that doesn't allow them to use that?
Please listen to this, DIYers. Please listen. This is one of the first times I remember my jaw dropped when I listened to this. This is getting ready to get into some mess right now.
that they still are supposed to get this notice of intent. Obviously, we're building a case to see why we can go get our money, but I'm just asking these questions. From someone who's signed to a record label is different than someone who's doing it independently.
Yeah, so the law radically changed with the Music Modernization Act, because what I'm describing is the way it used to work. And to your point, it gets even more confusing because on a streaming service like Spotify, the burden is on them to get the license from Dolly Parton. If you're signed to a record label and they manufacture a piece of vinyl or a CD, or even on a download from iTunes, the burden was on the record label, not on the store, to get the license and payment to Dolly Parton. So it changed. Now we've all moved to streaming, basically. So the burden is on the digital music service to get that license from Dolly and from Arista. And then until January 1st of 2021, the Spotify, Apple Music had to pay Dolly Parton for reproduction mechanical royalties, and for public performance. And then the way the money got split and went through the system is like a whole other conversation. But that's where the infringement occurred, right? The digital music services didn't get that second license. They said, fuck it, we don't want to deal with it, or we don't, whatever, we'll deal with it later. That's where all the infringement happened. And that's where these lawsuits came up. So what happened next is the Music Monetization Act gets passed, which to me is the biggest abomination, institutionalized racist piece of crap that's ever been passed that I'm aware of in the music industry. It is legalized theft.
I have nothing to say. I just wanted to pause it to make sure that they understand what's going on right now.
So what happened is the National Music Publishing Association.
Go ahead. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
And you might want to go back just a couple seconds, but we need somebody gonna have to tell the truth.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
Golly, bro, like, and you saw it in him how enraged he got as he's talking about this.
So what this build up again? This is why y'all sat through this prior thing of when I'm explaining what had happened, right? So when we get to this point of, for whatever reason as to why it happened, and they weren't paying writers and they're getting sued, and they go to the government's response is, guess what? We don't want y'all to get sued out of existence. So we're going to make this new corporation, or the government is a corporation in and of itself anyway. We're going to make a new department that will handle this for digital, which now you don't have to pay that person.
What are we doing?
And this is came in the Music Monetization Act. So let's be clear.
Right.
The MLC is part of the Music Monetization Act, right?
Right.
So I wrote down a couple other things that I was remiss about when this actually happened, right? So this is things that happen in the government that affect us, but we don't really think about it. So I said before that this happened like on one of the last days when people were, about to go on vacation. It's Christmas time. We're not thinking about that before the new year starts. You had 6 days to get this in to even be able to sue after the 1st, right? But what it also was this thing that we call an omnibus bill.
Okay.
What an omnibus bill in theory is, I'm putting one idea, 2 ideas, 3 ideas, all in this one bill. And all of for this bill to pass, you're agreeing to all 3 of these, 5 of these, 8 of these, whatever it's called. That's why it's an omnibus bill. There are multiple things, but it can't, you can't pass one section and fail another section. Like either all of this passes or all of it fails, right? So this was thrown in with a couple of things that were used for marketing, right? Part of this Music Monetization Act was to help producers. This was like, okay, there's a couple things in there. There's a part of it that deals with pre-1970 recordings and what the law is that deals with that. There was that part about it where I'm talking about where they fixed which judges can even set the rates, right? That's in there as well on this part. And then the MLC is another part of it. And this was something that passed and it came into action January 1st of 2021. So all of that stuff that we talked about in terms of rights for writers went out the window. Now for you to get your money, you got to sign up to this MLC.
Nasty work.
So what happened is the National Music Publishing Association, which gets 90% of its money from Universal, Warner, and Sony, which owns 17.5% of Spotify.
Don't let that pass you by. What do you mean they own 17% of Spotify?
No, but let's also talk about where I'm an entity and 90% of my money comes from over here.
I'm saying, like, what?
So yeah, we're gonna do a couple little things of advantageous, and we're gonna put you on a plane, and it's gonna be a nice meal on there, and then we're gonna bring you to whatever city you need to come to and show you a nice time. This is what we need passed. Just have a dinner.
While everybody else out here just celebrating, having fun, making good music, they like, let's talk about something insane.
These are the conversations that go on when it's like not worried about what you're gonna wear to the Grammys.
This is true, and doing this a day before the Grammys is just this is hilarious right now. By the way, but this is so needed. It is very much needed. Oh man, Seven. Are you all? Let it continue. Let them cook.
Who wanted it to go public so they can make their billions, and they did, were concerned that before Spotify could go public, it would get sued out of existence. So the Music Modernization Act came to the rescue, and the first thing it did is it stopped the ability for people to sue entities like a Spotify for the willful infringement of copyright unless they filed their lawsuit on December 31st, 2020.
What you mean I can't sue Spotify for copyright infringement? What you mean?
So this is not now. Also think about this, right? And again, we focused on like hip hop or like that's our thing, right?
Yeah.
But think about people who are writers and they just write regular songs, and how many places there's cover bands, right? People exist. Local firefighter units become cover bands because they want something to do on the weekend, and they've been sitting in the firehouse all weekend. All of these songs that people are covering, and then those people record that and put it up on Spotify. And just think of how many cover songs there are where someone, the writer of the song, and you're telling them now that you can't get that money.
Just in Vegas alone, I mean, you're gonna see certain songs getting covered on a regular basis. I mean, that's an active opportunity for source of income. That's buddy.
Yeah, we're just now getting to you getting over the fact that they go, okay, erase that.
Right.
Now we've created this thing called the MLC. Now we're going to get into how the MLC deals with the money.
Here we go.
And by the way, they revealed the bill to be voted for as the law 6 days prior to December 31st, 2020.
Another point I want to make about this, doesn't the traditional record business pretty much shut down its operations in terms of how it usually runs in December?
Absolutely. Nobody's in the office. This has nothing, and again, this is not, let's be very clear. This is not the music business.
Right.
This is the U.S. government.
U.S. government's involvement.
This is the U.S. government setting laws on what is the legal precedent for you to be able to argue about how much money they're supposed to give you. This is the same thing as like, I get caught with a gun in New York City. There is a law that says I can get 5 years for just having the gun. Let alone how many bullets is in it. Now, what the judge decides, he could let me go, he could give me the full thing. But this is the basis of where that law comes from. This is law. This has nothing to, like, of course it has something to do with the music business, but I'm saying this is above them, which is the reason why they have to pander, it's not even, when we say lobbyists in this country, what do we think that means? If we talk about it in the street, I'm paying this person to go argue for my point of view.
Yeah.
That's what a lobbyist is.
Yeah. Whose turn was this? Was this Joe Biden's? Joe Biden can't rap. What are you doing? Get out my music business, man.
Again, now you're presenting this. Let's look at these steps. First of all, it's presented however at whatever time. That's on purpose, right? So that people don't even really have the ability to go read up on it in the public. The people who are voting on this, do you know how many things that they have to deal with? They're looking at experts. So at the same time that they're voting on this, they're voting on how much money goes to whatever. They're voting on, I think at that time, was it, can transgender students use the same bathroom as somebody else? They're voting on all of these issues that are big news issues that are depending on where you live in the country, your constituents may care about certain things.
Yeah.
If you look at what's the name of the movie? Something Wilson's War, where he's the one person that talked up like the people in Congress to start giving money to the war effort, and he starts increasing. And he makes a statement. He's like, "Yo, as long as the people in my constituents, all they care about is guns and taxes. As long as you don't take away their guns, and as long as their taxes don't get high, or everything else, I could vote however I want. Those votes in Washington become negotiation things.
Right.
I'll give you this if you give me this on this, and I'll give you this if you think they thinking about us as music, and then it's talking about digital, and these people is in their 60s.
Somebody just brought up the whole, wanting the bill that they were presenting of the possibility of moving the streaming payouts to a penny. And you see how now that administrations have changed, now that we have so many things that have happened that are a bigger priority, obviously, to the average American right now, how much that gets pushed off to the side and deprioritized. But it seems like when they see an opportunity to make a shift that will, continue this as a stream of revenue, it's very quiet on the artist end. But then when there's something that the artists get behind, it's very much like, well, think about the priorities of the country. Do you think this is really not surprising, but still surprising, which is insane?
Again, like you pointed out, this is right when we're all at Christmas. So even if you are informed, how do I know about this bill as somebody that's like taking care of kids, has students grading papers, producing, got mixes that got to get in. But
if I need to present documents to the court and I need somebody specifically in accounting to give me these documents, they're not even in the office with able to access the things that I need. So how can I even?
Or give me a runway. Give me a runway of time to be like, okay, let me read this thing. First of all, it's huge. Pause. And then it's just like, okay, I gotta be able to talk to, if I'm on regular local level, I gotta be able to talk to either a city councilman, a mayor, a governor, to be like, what level do I need to? I don't have time to rally up the troops to go not attack Washington, but to go get my point of view heard in Washington, D.C. When these people are voting, they're okay. I'm in Congress. I don't know nothing about digital, nothing. And I'm just listening to whatever. This is why you get experts to come give you reports.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's why people pay experts to make the report look how it's supposed to make for their side.
Man, the fact that it's in that time period, I'm like, they can't delay it. You know how they'll do. Like I've been a part of evictions where you can send in paperwork and delay some things a few days. This seemed like a situation where it was set up with the security of those who determine the final judgment with the government and those who have a special interest in seeing this go through. By the time they have it up presented to you, when you see how much of a mountain this is to climb, you almost like, well, damn if I do, damn if I don't. They're gonna get this thing passed.
Yes, it's David and Goliath, bro, and that's what I'm trying to explain to people of when we're talking about these things, and we get these quick little internet, people that seem like they know what they're talking about, but it's like when you really get to the gist of it, this is what you're facing. So now we can make a plan to be like, how do I adjust to this, and how do I attack this to make sure that it's fair, or is it even possible for it to be fair? Is
that even how the game is set up for it to be fair? Or am I trying to ask an orange to be a grape? So yeah, that's great points.
So Christmas, we're all away. So they stripped away what's called a property right under the Constitution. You all have this property right. This is your intellectual property. They took away your right from that. So that's being challenged in court right now under the constitutionality of it. By the way, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on TV. So the second thing it did, it said, okay, Spotify app, all of you, you no longer need to worry about ever getting sued again for infringing on copyright, because we are going to instantly give you a license to every song ever written on the planet, past, present, and future, and now no one can claim that you're using their stuff without a license. So bam, you get a license to everything. It's called a blanket license. Then they said, in addition, don't worry about paying anybody. You no longer need to make sure the Dolly Partons are getting paid. You don't even have to make the payments to them. You don't have to know whose songs you're using. Right? You saw when Whitney Houston's singing I Will Always Love You, you don't need to know that Dolly Parton wrote that anymore. Don't even worry about it. Take all the money now and all the information that comes from the stream of that recording for the songwriter royalties, we call those mechanical royalties, and we're going to give it to a new quasi-governmental organization we're creating called the Mechanical Licensing Collective.
Bruh.
Now, the mechanical...
No, we gotta stop it. He said too much. Everybody in here in the chat is wrapped around the word future. What do you mean future?
Yes.
He just told you a quasi, what did he call it? A quasi government creation, I guess, to a certain degree. The MLC.
Yes. Yes.
What do you mean? That's the way it was sold to me was somebody who, I don't know if they were working with the company, but they were like, man, you got to go get your money, man. They're in charge of making sure that,
let's be clear. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. As much as he's describing it, you still have to go sign up.
Sure.
It's your money. This is the way the law works. You have to go get your money. So you still need to sign up for the one thing. I'm gonna give you the background and the in-depth, but you have to sign up for the MLC. If you are a music creator, if you are a writer, if you are any of those things, this is where your money is going. You have to. This is like, do I pay taxes? Yes, you have to pay taxes. You can't not pay taxes. Like, the MLC is where the money is going. The government has told you that. You have to sign up. If not, what's even worse, and he'll get into this later, what's even worse is if you don't sign up, that money that is owed to you goes into a pot that this is not for eternity. So if you go past the amount of time that they allot for you to collect your money, they get to keep the money. It's that simple.
And who's the they that we're talking about once again?
You can't be like the disgruntled rapper who was on a label, audit the company, then 10 years later be like, yo, they owe me this money. No. 10 years later, I don't owe, that money's been distributed already. It goes into the MLC's pot. I'm gonna let him explain it.
Oh, yeah, right.
But I'm telling people, you gotta sign up and you gotta get your money within a certain amount of time, or else it goes in a pot and it's gone forever.
Sign up to the MLC. That is insane, man. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. See, and I never had anybody break down. You know, I've asked a lawyer about why the MLC exists. Why do we need to go do that? But they never really described how things got to this point. Seeing this clear roadway of how I got there. It's tricky, man. It's tricky, man.
Relate it to something that people may know as well. You may have heard of Sound Exchange, right?
Sure.
So the reason, and again, I'm not going to go on this long thing like we are right now with the MLC, but Sound Exchange was created because inside of when we flip in the law, there was a difference between terrestrial radio and digital radio, right? There are a difference in our law between interactive and non-interactive digital services. So it's very easy to explain where it's like, if I'm on a Spotify or something where I control it, title, whatever it be, it's interactive. I get to select a song. I can fast forward. I can rewind. I'm controlling it. If I'm listening to Shade 4-5, I'm not controlling the music, but it's still a digital distribution. And the same thing that was happening is that people wasn't getting their money from the digital side of radio. That's what we can, you know what I'm saying? It's a non-interactive stream. Right. I'm not controlling it, but I'm listening to it. So that's why Sound Exchange was created. It's the same quasi-governmental agency. I got some good friends that work up there, but this is the point. It was to collect money from digital radio. You see what I mean? And it's the same thing over. We didn't say what the rate was going to be. We didn't do it. It's the same thing. But this right here has to do with the writers and where they're getting their money from streaming service.
My guy Sid just brought up a good point too. When I was going through the process of trying to remove my music from streaming, pretty much every platform said, cool, you know, you're good. Spotify was the one where, I don't know if I pretty much was talking to like customer service that was AI. They said, I requested to have my profile removed entirely, just wiped out. And they said, we don't have the ability to do that. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have the ability to delete it? I said, you do it with artists that you do it with artists that society cancels. You know how to get rid of the platform. What do you mean? They said, well, what you can do is just gut it of all the music and then it'll be harder for people to find. I said, that's not deleting. I want my They said, no, we just don't have the ability to do that. All them coders that you got in there, can't nobody go there and delete my. But now hearing this, how this connection is and how much protection they have, it makes sense why they want to keep some kind of record of all these things in place. But it gets
tricky, man. So it also gets conflated where there's another topic that your audience. When I used to hear people talk about like when people made loops or whatever, right? And they say, oh, my loop came from a royalty-free, loop maker who's not charging me. And when I put it up on Spotify, they flagged me. Yeah, because you have an algorithm that is looking at someone else's song who used the same exact loop and they got to it before you. So now Spotify is saying, no, you're infringing because this person registered this lyric and melody underneath of themselves. And then you have to go and prove, no, that this came from this and it's a royalty free and my song is different even though it uses the same loop. And then your money could possibly be going to that person if whoever did it first.
Wow.
This is where all the trickiness comes in, where the person who made the loop was like, yeah, I never charged you. It is royalty free. Right. No, somebody else went on the MLC. Somebody else went on all these places and registered that song underneath their name.
And the whole content ID system that really starts to trigger this, especially when it comes to those who add that as a feature in your distribution, that's made by Google, right? That's some of the smartest human beings on earth that come together to create this technology. But when I tell you, the folks that I've had contact with, I've put, there's a huge sound design company named Cymatics. I put Cymatics at one point in contact with DistroKid to discuss how they can get in contact with the Content ID system, because people were abusing it, right? They'd take a royalty-free sample, and the artist or the producer, they would just loop it as a beat and not even put drums over it. They would just put it up there so that they could make money on anybody else who used that same sample, as if they were the ones that created the sample. And it's like, there's got to be a system that says, okay, the person that made it, upload to this database, and you just upload your samples, and you're not claiming Content ID or striking anything. You're just saying, I'm the one that's original owner, and I'm giving those rights out. And pretty much when they got in hold of Google's Content ID, they were like, we're not prioritizing that right now. We got other things that we're focused on. But you figure it's so much money there to be made for like the Splices of the world, because I'm sure that causes confusion for people who pay subscriptions. It's just, it's confusing to me because that's not my job, but somebody is in charge of that. That's nuts to me. All right, here we go.
Mechanical Licensing Collective has no requirement to pay anybody anything in the law.
Let me rewind this back.
Collective has no licensing. Quasi-governmental organization we're creating called the Mechanical Licensing Collective. Now, the Mechanical Licensing Collective has no requirement to pay anybody anything in the law. No benchmark, nothing. And if they don't pay the money, they then get to take it because they put in the Music Modernization Act one sentence that says the Music Modernization Act will supersede and overturn all federal and state financial laws. So if you don't get paid your money from the MLC, it is now eligible to be taken from you forever and given to Universal, Sony, Warner, who are on the board of directors of the Mechanical Licensing Collective.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
Who you work for? Who you work for, DIYers? Who you think you work for? How that independence feeling right now? That's crazy. What you mean? Why they why I can't go in a lost and found? Your sweater didn't go to the community. Your sweater didn't get donated to Goodwill. You know what I mean? Like what do you mean is going? Why is that their money? If I don't have any contracts with them, why is that their money?
This is why you get to the point of asking that question. If you are the government who is saying, I'm collecting this money to distribute fairly to the people who it belongs to, how do you get to go if they don't collect it in a certain amount of time? It becomes my money. You've done nothing. You are not the record label, nor are you or you the artist. You are the middleman. You are in between. So I get to collect this money and then I disperse it to the record labels how I see fit. And again, what that goes off of is market share, which means that even if you say none of us got our MLC money, then those three people are getting money from a totally independent thing. Universal will end up getting money from something that was not in the Universal system.
Please go sign up to MLC right now. Like, I mean, not right now. Keep watching, but I'm saying after this is over with, if you have not signed up, please get that situation situated because, it gets tricky. And I know you guys are going to speak briefly about the ISRC and I think you said the ISRC, was it W? Was another one of those?
ISWC.
ISW. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
We're going to get into it, but I like to get straight to the point, and then you'll get a better explanation from the video. The ISRC, for anybody that's ever dealt with records, that's your code. That's the name of that's how we identify what your product is, your album, right? It stands for International Sound Recording Code, I think. Again, internet, don't kill me.
Right.
So it's the International Sound Recording Code, and then the ISWC was International Sound Writers Code. So we were very used to the ISRC. They introduced the ISWC, but those codes are super necessary. That is the only way that you have a name, that you exist as a song.
Your digital footprint. And when we get to that, I definitely want to bring up something else about it because, even though the distributors provide that to you, the way that they're pulling, there's people in here right now who have had their songs removed from the distributor or had their songs removed from specifically Spotify because of their AI detection system that says this is fictitious bots over 95%. And they don't, if they don't have access to that ISRC code, that song has lost its life until they're able to retrieve that and bring that. But that's why it's another reason why we should be looking into getting our own ISRC codes. I had a lawyer that put me in that direction because there's one where I signed up for this website, and I think for like $96 they gave me 10,000 free ISRC codes.
And I was going to say, this is something that is very simple that you can do yourself and pace it yourself, because you may put stuff out, at a rapid pace or whatever, and you can just literally go get the ISRC code.
Man, oh man.
The more they don't pay you, the more fucking money they make. And they're stealing your money. I mean, this gets me so mad that this is happening. They had the opportunity. If what I'm saying is wrong, then why didn't they write a bill or a law that says, hey, listen, let's fix the problem and pay the people and their songwriters the money they earn? But instead, they went out of their way to do the opposite. Let's not. The burden now is on everyone on this planet to understand these laws.
Can I ask a question there? If that happens and we're talking about a mechanical royalty, why would the money go back to a record label and not to an ASCAP BMI or a CSAC?
It would go back to the publishing division of the record.
Oh, okay,
so Sony Music Publishing and Universal Music Publishing. It's allocated on a market share. So currently, to provide some context here, when the Music Modernization Act kicked in and the MLC, Mechanical Licensing Collective, came into existence, the first thing that happened is they said, okay, let's take all the mechanical royalties that were earned in the United States from digital, and let's give them over to the Mechanical Licensing Collective. $427 million, almost $500 million in earned mechanical royalties was handed to the Mechanical Licensing Collective. That was February of 2021. Then they added in the law, January 1st of 2022, that $427 million is eligible to be taken forever and handed out to others based on a market share distribution. People like me raised our hands, we screamed, we yelled, the U.S. Copyright Office got involved, so now they said, fine, we'll wait till 2016. In the meantime, the money from 2001 forward, that's the new money, right? So there's approximately another $450 million that has been earned in unpaid royalties sitting at the Mechanical Licensing Collective, which increases by $12 to $16 million a month, which if it doesn't get...
A month?
A month.
Now, there's educational channels that are out here and this is not the most fun. I understand why some people get frustrated. This is not the most enjoyable information to dig into if you love making music, but you would think something like this is advertised on all these damn websites that we submit our music on. You would think that this is something that you would see more partnerships with the MLC in this video content that we're watching, but it's like this is single-handedly one of the most important things that an independent artist should be involved in. Like I absolutely went and signed up because as a producer, there were situations where I didn't get paid from the label and the artist that I worked with, but I was told, no, there's still money out there for you. And sure enough, had a nice little $200 check that was sitting there. And I'm like, what do you mean? How'd nobody try to reach out to me and tell me, hey, you got some money here well, I know why, but still, it's nuts, bro. That is nuts.
What's even crazier is you will get, like, say, those sort of notices. I've only gotten them from outside of the United States. There will be people, and I guess there's part of their marketing where they're like, yo, you got some money over here in France, right? And they'll be like, we can get it for you and we get the 5%. That's why they'll come to you, because they want to get those 5% of the whole globe, right? But they're like, you American artists, you don't realize that there's extra, there's probably some people in the chat that'll notice if you've ever put out music and it's going worldwide. It's just like, these collection agencies are everywhere. So when you're like, how come nobody caught? Because they want the money to sit there. At least outside the United States, they'll contact you because they want you to use their service so that they can get a percentage of collecting the money for it.
And you know who first person that told me about MLC was somebody trying to get hey man, look, I know this thing called the MLC. I didn't know I could sign on my damn side. I know this thing called the MLC, man. You ain't got to worry about the details. What I can do is I can go get you that money. Because and I think that's a lot of the industry sometimes. The unfortunate part is that people, going back to your other point about they can smell the desperation, people can also smell the trauma, I think, on other people and say, man, that's crazy how they did you. Producers deserve, man, we should stick together. How about this, man? I'll go get you your money. I'll take only 10% of that.
Yep.
That's nasty work, man. That's nasty.
You know what that is? That's the send me your beats and I'll help you get placements. That's what that is.
Hey man. Hey.
I've never worked off of that paradigm. My paradigm is I know so-and-so artist. This person named Ninth Wonder makes great beats. You should come meet this person.
Right.
But somebody that's hustling that don't, that's not in the mix, they going, yo, I could get your beats to Jay. You're just gonna cost you $250. Like, come on.
No, they out here.
That's not the business.
Matter of fact, they out here misquoting Jay. They say, you need an umbrella. You don't want to get rained on. I was listening to Last Call the other day. I was like, they misquoting them, and I'm like, no, come on, man. Oh, brother. Well, that's what you signed up for, DIY. You still wanna do this? So shall we continue?
Paid out becomes eligibly taken, stolen forever from those that earned it and given to those with the biggest market share that probably did not earn it. This is insane. So the other part of this is through something called the Berne Convention, B as in boy, E-R-N-E. Okay, that's a law or a concept that says, let's apply it to music. The rules of the country where the music is being used or streamed are the laws that will apply. So if you live in Liverpool in England, if you live in Tel Aviv, Israel, or France, Greece, South Africa, Nigeria, pick your country, and you're a songwriter, and you go to a company like a CD Baby or a DistroKid or even TuneCore, and that recording becomes live here in the United States and it streams. Doesn't matter that you live somewhere else. You're subject to the rules here.
Hey, thank you so much for joining us today, young guru. I gotta go, man. This is. And
this is
what other?
This is the reality of what is going on.
And what other industry does this exist like this?
Nowhere. I told you, gangsters made this. So what they saying is, okay, like I explained to you before, if I'm, so-and-so artist in the 90s, and it's not about going back to that time period. It's just about like, yo, if I sold a bunch of records in the United States, and I sold a bunch of records in London, I sold a bunch of records in France, right. I sold a bunch of records in Tanzania, and I would go get money from each of those places, and the law is based off of what their law is. Mm-hmm. It's the same way where people would look at it and be like, oh, you got a plaque in such and such country. Because the country's so small, it might only took 200,000 sales to go in that country. They do it per, you know what I'm saying? Everything is adjusted. Mm-hmm. What they saying now is we don't care. We're going to go off these American rules. That's it.
That they already know that you're not well read on, you're not well versed on. They just, oh my.
Oh, this is get down or lay down.
Get down, yeah.
This is get down or lay down. Yeah. I don't care what you're doing. This is get down or lay down.
Meanwhile, while they was over here, protesting in Congress about gangster rap, they was talking to the wrong gangsters. They was talking to the wrong ones. The gangsters are the ones you don't ever see. They don't got no music videos for these type of gangsters. This is crazy. What you mean? I live in Liverpool and I gotta learn your politics. I gotta learn your what you mean?
Because we looking at a change in what does systems mean, right?
Right.
So meaning before I would have had to make a physical product, send it to that country, right? Let's say certain London or whatever, they have an import price or whatever. That's why like physical records as imports cost more because there was a tax put onto an import where it came in, right? So then when we go to digital, it's like, okay, the question immediately became, so if this is on Spotify, but Spotify reaches the whole world, what does it mean to somebody in South Africa or somebody in Russia or somebody in such as all these different places across the world? What does this mean? And they said, forget all that. It's going to go off of what we say and follow just this American law.
It sounds like, yeah.
because the company is from here. Because the company is from here. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where the law came in. It's not right.
It sounds like a drunk tyrant child making rules. How about we just don't even worry about the laws there? How about you just make it U.S.? What do you mean?
Drunk tyrant child is not what it is.
What is
this
it?
is very sane people.
Well, they know
and what?
Right. No, I know they're well aware. I'm just saying the way the logic is in. They know what they're doing, but I'm saying the logic of how they present it to us as the audience, as the artist, it just seems like. I guess that makes sense.
And what? That's why I keep calling it. And what?
And what?
What do you? And what? On the street, you know what that means. And what? Yeah. I did it. And what? What are you gonna do about it? And what? You ain't doing. You. And what?
Damn. We got the best lawyers in the game. What you gonna do? You wanna go there?
And what?
Boy, oh boy.
So now you need to.
Huh?
I said we can keep.
Okay.
Keep going, but I wanted to frame it different because I was like, this is some gangster. This is and what? This is I did it blatantly, and what are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Damn.
Everything I just said, you need to know that in order to get your money from the Mechanical Licensing Collective, the law says you have to go to their website and you have to register. And if you do not, you are forfeiting your money. That's insane, right? Anyway, so I get very spitty passion on it because it's just, I mean, this is nuts. And it's, anyway, so that's usually what I work to fix, and I do fix, but you should be aware that's the way the Music Modernization Act works. So now what we have in the United States, to your point, you write a song, it's in your head, you write it down, you record it, you go somewhere, you distribute it, it becomes live when it streams here in the United States. To get your songwriter mechanical royalties, you are required under the law to register with the Mechanical Licensing Collective. Tell them the name of your song, what percentage of it you control, right? If there are a couple of you, maybe you control 50%, and he controls 50%, write that down. Then you have to...
Oh yeah, I had a little stoppage in here. I'm over here.
Crazy pants, whatever. And something called an ISRC
there we go.
Of the recording, and the name of the recording artist has to connect to me. And you have to enter that in. And even when you do that, as I've now discovered, you still don't get paid because they don't follow the federal regulatory requirements, but the Music Modernization Act doesn't give you any course for retribution. There is no punishment any longer.
This is, and again, we're going fast here, guys, because we only have an hour of time. You could be here for 3 hours, but I was just speaking with a student about this yesterday, and maybe you can explain this, the ISRC was normal to me because of being in a normal record environment. Then there was something called the ISWC, and figuring out that is for the publishing side. And then once you really get deep in the woods, you figure out that there's nowhere where these two things sort of talk to each other.
That's right, yeah.
And can you explain that to our students?
Okay, before I do that, after my rant.
Yeah. Oh man.
Again, this is me saying I don't know everything, right? Mm-hmm. So what part of the stuff that I was doing, was still do at Jamila was the first time where I'm putting out music ourselves, and I wanted to have an ISRC code. Prior to this, when I, used to a Jay-Z, Def Jam, somebody else did that, right? They made the ISRC code for the Black Album. I didn't do that, right? So now when it's my turn at Jamila, I'm like, okay, now I'm getting good with these ISRCs that don't cost that much. Then when I found out about the ISWCs, I get in the woods on that, and I'm like, where's the place where these two things connect so that my writers can easily, how come the streaming service don't have this on the sign up when you put the song up? Where's the place where it connect?
See, that's where the distributors is. That's to me where the distributors are insulting to a certain degree, because you're insulting my intelligence by not asking these numbers. And look, even with DistroKid, and I've had partnerships before with them, but I've been very critical of it, especially the last year. Even when you enter your ISRC code, if you have your own, it's so tiny to go find it that it's so easy to skip over it. And I didn't realize how much of a problem that was. Not to cut your point off, but I didn't realize how much of a problem that was until I had songs removed, and I'm like, That's their digital footprint. They provided that. That's one of their ISRC codes. I don't own that. DistroKid owns that, or whatever company that they, they have that name underneath. And that's when I realized. I was like, oh, so yes, it's a free service that they offer to you, but it's not all innocent. It's not, oh yeah, by the way, here's your ISRC code. No. When that goes down, if you have access to that number and you have your own ISRC code, you can transfer that to whatever particular place you need to register, whatever place you want to upload. I have a spreadsheet right now that has ISRC codes for every single project, but you don't just need the ISRC, you need the UPC, right? You need these different codes that are all aligned with the projects. But in just that alone, man, it's like this is the information that does not get talked about the most. I'll be honest, my first time even hearing about an ISWC was this video. It's insane.
So that, and again, this is for the people that get in the woods and trying to figure this out for their artists. And I'm like, yes, naturally in your mind, it goes, okay, Goo, if you see this hole, then you should be creating the program that does this. And it's just like, okay, now I got to get with people that can figure out what is the most effective way for us to go over all of the existing music in the world. Then when people are uploading this daily, then I can have a better understanding of saying to a programmer, this is the type of information and this is what I need to be made. You understand? It's just looking at these problems, or then I have a suggestion that, you know what, actually you as a government, if you're collecting the money, should be doing this. This should be a requirement. Why am I forced to go do it? But if I have clients that need this to be done, then I got to figure out the best way to do it for them. But that's wild for me, for you to not even know that there was an ISWC. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like in terms of writers, then you don't, your name or your thing doesn't even exist in that world.
Check out what Dominican Dream just said. She says, this is wild. So basically they saying, go learn about something you didn't know existed. Then finding, even though it's damn near invisible, then holla at us and see what we can do.
The sister made a great point. Now you get to the point of, where do you go to look at album credits in today's world? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like Apple Music just made it available to where you can look at more than credits. Yeah. After all, and that's what I say. It's insulting because DistroKid has all these features like the wheel of playlists, put your album cover on a cassette tape, and I'm like, you're not talking to me as if I'm a thriving business that's using you as a third party service. You're talking to me as if I'm even like some of the default settings, bro. Like I look at, and this is how in the details I get with it when I'm looking at it. If I put in a genre like electronic, some of the options are that, including like, is it explicit, are not chosen. If you choose rap, immediately the default goes to explicit. I know that sounds so minor, but it's like those kind of things I look at and it feels condescending when you don't have any idea, but it seems like it's someone who's coding this with a bias. They're coding this with their own expectations. And then when I see that you're hiding the things that are important to running my business, I don't even see a place I can put the ISW. What is the ISWC? I don't even have a place I can put that on there on DistroKid to identify that.
They don't have it on there. That's the point. They don't have it on there. So it's just like, yo, like, why won't you make this? Why do I got to go to this list and look for the song, and then this list and look for the song? And then, like I said, I used the example I used before of, like, say I'm a random person, however many years, I don't know the difference between the Michael Jackson version of Butterflies and the Flowetry version of Butterflies, other than to hear it. But I'm talking about the numbers. When you have algorithms, when these people are putting in an algorithm is scanning something, the algorithm is not perfect. So when it's scanning a song, there's plenty of times when you've used whatever you use, trying to scan what a song is, that it give you the wrong song. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is a deep thing as to why we should ask for these things to be in all of the services to begin with.
See, but I think that's why it's. You reaching out is so important, because I think these are the conversations they don't anticipate us having interest in having. And the fact that you're willing to be, you've been here already 3 hours in, and I know that there are folks who may have looked at this like I did early on. I saw these I saw these acronyms, and I just got overwhelmed. I said, making music enough feels like such a burden. Not a burden, but it feels like it's so much that I have to learn at the same time. Add that times you don't understand why people have a whole staff for the administrative stuff. Even when I went to Strange Music and I saw their headquarters, I recognized, I was like, oh, this is what I think I'm in competition with. You can't compete with these acres of going building to building and realizing, oh, you want to go see our merch building? What do you mean merch building? Do you want to go to our car wash? Like, it's insane.
That's like one of the most inspirational things. If you are, as an independent person, go to, again, Strange Music, like, go there, see what independence can gain you, see how to scale up, see that they have, like you said, you have people that are there working on so many different things, administrative. Oh, we need trucks and all. Okay, we got trucks. We need all of that. It's literally the Booker T thing where he's just like, yo, if we need bricks, we're gonna build the brick.
Yeah,
That's like that grassroots. So it's just like him talking to somebody else. I'm not getting into a Booker T, Du Bois, you know what I'm saying, debate.
Right.
But it's just like, and it's no to Du Bois, you know what I'm saying? But there's a thing of, yo, you're in New York City, you intellectual are writing about it. You live in New York. I'm Booker T. Washington. I'm down here where the Klan is my next door neighbor, and I'm doing it. Where do you think George Washington Carver is doing the research on the on everything?
Right.
I was going to really say peanut. I was going to say just the peanut, but this guy did everything on agriculture, period, down the soil. He's just known for the peanut. But where you think that happened at? I'm doing it for real while y'all talking about it.
Right.
And writing poems about it. And say, no, I'm in here for real.
Yeah.
You had a kid come to Booker T and be like, yo, you gotta remember when Tuskegee first started that if you black and you in college, you are from an affluent family. You are. You wearing a suit every day. And the first thing this man tell you to do is start laying bricks. And you like, yo, I didn't come to school to be no bricklayer.
Right.
What? I'm supposed to be learning Greek. That's what was respected at the time. You know what I'm saying? And Booker T's like, yo, which one do you think is going to help your community? You know how to build a house, or you speaking Greek?
Hold on. Let's see. You can't do that.
Somebody's gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
Now we know the true influence is a wax on, wax off. I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying?
You understand what I'm saying? I'm translating that to the music business where I'm saying, yo, okay, one, you're starting to see that this is a lot of jobs that you can't do by yourself and not exceptionally well, right? But you want to get as much information and do as much as you can, where it's like, yes, you sign up for your MLC. You get the codes yourself. So that, like you said, if I ever run into something with the streaming service, I can just move all my stuff over here. But now that I have an understanding and this is up and running, I may need help. Right? Or I may not like to do this all day. So then I start to outsource other things. I don't want it to be so overwhelming that this is still supposed to be fun. You're getting up and you're making music. You're expressing yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get to a point where this is feeding you and your family. So when you lose the fun aspect, that's when people become disgruntled with the music business because they're dealing with all this stuff over here. And it's getting in the way of being creative.
Yeah. You know something LaRussell told me, man, when I was talking to him about, you know, when I finally saw what his team situation looked like, it's a family dynamic. He has folks he's been friends with for years, but they understand when it's time to come to work, they go to work. Something he told me about the administrative work, because I was just curious about how he's able to, you know, do the shows at home, how he's able to do all the music he's doing. He's releasing a ridiculous amount of music. The team, he has a team, but it's not a large team, at least at that time it wasn't. He told me every single month he sticks to a day that is an administrative day. And something as practical as that sounds like a no-brainer, but it's like, I can do that. It feels frustrating to do this while in the flow of trying to create music and promote music and, you know, get all these people to edit things, whatever you're doing. But when you think about, I'm having an admin day. Why? Because if I take care of the admin, all the work that I'm putting into the creativity, I'm going to make sure that I get what I'm supposed to be getting on that, because these other companies don't deserve that.
Let me add a little complexity to that too, right? And this is really for us. When you first starting out, you're relying on family and friends, right? So one of the things that we in hip hop, you know, at least, or just in the hood in general, I don't want to just say hip hop because I'm music, period. But when we start putting our companies together, whether or not that's selling lotion, whether or not that's whatever it is, right? I don't care what it is. We start with our family and friends, right? And I don't mean just angel investors. I mean people who are physically helping us, right? Do certain things. Sometimes because it's family and friends, you need to set. And this ain't even about boundaries. It's about like, yo, we kick it all day, every day. We all know on Thursday at 2 o'clock, have your admin stuff ready. Let's not wait until you decide to say it to me, I decide to say it to you. It doesn't mean that on a Tuesday, we can't talk about some admin stuff because we're around each other. But running this as a business, I need you on Thursday to have all of you. I shouldn't have to keep telling you on Thursday, have everything ready that you need to present because we are family and friends.
Yeah,
and
that
we
part.
need to set these rules about how it is. Then we get to a second level, which is the most difficult level. People will look at their small business and they go out and they get the best person for the job. Too many times, because we have great intent, we want to help everyone in our circle, we allow homeboy management to come into certain areas where the homie is not the best person for the job.
Right.
When you are a regular, and I'm not even talking about big corporate companies. If I'm a company and I have an idea that has not been expressed or whatever, you did a specific thing. Let's talk about where I want to do this certain thing. I'm going to go to MIT. The best of the best, the brightest of the brightest. Your video where you're talking about, and it's not even about what Lupe was doing, y'all interaction or the reaction to it. It's, hey, I'm teaching a class at MIT. While I'm up here, I'm with the brightest in the world. In the world. On how to write this thing. I'm going to sit down and talk with them because they are the best. Meaning, I may have someone that needs to do my books. I need to make sure that they're the best and not just my friend. Yes, I want my friend to be able to fill in that job. If I need a road manager, I would love for my friend to be able to fill in that job. That person that I know that don't smoke and don't drink and is not worried about pulling a female at the end and is getting the money and is getting me out of situations, can look at the whole room and know when it's time to go. All of that. I want that. But if I don't have that in my friend circle, I go out and get the best of that.
You look, thank you for saying that, because I look at that and I say, you wonder why when you go inside these rooms to negotiate, you're at such a disadvantage, because those folks are not hiring just their friends. I mean, there is nepotism that exists in some of these environments, but even through nepotism in that environment, there's a code of conduct. There's an expectation before you're in that position of, these are the bare basic. You must get these things taken care of. And as a system, there's all these things have been systemized for years and years before they were even in position. So when you're going into a room, no wonder we're at a disadvantage when we're bringing folks in who, they have our personal interests at hand and there's a role for them, but they're going up against the best. That's why when you talk about lawyers, I'm like, people are like, why don't you just sue? And I'm like, do you realize that the people who come straight out of they pass the bar, they're getting access to the best of the best. That's what we're talking about, loopholes in contracts. You're not dealing with Better Call Saul. No disrespect to him. You're not talking about Better Call Saul. You're talking about the best of the best.
Let's be specific here. And again, people bear with me. There's two ways that I'm addressing this topic. Number one is, if you have the homie that you want to bring along and he doesn't have, and all the time it's not about intelligence. So a lot of it is experience of knowing what to do. What you do is you have him or her as the homie that's with you every day. You have the bigger manager, because the bigger manager has bigger clients, right? And you may not be number one on their list. This is a couple different things that you're weighing when you look for management, right? It's like, okay, if I go with the big manager, they have the respect of the label. They've done a bunch of deals. They've talked to these lawyers before, but they're managing two of the top artists in the world. I may be number 7 on their list. You know what I'm saying? But to my homeboy, I'm number 1. So I have my homeboy here. He's going to be my everyday person. This is the person that sits in the office and gets me the Coca-Cola deal or the Pepsi deal or the Gatorade deal. And my homie is on those emails. So he's learning the game. He's learning people at these different places. He's learning all, and then I'm bringing him. You understand what I'm saying? This is how you give people the experience. There's certain things that's just experience. This is what is it? Succession. When you watch Succession and you see them kids and they trying to do what they dad did, they going into the meetings as if they him, and the dad is like, this ain't just about me being. I have years of dirt on all of these people in the government. It's the reason why I could call the president and get him on the phone. Y'all think y'all just stepping in with my money that I've gone through? It's a reason why I could move like I move, because I got dirt on all these people. I do this for years. So it's not always about intelligence, the law. It's just this lawyer has been doing it for so long that they have all of this experience. This manager has been doing it for so long, they have all of this experience. Situations, favors that they've done for people, help people out of situations. I could go on and on about why it's not just your intelligence about what you know.
And I don't need to add anything to that, because that's just period, what you just said. But they also don't operate off of the same idea of a moral compass. They're not in there playing fair. Shout out to my guy DJ Head. He told me one time, he said, you know the problem with you, Curtis? You trying to play fair in a game that was never designed to be fair. And I said, I got to think on that one for a second, because we go in these situations and these environments thinking that everybody else has the same viewpoint of business, and they don't look at it like an emotional experience. This is what I want. This is what I think this should be, and I'm going to get from point A to point Z. But
now let me say this. I want to be super clear so that it don't get clipped up or changed around by the internet.
Sure.
If you are a good, me personally, right? My thing was, one, I'm never going to let this music business take me away from who I am. You know what I'm saying? Me as a person with my ego, bro, I have no problem if it was building cinder blocks and putting that together, picking up trash on the side of the road. If that's what you want, I have no problem, right? So you're never going to have me in a situation where I need this so much. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
It just so happened that it worked out for me, right? Now, you as a moral person, when it's your turn, keep your morals. Keep your morals. Everybody else can operate, and you're supposed to know, like, okay, I'm operating from a place where this person, I'm not even assuming that you do. If you do, that's a plus. But me personally, I'm going to always operate from that position. That's why I don't take percentages of producers if somebody places a beat. That's just me saying, yo, this person is a great producer, you should listen to this song. I never wanted to become somebody's manager, because I'm not managed. As a good manager, you should be on every part of that person's life. I'm not devoting that much time to somebody else. It's not fair. I'd be lying.
Same.
A percentage of, take a percentage of your work just for hooking up some meetings or whatever. And people live their whole life doing this.
Right.
Just who you know and hook a meeting is how people eat. That's just not me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to, like the example you gave earlier, where somebody may know about the MLC and they're using that little bit of information to be like, yo, give me 5-10%, I'll go get this money. I'm gonna just tell you about the MLC.
Same here. But then the point that I was making is that sometimes what puts us at a disadvantage is having the assumption that everybody sitting across from us is operating the same way.
Never assume that.
Right. So can I ask you just one? I know we're kind of slowly going through the video, but this is such a good point though, and I want to ask you this specifically, if you didn't mind. What do you kind of have to do when you're operating business with someone that you feel like you can tell that it's not cut from the same cloth in the conversation, but there is a mutual interest? Like, is that something that you still engage with? And if that's too personal, you let me know. But yeah.
No, it's all the time. It's all the time in business. Now, I do have certain people that are my friends that I do business with, right? But I assume that when I walk in, and it's not even about the person being a good person or a bad person, it's just a vantage point. Like, they're on the opposite side of whatever this negotiation is. So I deal with it like, this is what I'm willing to, I already know what I'm willing to give up. And if it goes too far in terms of I'm not willing to give that up, then I just won't do the deal. The deal wasn't for me.
That's good. Hold on, drop the bomb.
You understand what I'm saying?
Look, that's needed. Because I know that growing up, because my pops owned a business. My pops had a 1-hour photo lab in Compton. And he also had his own photo insurance adjusters company. I had an example of what entrepreneurship looked like. I had an example, like my uncle was Compton city manager for a short period of time. I have these examples where I've heard some of these conversations that you're having right now, but I know a lot of times I'm talking to artists and I'm doing like mentorship. Some of this talk is so embedded in emotion that I know that I could just plant the seed, but this is something that I'm like, I've been prepared to hear. But I just hope that people are able to identify that part and why it's important.
It's also about being very clear and very straight, right? Like a lot of times people don't have the conversation in the beginning where somebody may be expecting something in return, but y'all never talked about it. You understand what I'm saying? Let's take, for instance, I'm in a basement in Queens and I find this guy and it's my grandmother's house and I start recording him and it starts to blow up on the mixtape circuit. And then he has a problem when he signs a record deal with the biggest artist in the world. And I then go back and go, yo, I was going to charge, can I get a little something for the studio time?
Yeah.
What studio? So when Shy Money came at 50 Cent and was like, yo, where's my money for, you know what I'm saying? And 50's like, yo, what you mean we was in your mom? What you want me to pay for the electricity?
Right.
Like, Shy is like, Shy's like, yo, we did all the mixtapes and songs that ended up on your album. And so 50 come back and be like, yo, just take a point or whatever. And Shy's like, no, give me the money. You know, like you don't, at this time, you don't know what's going to become Get Rich or Die Trying. You
right.
know, didn't have the conversation ahead of time. It's not saying one person was right or one person was wrong. It's in the ambiguous stages of when you first start and nobody's asking them questions. Once you have experience, then you're addressing those things to begin with. I've never, ever in my life charged Ruben Vincent for anything.
Right.
Because he's my artist. He's on a label that I'm trying to get right. I'm not going to come back later and be like, yo, you owe me this for a recording. You owe me this for mix. He came and lived with me.
Yeah, yeah.
Me this for rent. You owe me. No, we've already had that discussion. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is for the betterment of our record label. And I'm in this with you for the long haul. Like it's going to take a while, especially because of who you are. This is what we're doing. It's when the person's been rocking out with the person that does all the mixtapes as an engineer, and then when they get signed, they get a professional engineer. And now somebody new is in there, and it's like, yo, what? You did all your mixtapes for free at my crib.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's an investment of time. That is it's an investment that paid off, obviously, for you as well.
I'm Curtis King. I've recognized somebody's talent, and I'm making beats and working with them every day, vocal coaching. I get this person to a certain point, and they get the budget. Then it's, oh, Pharrell gave me a call. I'm popular now.
See, having what you're understanding what you're saying. I hope artists are able to take away, DIYers able to take away. Not everything done is from a nefarious standpoint. I'm sure that there's people on the receiving end who said, I had an artist that I invested the time into. I got, I got a makeup department. I got all these different expenses to make sure that this person looked like a star. And the moment that they became a star, because I, had sort of an unofficial agreement about what this is, they left me in the dust. And to protect that going around next time, I'm not saying it's the perfect model. They have to protect themselves, and how that may be, you may look at it and say, well, that's unfair. Well, it's funny how nobody looks like people don't usually look like that at the other point of view of the person that's investing the money. And sometimes it happens to be a label entity, but I salute you because I think
be friends. It's like friends that are like, they do stuff. And it could be from a bunch of different perspectives. You never asked that person to do those things.
Yeah, true.
Yo, I rock with you. I'm helping you. I'm doing it. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks. You know what I'm saying? Then it's just like, okay, well, how do what do you expect? This is a weird thing for friends to have that type of conversation because we've been hanging out before this. So then you don't get into a situation where somebody blows up and you just left and you like, oh, I helped him do, but we never had a conversation about that. I never hired you. I never did this. I never did. So being, especially for the BI versus friendship part of it, you have to be clear with these things. So this goes back to that question you was asking me. If I'm sitting across if I already have this rapport with my friends, imagine when I'm sitting with somebody just an associate.
Oh, for sure. Right.
You don't have no problems with each other, but I have a very distinct line between associate and friend. You understand what I'm saying? I have the Ninth Wonder is my friend.
Yeah.
We never do business together. His children, they know me. You know what I'm saying? My children are on his refrigerator in a picture. Like, this is my friend.
Yeah.
We celebrate birthdays together. This is my friend. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people I've known for 25 years, but you're not really my friend. And it's not a disrespect. It's just how the relationship is. I'm not calling you on a Friday night like, is everything cool?
Right. And that line gets blurred a lot because of the intentions are not made clear, especially in especially my independent circles that I've been in, is that I had to really ask myself one day. I said, if we weren't making music, how many of us will be in contact? And that really helped me to kind of audit who I'm prioritizing, especially when I'm giving out production or giving out studio time or whatever. I think everybody should absolutely be keeping account of that kind of stuff for sure. Man, yeah, this is, oh man,
we could talk today, and I know the people want this information on what me, and as you see, this ain't even like 20 minutes of this
Yeah.
Jeff Price interview that we've been through so far. It's just gem after gem after gem.
Right, and then also too, like from the stuff that I timestamped, like I think towards the 119 mark where the majority of music is streamed on YouTube, it kind of got into some other questions, and I do want to reserve some time to do a brief Q&A if you still up for it.
Go ahead.
But man, like, yeah, this
is important. This is important info for the public. This is just to give it to y'all.
And and once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that this video has been made public, correct?
Absolutely.
Man, we appreciate you. So let's get back to it. Once again, Young Guru is talking to the TuneCore founder, Jeff Price, and he is he's explaining and exposing a lot of information that a lot of us were not privy to when it came to music streaming and Spotify.
Does anyone have a question on anything I just spit out here? Okay, go for it.
So when you're like sampling something, say from like Grandmaster Flash or something, when you use that song and you want to release it, do you give them points on the master and publishing? How does that whole thing work? Do you contact their management team? How is that?
Good.
That's a great question. So the question is I'm going to condense it. It's something called sampling. So you want to take someone else's work.
Is there something in here that you wanted to zero in on? Because I know we started getting into the conversation about.
You can skip that. The only point that when that student brought up that question, and again, people got to remember, I have students from all walks of life and everywhere in the world.
Right.
She's basically asking the point about sampling. We get into that point about it's very difficult sometimes for people to figure out where the information is from. The only thing that I explain to people, I assume that everybody's not on the same level, is to understand that when you're clearing a sample, you got to clear two sides. You got to clear that master and you got to clear the publishing side, right? So there's two different things that you got to deal with when you clearing a sample. That's really the main information from that part.
Definitely. So yeah, so then the next thing I had up here queued was this conversation about, in a post-streaming world, having to identify what is the true value of music. And I love what both of you guys were discussing at this point. So I'm gonna go ahead and get here to the 38 timestamp. I think it's right here.
The world was built around the concept of, so the way the law was written, it actually worked. Okay, so what you've stated, I completely agree with. The world was built around the concept of a physical object in your hand, right? The kind of segues into a weird philosophy. What's the value of music, right? Because when consumers were buying it, they were buying the packaging, the hardware device, the 8-track, the vinyl with the cardboard sleeve. They were buying the 5-inch circular piece of plastic with the jewel box and the paper in it, right? If you strip music from the hardware device that you need to listen to it, because what is music? It's a sound wave. You can't touch it, and it goes in your ear, and it vibrates some little hairs you have, which creates these electronic transmissions, which cause your brain to convert it into the sound. What is that worth? We've never done that before. And then the challenge, I got off topic here, but the challenge that we have is when you strip away the physical medium that delivers the music to you. We all can psychologically get our arms around a gatefold sleeve double vinyl that's, purple swirled and has all the liner note, like, okay, this is worth, $17.98. But if you just get that sound wave, what's it worth? I went to see Book of Mormon, Broadway show, right? And it had this song at the beginning, Hello, and I thought it was great. And I go home and I want to hear it again, and I don't own it. And I went to Spotify. Spotify is a free service. And I just sat there, click, and I could listen to it. So I just played the song I wanted to play on demand. They spent how much time recording that, re-recording that, mastering it, mixing it, arranging it, and I just went and I clicked on it. You know how much that earned for them in mechanical royalties? 0.0001.
This is not new news, but it does bring up a point that I wanted to bring up to you. there's always the argument about what is music worth, and it seems like that conversation hardly goes to how expensive music is, especially when you go to Guitar Center, if folks still, you know, do the Guitar Centers. I know a lot of Sam Ash is unfortunately closed down, but I go in there and those prices are not coming down.
Nope.
You know what I mean? So
Nope.
when I'm hearing,
that's a whole other thing.
Go
That's
ahead.
a whole other thing in terms of the amount of money that is required for you to put this in, and then what is the value of what I got out. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, it goes to what is your purpose. Sometimes you're doing this just because it's to practice your art, right? When I was a kid, I worked a job, and I'm talking about a paper route as a child,
right,
to be able to do hip hop, because it required me having turntables and a mixer, and I had to build speakers. I wasn't even going to go to Philly. I'm in the Delaware area. I'm not going to go to Philly and buy speakers. I go to Philly and buy wood and woofers and put it all together myself. I was doing that back in the day. But I was working a job to be able to participate in hip hop, period. So it's like, now when you're like, okay, hip hop is my job, and it costs me this much to maintain things break or whatever it is, what's the value? So the very first thing, when, again, that 2003 time, when all of this starts coming down, and it was like, oh, we made a mistake in the music business, or we mistaked the mistake was how we viewed what we were doing. We thought we were selling a physical product. I sell you a piece of vinyl, I sell you a cassette, I sell you a CD, but it was always this physical thing. And it's, no, we're actually selling intellectual property. This is just the medium that it comes on.
Yes. I hear you. Right.
Now, when we can remove the medium of a physical product, the physical medium that it comes on is a computer now. That is, i.e., our phones or our desktops or our laptops, right? It's going to come through some sort of medium, which means it's really zeros and ones. So what are we actually selling? We're selling intellectual property. We're not selling physical medium. So how do you get to put a money value on art? And that's when people say, oh, they just made these numbers. Yeah, that's what happens if you paint.
Everything around us is a made-up price, though, when you think about it.
If I'm a painter, this is how the art world works. If I'm a painter and I start painting, and somebody thinks that I'm talented, what the rich people do is they buy 4 of your paintings at $10,000 a piece, right? They call 20 of their friends, they rich friends, and they say, everybody get on it. This is the new it person. Buy it right now while it's at 20,000. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm invest $100,000 into this painter. That $100,000 is, number one, for me to rent a place, a little in New York City gallery or whatever on the bottom floor.
Right.
Also for me to facilitate you being able to paint there. At the same time, I'm calling my connects in the art world so that when we have this opening, all the people that write for all the art places are coming to this opening. I'm paying for dinners. My little $100,000 investment now, your paintings, you become the biggest thing in the world, and each of those paintings is worth $1 million, and now I already own these many of them. Now a little $100,000 was nothing for me to increase the value.
So I made the play when the value was at its lowest, and I get to enjoy the fruits of that because I made the investment, and I'm part of the reason why this investment looks more appealing to people who want to then invest on the back end of that.
Or then we were taking it a step further, where, and again, for the audience, I'm relaying this to the art world to say that numbers are, the value is made up. Like it's whatever you're willing to pay, whatever the next person is willing to pay. It's like crypto. You know what I'm saying? When people say it has the value is whatever the next person is willing to pay.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. So it's like when Swiss, when he was doing the no commission at Art Basel. And people were on one point of what he was saying was that, somebody who is selling, he was showing you the difference between $50 pieces and $50,000 pieces, right? And he was also going, I'm Swiss, I don't need your money. For the Dean collection, we're not taking a commission off of whatever you sell here, because you could be somebody selling $100 painting. You know what I'm saying? We just think you're nice and you may not have the name yet. The second part of what Swiss was doing was saying, okay, I'm the art collector, right? Let's say that painting was bought for $100 and you now sell it for $1 million. You got to still break off the original artist again.
That's
Whatever that
brilliant.
bump
That's
up is, you
genius.
got to give them a percentage of what and every time they was using the NFT model to be
Right.
like, no, you can't just buy it from the artist for 100 and then sell it for $1 million after they blow up and not break them off again.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
He was adding that to the so again, these are things where we look towards other places to where how crazy we look in the music business where we're like, yo, somebody is telling us that this isn't worth nothing. All you are is advertisement for their server.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you are is advertisement
For
for
their
their
server.
server. We have all the music, and what they're saying to you is we have the biggest marketplace, so it's advantageous for you to get your music in front of all these eyeballs.
So maybe you can help me unpack this, because yeah, for they're paying you for advertising for their server through the medium of, say, you get 1 million ears that are on a song, or 1 billion streams, I should say, 1 million streams. Especially as somebody that is an entrepreneur yourself, how expensive it is to bring in a marketing firm that has guaranteed you, we can get you this amount of unique traffic. We can get you this amount of, whatever demographic you want to get into. We can do ads. We can get in front of these different, hip hop publications, all that. They are expensive to get that traffic. But it seems like there isn't a conversation about the value that these artists present on an individual basis, not the pool system, because we still got to talk about that. On an individual basis, I brought 1 million eyes and ears back to your platform, or I kept them here for your retention, which means that even those on a free account, they're hearing more ads because of what I have done. If I was a marketing company, we talking a good chunk of change. But if I happen to be streaming music, then it's like, this is what we got.
And there is no explanation for, again, because you don't have a point of sale. So if let's keep it real simple. If I am AT&T and I'm putting money into marketing, what is my point of sale? My point of sale is people who will come into my store and buy my service. I'm advertising so that you will pay for a phone line or multiple family plan phone line.
I get what you're
I'm
saying.
trying to get you to give me $100 a month.
Right.
This is my point. That's why the advertisement is there. Then I can go back and look at the numbers and say, yo, when we advertised at the Super Bowl, we got these many new people coming to AT&T. Or if I have a strategic marketing where I'm like, I'm going to pay Busta Rhymes to do a thing, I'm expecting a certain demographic if I pay Busta Rhymes. So I can look at the data and go, okay, that commercial with Busta Rhymes brought in these many people, or it didn't, and then we can adjust everyone. But what are you at? Now we've gotten to the point where it's like, I'm just trying to get myself hot so that I can go make the money off of the rest of the revenue streams from being hot. So if I get the million or the billion streams, no, I'm not getting the money directly that I should. I'm not arguing that you shouldn't. You should, but now you're hot. So now there's merch that has to come. There's shows that have to come. There's whatever else that is surrounding you as the entity for being hot. Before, we used to look at the album in the center of this circle and point everything to somebody purchasing that album. Really, touring was thought of as album support. Like, let me go promote my album. I'm making cash money, but I'm also promoting my album. There was a reason why, if this weekend I bought an outfit, I go to the Grammys, I sit in that audience, and something happens, the next week, if you walked on that stage at the Grammys, it was a bunch of people that's going to walk on that stage that I have no idea who this person is, because they're in a different form of music.
Right.
They make their song happen. We don't know. And you're going to be interested in go check that out. But there's no point of sale anymore.
Okay,
so now whoever's hot on the Grammys, all that's going to do is going to go towards a streaming service.
To your point, because you make a very valid point, is that without the point of sale, what are we actually tracking? We're not tracking conversions in this situation, because it's probably users that are already using the platform as it is. My question is this, especially when I see a model like YouTube. This is why I do spend a majority of my business here at YouTube. Mr. Beast tweeted this, which is ironic. He said, I feel like YouTube doesn't get enough credit for the fact that it shares half of ad revenue with its creators. They've created countless jobs through this, and that's what's allowed me to go from nothing to the life I live. Shout out to YouTube. And I put up, streaming.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a YouTuber.
Right.
But one, you can get your own advertisements, correct? Like you can have people support you and do advertisements on your own YouTube.
What do you mean? Like in terms of you can determine what type of ads are
Mean
displayed?
Yes. Those ads, you can bring ads to your YouTube platform.
Yes and no. Well, yes, you can. You can run ads up against a channel specifically for a video, and you can be in the pre-rolls. But what I'm learning, even just this last few months, is based upon whatever category that I choose for a video. So if I choose music versus entertainment versus education, not only is the RPM higher in these situations, but the ad varieties change, right? The ad company, the type of companies change. Now, instead of, if it's music, that's usually the lowest RPM category to be in. So it's probably advertising things like, an Amazon Music subscription or whatever the case may be. But you start going to other stuff like education and entertainment. Now we're talking about Disney Plus and all these different things. So yeah, to that degree you can, and you can block some certain companies as well.
Here's my point. The way that I see, and this is just my opinion, right? The way that I see a model that works is if right now we're in this group model where all of our money, like we just showed you, is going to these different groups, and that gets dispersed. We went through the process of how difficult it is for that money to trickle down to you if you don't have a huge market share. And the MLC is just the writer side, and we're talking about the actual people that own the public. The way I see it, it shouldn't be the group thought. It should be, if I get on Spotify and I stream Curtis King solely for 30 days, you should get the majority of my $9.99.
I'm saying that's
how I see it.
Same here. So if I'm keeping butts in the seats, if I'm keeping somebody an active subscriber, and I'm helping to decrease your churn rate of people who are choosing to jump off of Spotify because they don't want to pay the increase in the price. If they're here because I release, what about this? If I release an album exclusively on Spotify, that's even more incentive because now people are literally here for that experience. But last point, to the thing you're saying, I think that's why artists like a Mac Hami are killing it so much, is because he recognizes, all I need is a platform. Okay, cool. Well, let me see what the extent of what I can do. He'll go to Bandcamp and say, this project is $10,000. And what? Like you said earlier, and what? Or it's on the website. This album now is $100. And I think that it takes those folks who are willing to take those, and it's not even chances. Like the companies do this every day. Like what makes one course $1,500 versus another course being $400? I've took both of them. And sometimes a 400 one is the one that can actually make me more money than the other one. At some point, somebody determines that, right?
You get to set whatever you want. Also, too, it's just like when you do that, like I think I saw a lot of artists starting to learn off of other models. So like, if you saw this, I call it the Supreme model, right? That was the first time where back in the day, I really started to see, like only making 100 of these T-shirts makes so much demand that I could charge $500 for a T-shirt. And then when they're gone. That was the Supreme model. And then you had kids standing in line in front of the Supreme store at like 5 a.m. for a drop. And then, okay, we're going to do more drops and more drops. Now we're going to do collabs because it's only 200 of these that are ever going to exist. Yeah. And I used to watch kids like line up for Supreme, and then literally this became the I'm not the huge sneakerhead, but this became the problem with the like sneaker heads, and like the business of it came in. The resale, now you got people standing on a Supreme line, they buy this thing for $200, they take a picture of it, they upload it, and now they sold it in Japan for $400. So it became a business of just flipping. Yeah,
to the point where the diehards are not even in getting opportunities to access it. Yeah. It's crazy because I just saw, to that point, Kendrick just did a Super Bowl collaboration in terms of a brand. I forget the brand owner's name, but the bomber jacket, it was like a bomber jacket, like kind of like an Oakland Raiders bomber jacket. $750. It sold out in damn near 10 minutes. So it's like, we need folks that look like us. I feel, this is my opinion, I feel like we need more folks that look like us that are making these decisions, because in other mediums and other verticals, it's normal. That's why when I saw the Big Baller brand and I saw, they pots pushing for this shoe is what I say it's worth. I'm like, he got a tag for it, but other companies, folks don't even think twice about, whether not even to pick on these brands, but like the Gucci's, and nobody thinks twice about that because it's standing on a name and a reputation. I think it's due time for it, especially in music. If we have the opportunity to do it, why not do that?
Yeah. And that's a great question. I mean, we can keep with the video, but that's a great question of what is the value of intellectual property? You know what I'm saying? And you have to apply it in all these different ways, or, it's one of those things about art that's like a weird space where it's just like, with art, I get to do whatever I want. You know what I'm saying? And there's art in a bunch of things. If I'm an engineer, like I have an art to designing a PCB board or making a piece of gear, but it has to work. You know what I'm saying? Right. If I'm an architect, like, yes, there's art to where's the sun and where's the lighting and all of that type of stuff, but the building has to work. You got to be able to walk on the third floor without it falling down. Like if there's an art to a lot of things, but when we're dealing with purely just intellectual property, or even something that's just pure art, like a painting or something, what is that worth? You know, like, very hard thing to put a particular price on. It's not just oil where it's just like, okay, and even those prices are fictitious too.
Right.
I mean,
well, the worst is when we put prices on it that never get us the value, that we're leaving so much money on the table. And not that it's about just the money or it's about greed, but we allow a lot of grace to companies that don't ever have to bicker with these things. And it's so much pressure, I feel like, and this is why somebody tried to make a thing about it, why I put this pressure on us as Black business owners is because there's so many rules that it seems like people try to apply to that and what that looks like, or you can't do that because it's unfair. You got to be this. You got to be this. And other companies, from my vantage point, don't seem to be dealing with those sometimes I guess those cultural nuances and boundaries that are in place. So, and also, we should be able to, if you have the smallest bit of understanding, right, you should be able to say, if I have somebody that's a DIYer in a small company, I'm willing to pay more. That's what I'm saying. Why are we paying less for them? They want I'm willing to pay more for them because I know just from a technical standpoint, again, the people that's like, I do this, how much harder it is for them to get that product out there, right? Again, I'm saying to you that I'm going to give a little bit more grace and leeway to plug-in designers where the company is literally 3 people, or people that design hardware where the company is not so big. You know, me myself getting into it, I already know, like, if I'm ordering components from Mauser, you know what I'm saying, and I'm ordering 5,000 components, it costs me this amount versus another company that's ordering 100,000 components, and they're paying way less for that same component, but I can't afford to do 100,000 of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not at that point. I'm only at the point of I need 5,000 of them. So I'm gonna be paying more to that same place. So that's why we should support, it costs that small time person more to get the same quality is what I'm saying. Yeah. And we're trying to support that person. So it's like, yo, you should be willing to pay a little bit more for your homegirl that got the boutique because she gotta pay rent. And but we gonna go in there and be like, nah, that's the homegirl. She's supposed to give me a discount. Nah, it's like you don't walk into Macy's asking them for a discount. You like, this is the price I'm gonna pay it. Yeah, and man, thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. I did a project after I had done so much content that was educating my peers on the things that I was figuring out in real time about streaming. And it was a project called Storm Symphony. It was like an instrumental album. It was a project I did with the platform Even, and it blew my mind. Like, I had never sold an album for $100. These folks showed up, and I think about 10 people bought it for $100, first of all. And I had never had that happen in my 20-year career. At the end of it, it was like $4,000, and it was 135 people that bought, and that's when it really dawned on me. In this game, so much of how I came up when I was reading the XXL magazines, and I'm not putting it on them, I'm just saying, when I was reading these, I was told I had to have millions and millions of fans in order to be successful or even to make a decent living at this. And the reality of it was always quality over quantity. And now it's more so, that I should say, than it's ever been, because it didn't take a lot of people. For that kind of money, I could do something with $4,000. As a DIYer that has a lot of expenses, oh yes, but please believe, when I walked in the grocery store and saw eggs for $42, I said, yep, I can do something with $4,000. So when it goes directly to the independent artist, definitely support, but also independent artists. You don't need a lot of people, but you got to take care of the ones that you already have. So instead of looking at the vanity statistics and being like, damn, I wish I had this many plays or this many views, when you recognize how many people that it really takes that ride with you, man, you take care of them. Loyalty will last forever, especially if you keep delivering. So, yeah, I'm glad you made that point. Okay. I'm going to see what else he has on this point, because I got what is it? So what I have queued up here is, will streaming royalties ever go up?
No.
No. You already answered that one. Yeah. What is it? Oh yeah. Now I definitely want to get to this part of a solution. And I want to talk about too. Like, I'm not sure, where you're going to be having this up here, but I definitely want to make sure that it's at this point, folks who are here, they want to be here. But I do want to make sure, we have some level of playback quality for them, because there's a lot of information still to get into with this. And if there's something specifically too, so this is what I got queued up. I got, what's the true value of music? We just talked about that one. Will streaming royalty ever go up? I have how does Spotify make money? Jeff Price's streaming payout solution, which I thought was interesting. Could UMG start their own streaming service? How musicians can get paid today, and then the role of sound exchange is the last point that I had. So we could take some snippets of those.
Go through whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, go through whatever you want to go through. Make sure we get some questions in from your audience too as well.
Man, we appreciate you. Okay, let's get to this. Will streaming royalties ever go up? Short answer. All right, let me see. Get this refresh.
I'll let him give the intelligent answer, but the quick answer, no.
I agree. I mean, so
you said it the same exact way too. Hold on.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
You know what I found out? It's better. I used to have a teaching style where I was like, yo, I got to give you all this background information so that when I give you the point, you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
And I figured some of my students' learning styles was reversed. I'm going to give you the straight answer now, and then I'm going to back up what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? That's why I kind of reversed my style a little bit, to be like, if you want the answer, no, and then here's why.
Yeah, let me set your expectation, because I know you coming in here and you're like, there's got to be some hope. All this information you gave me, there's got to be some hope. And it's like, don't go knocking on that door for sure.
Well, it's a really good question. The question is, are we going to get to a point where that royalty rate is going to go back up? Right? It was weird, before digital, I was running the record label. You would sell an album to Tower Records. Tower Records, if you wanted to be a $16.98 list price, I gave the physical CD to the distributor. The distributor sold it for like $10, $12.
I miss Tower Records, by the way. I just miss just going there. I used to go there as a kid. I miss Tower Records so much.
Bro, let me explain something to you. Like, one of the things that we used to do when you have physical record stores, right? So Baseline was on 26th Street between 6th and 7th. Mm-hmm. The tower that was on 42nd Street, right? So anytime that there was an album release, I would leave base, and what would happen for the kids that have never been through this, when your album got released, it was released at 12 midnight. Mm-hmm. So on the day that it came out, it was released at 12 midnight. So I will walk, me, just whoever, hip hop as an A&R, we will walk from Baseline on 26 and just walk up to 42nd to kind of judge how long the line was at 12 o'clock. Then I could judge off of how long that line was. Yeah. How many albums we gonna say? Oh, this is gonna do 1 mil first week. This is gonna do 2 million first week. The line is around the block twice. But that Tower Records thing of like an actual physical place, being able to judge. Also, while you browsing for music, there's other people in there that know music. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like digging, where it's just like, yo, you're going to get an experience from somebody else that like is totally, and this is New York City in the middle of Times Square. So you can bump into anybody, any style of music, you miss that record store like knowledge and experience of being in a physical place. Or like we used to do certain things of trying to get your music to the front of the store was a huge thing. Being able to in the front when people walked in, or if you really got blessed, they would allow you to put your cutout in the front of whatever you was using as the promotional cutout for your album. And then, like, it was so much that had to do with like your placement in the store, because now when you go on to a Spotify, when you go on to a Tidal and all that, like people gotta search for you. Your placement is not in the front of the store. Even if like this is why playlists are so important. This is like kind of putting you at the front of the store.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So those sort of
Man.
things are the physical aspect of selling music is missed, and not just for the physical thing. It's the environment that was around a physical store.
I wish I could give that experience to somebody like in their early 20s or in their teens, because I'm telling you, even just going on there and having a few records that you're, you know, trying to get on consignment, and they say, okay, we'll take 10 of those records, and to see mine, I remember taking a flip phone picture of my album next to a Curtis Mayfield album, sending it to my mom. She's like, oh, you doing it big time, huh? I mean,
that thing that they did in the Wu-Tang movie was actually very real and very common what people would do. So it's just like, yo, if I did that, if I went to Tower Records and somehow this person has seen me in here a lot, and I'm like, yo, I'm an artist, and then they took 10 records on consignment, you best believe you sending your friends in there to buy them 10 records.
I'm gonna give you the money. Y'all go in there and just make it look good, so they'll take 100. Yeah,
make it look good and separate it by like 3 of y'all go, you know what I'm saying, 2 hours apart on this day, and then 4 of y'all go the next day, and then the person's like, yo, it's moving, and then you have people talking about, you know, we was playing all them little type of games to make it seem like, yo, the people is talking about this in the street. Then dude gonna buy 20 of them. You know what I'm saying? Now you doing at the same time you walking down, you got your relationships at the radio, or you going to Stretch and Bobbito and be like, play this record or what. That was a very real thing.
Yeah.
Of how to get into those. And it's also a thing of like, okay, I am with Nonchalant in 96. I'm going around to these mom and pops. This is why relationships is so important. In every state that we went into, there was a mom and pop shop that was ran. You got cool with the person that ran the mom and pop. It was always some older black couple from that neighborhood. You got cool with them. So that now when I start doing my own independent stuff, I got your phone number. I don't even got to go through the local distributor. I'm going directly to you. Remember we had a good time. We was down there. I was with Nonchalant. Yeah, I got a new record that we doing. It's not through MCA. I'm doing it independent. Hey, Goo, send me 4 of them, 5 of them. Can I pass 2 out to the local DJs at the rate? Sure, I'll send them 2. All of that.
Man. See, and I didn't experience it. So that's a lie. When I was staying in Carson in my earlier years, and that's where I met Ab Soul. He was working at a Magic Disc store that was owned by his family, and then going in there was just like anything you just, you know, imagine for those who have never had the experience, imagine a place where you can go get the latest comedy DVDs, you can get incense, you can get a Pro Club tee. There's, you know, the long Pro Club tee back then. And you could also and you also could get vinyl, you can also get whatever CD you can think of. Him being in that environment, remember him saying like that was his college, because he matter of fact, he's the reason why I listened to Reasonable Doubt. Look, don't get angry at me, young guru. I was young and I was very West Coast biased. Tupac had me programmed for a minute, okay? I'm just gonna be...
And this is one thing I'm gonna tell you. One thing I'm gonna tell you, for the audience, for any of those people, like, this is music. Everybody gets to say whatever their opinion is. I don't walk into this thing and be like, yo, I make Rocky Road ice cream and you have to like. If you don't like Rocky Road ice cream, it's cool. Like, that's I'll make something else that you like. We can go have a beer later. Like, that doesn't matter to me when people are like almost trying to justify when they're like, yo, I don't like this Jay-Z. I'm like, bro, my barbershop is going to tell me whether they like a song, don't like a song. I can discern whether or not that's your opinion or whether or not you're just trying to be a hater. You know what I'm saying? Those are 2 different things.
This is what I'm getting at, though. How embarrassed I was, because it took Ab-Soul. He was at that point, at that time, he was the best lyricist I had ever heard, that I had a contact with, right? A young artist, and he reminded me a lot of a younger Jay-Z at that time. And I tell you, he was the one that said, "You ever heard Reasonable Doubt?" And I was like, "Nah." He was like, "If you want to understand what I do, you need to listen to this." And I got that album, and when I tell you, when I listened to it, I can only imagine how folks felt when that actually dropped. But to this day,
let's be perfectly clear.
Yeah.
Let's be perfectly clear. Look at the album sales first year of Reasonable Doubt. Look at what was going on in hip hop at that time.
What did that look like, by the way?
It wasn't this monumental thing that everybody's looking at it as. It was
like revisionist history.
It was just a regular. No, it's not revisionist history. It's the fact that a lot of fans came on we gained a lot more. Like, first of all, I wasn't with Jay on Reasonable Doubt, but I
Right.
knew about Jay because of the fact that my ears to the street. At that time, we all on Biggie. Biggie is the most incredible thing smoking. Like, most people in my circle would have been like, oh, that's the dude that rhymed with Big. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but then certain things had already happened. He was on freestyles with Big L when he goes to Stretch and Bobbito. Those were sort of like
Classic.
rites of passage. What I'm saying is Jay-Z wasn't this big Jay-Z that he was after Hard Knock Life, which was the one that shot him into like commercial status. So at that time, it was like an Ab Soul, whereas it's like, yo, have you ever listened to this first Ab Soul album and all these songs that's on it? Like, the first Ab Soul joint is one of my favorite, but I have to hip people to it
To understand the context of it, yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
how good this guy can rhyme, or the
Yeah.
what's the terroristic threats. That's like one of my favorite songs ever in life. Like, the
That's
way that
crazy.
they bust is crazy. Pause. So it's just like I'm getting you to the point of understanding that when it first came out, it wasn't this big thing. It was just like, yo, this guy could really rhyme. And people that was from the streets, some of the things that he was saying in there, an ounce away from the triple beam, so using a handheld weight scale, you're laughing. You know the place. But you had to be in that to kind of know,
understand
like, oh, yeah, I am still. Somebody was sitting there listening to that, still using the hand. I hate to use drug references.
Right.
But some of these details and being like, oh, yeah, nah, this is real. You understand what I'm saying? But it wasn't this thing that was like a massive hit. People went back afterwards. We gained more people on Volume 2. We gained more people on Dynasty. Blueprint comes, and then it gained a whole bunch of people
Sure.
that had never listened. You understand? People, it was a gradual thing of building it up to where you were like, no, some people was like, yo, this guy could really rhyme in 96, but I'm relating it to the way that we sitting here going, Ab-Soul could really rhyme.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is not how it was received by the masses. I'm saying by the people who you're talking about that understand these specific references and how they say finally. Even hearing a Jay-Z that's rapping slower. So when I'm getting the context from Soul, to me, I'm looking at him like, bro, you one of the best in my age group that I've ever heard. Tell me what the technique is. I'm learning as a rapper / producer. And he's like, this is the foundation. If you don't understand this, there is no understanding. So what I'm saying is from a technical standpoint, when I was really studying lyricism, that opened my eyes up because it was like my experiences had been very biased based upon what the region I was from. Not that there wasn't great examples like Corrupt that were doing amazing things lyrically, but I needed that to get a full picture of things. But I listened to that. That was my point in that, is that, man, like, that's all it takes is that one listening experience to bring you into another, to bring you into another, to bring you into another. But yeah, man, I appreciate being able to talk that with you, bro.
But it goes, and this is great for people that are artists and MCs, right? So a lot of times when people is arguing who's the best or who's the great, it's really based off your vantage point of what you like, right? But me as somebody who doesn't rap, but I'm trying to help and train MCs and being like, this is what you should listen to.
Right.
There are certain vantage points that you look at and respect in certain columns, right? Whereas it's like, you said Corrupt. Corrupt is going to be great at freestyling. Corrupt is also some of the same things that I give credit to Big for. Is Corrupt has these vowel sound usages where it's just not rhyming cat, bat, hat, mat, sat. You know, like it's the inner vowel play. Right, Arizona Wrong from Tucson had the black Yukon. You had a slow grooves on, mostly rock the Ozzy. Stupid as a younger chose not to move wisely. It's so we talking about what's the content of what he talking about, but also the way in which you say it.
Yes,
there are certain MCs who their whole purpose is to rhyme as many intricate words as possible. And Eminem, we give him so much credit for the writing ability to rhyme all of those words. You understand what I'm saying? Where certain MCs, like a Jay, is like, yeah, I'm doing all of these intricate wordplay, but also in the middle of what I'm saying, I'm making perfect sense, and I have to have gone through it in order to say it. I'm not just going to create something that just to make it rhyme, right? Or there are great songs where the lyricism is just having fun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, yo, we light a channel, run laps around the English Channel. Neptunes, they got a Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah.
What did Nori just say?
Shout out to Nori, because he for sure got a few of those where I was like, I mean, but this beat is amazing, and he still kind of, you know, he over there busting.
I'm using the song
Right,
as a
right,
thing to be like, yo, I'm trying to like lyrical miracle, da, 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 da. And there's
right.
some times where we lyrical miracle to death and we miss the song.
Yeah, well, the feeling. Right.
This is me giving you an example personally, right? Where I'm going like, yo, every member of Slaughterhouse, I love them individually.
Mm-hmm.
I love them. They can rap, all of them. They're very good. When they got together, it was, and this is my opinion,
Right.
it was like they're trying to help bar each other, and sometimes the song lacked because you worry about, is my verse better than his, versus like, are we making a good song
Yeah.
for everyone? We already know that you all can rap,
Right.
but it's like there's a reason why Joe Budden music, you know what I'm saying, hits a little different for me. There's a reason why Book of Ryan, you know what I'm saying, hits a little different for me. There's a reason why, like, because then you get to get into who am I? I'm writing songs, and then like I get to get into my bag.
Yeah.
So it's not always about just kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him with the lyrics. It is sometimes, but it's also about making songs too, and what makes the best melody, and then trying to weave those things. So that's why I'm like, when you talk about rappers, you can get into the thing where Wayne be like, yo, if I'm too simple, then y'all don't understand the basics.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like he's trying to get you to a point of being like, yo, y'all know I can rap like that. I've just displayed it to you over and over again. And Wayne was coming off this thing of like, oh, y'all not I remember when the general public was just thinking Wayne is bling bling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, yo, I gotta go on this Wayne's mixtape run.
Incredible.
This generation don't really appreciate that mixtape run of all. I'm talking about the lyrics on all of these things.
Yeah.
Of what he's doing to prove to you that I'm one of the best MCs in the world. I'm not talking about people's like accolades and how many records they sold or whatever. I'm talking about just what you look towards in lyrical skill. Or what your aim is, and everybody's aim is sort of different, and the type of beats that you flow on is sort of different. If I'm over a hyphy beat and it's Rick Rock making it, my flow and where I'm going at is going to be a little bit different than if I'm in, you know, I could go through every state and every, but it's like, okay, then we get to a Bone Thugs and Harmony where it's just like, yo, they really are saying something, and it's in this melody and it's going super fast, and it's sounds amazing.
That's why my favorite artists are the ones that have the ability to rise to the occasion, no matter what that beat is, no matter what that concept is. And Jay is one of those. To me, Jay is one of those where it don't matter if he's on an Outkast record, you're gonna get Jay, but you're gonna get an Outkast version of it. It doesn't matter if it's over a Timbaland beat, you're gonna get that version of that. So I think those are the ones, especially moving forward, the younger version of those artists, I think are the ones that thrive. But you made an important point, and I talked to somebody about this last night. In this next era, the reason why I guess the lyrical miracle is going to fall short at times is because you can't forget the important component of, are you making the listener feel something? And something they can remember and take away from it, right?
The hardest part. So let me be very specific so that it doesn't get clipped up.
Right.
I'm not telling people don't rhyme at a high level.
Sure.
I want to hear high level rhymes, but it has to come in some way that people will enjoy. Sometimes we miss the point that the music for the listener is about enjoyment. About enjoyment. So again, I'll relate it to something else so that MCs don't get offended, right? As a DJ, my aim is to be able to perform any scratch that was ever invented.
Right.
I want to know how to scratch with everybody in the world, right? So I'm gonna study craze, and I'm gonna study all these people, like, and these are who who I consider like the best at doing these things. I also have to understand a party, that if I'm DJing a party, that people didn't come here to see the DMC competition. It does not devalidate, you know what I'm saying? I'm not taking away from the DMC competition, but that is what that is for that environment. When you're in a club situation, you could be one of the best scratchers, but if you're not understanding, people came in here to buy a drink and have a vibe and hopefully you still dancing with girls and all that instead of just, buying tables and just standing there trying to look flashy. Like, it's about a vibe.
Yeah.
So figure out a way to put your expertise of lyricism into something that someone will enjoy. That's all I'm saying. And you can do it in different ways, and you can pick and choose when you want, like, to be just like, yo, I'm gonna have a song where I'm just slaughter, killing them. And this ain't for people to dance. This is for people to just listen to. You understand what I'm saying? That's my point of, at the DMCs, you are standing as a fan watching someone doing, and you're just doing this.
That's the purpose of it. Yeah.
Yeah. When you're in the club and you dance, you in it. Like this is, I want to get drunk and I want to have a good time and I want to, like, that's a different feeling. It doesn't mean that you can't scratch really good.
Yeah.
It means figure that out, especially if you're asking someone to purchase it.
That part. See, and I'm glad you said that, because I think that comes back to the original point of, if you're going to operate this as an independent or a small business, companies do this all the time, right? I think that it's called line extension. I think I learned this from the immutable laws of marketing, where they talk about when you see Oreo start to get into, like, you know, pumpkin spice Oreo, you start to get into, you know, marshmallow Oreo. That's them using a proven brand and saying, you know what? I think we have something for this demographic that prefers this type of sound. To me, that's kind of that is the responsibility. If you're saying, I am servicing a hip hop audience, where my hip hop audience is not going to always be, you know, listening to music going to the gym. Sometimes I listen to music to unwind. If I can find ways to be in these different environments, not only will that service them from my independent business, where I create experiences for my website, but on streaming, which is the top of the funnel, I give them an opportunity to say, oh, you going to the gym? Crazy enough, Curtis King has a beat tape called Creatine, and the whole thing is supposed to simulate a 30-minute workout. It's just beats that I made that way. So as a business, I know for some artists that hear that and it gets real icky, but it's part of the responsibility when you say that you're at the service of the people and you're asking for them to take out their credit cards, spend time and put that information in. And a lot of times you don't even get the customer service that's supposed to get that deserves, but I do feel like that is part of the responsibility for sure.
Now, this is also where, and we can get back to the video right after I make this point. This is also because I want to be clear. You have to know yourself. So one of the things that I ask artists when they first start is like, what are you willing to do and what are you willing to not do? And I don't mean that from the like standpoint of like, oh, I'm a woman and I'm about to compromise my morals in order to get to this. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to the point of like, I'm not going to ask Sade to make me a club banger. Because I know it's not her. It's not what she, you understand what I'm saying? Like, she's made it very clear throughout, and I'm just using Sade as an example. We can get more current, but it's just like, yo, Sade made it very clear. This is the what I am. This is my band. You are very hard pressed. There are very few sit on the couch Sade interviews, because she would just come to late night television, perform, and then jet. That's not what I want to do. MF Doom, I'm not going to ask him to make a Jay-Z type of record, like give it to me, because that's not what MF Doom wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? That was my guy. I understood exactly. He understood his audience, what I feed them. This is where I want to go. I'm nowhere near even going to try for Hot 97 playing. Like I'm not even playing that game. That's not my game that I want to play. So it's like knowing yourself and being honest with yourself. But a lot of times I have underground MCs that be like, man, I'm not worried, but you really do want to be in that position. You wanted to go to the Grammy. You want to walk in the club and have everybody play your song. You are okay. Well, then you can't play this like I'm on this other side and just disgruntled when that's really what you want. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got to know yourself and know exactly what you want. That way you can figure out better ways to get there. So again, when you're talking about song selection and where you're going to go, know yourself, because then A&R might not even be like trying to do anything on a bad term. They just thinking and doing their job most of the time when they at a record label and you like, yo, they told me to come in here and try this and try that. Well, they're at a record label, and in the past 2 years, their marketing department is like, yo, your artists don't have no TikToks up. We've moved all of our marketing over here, and they're not present on this thing. You got to make it. Am I joining TikTok? Sense. Am I playing this game? And what am I doing here? You got to know yourself.
Right. And someone brought up, I don't want to bring names into it specifically, but somebody brought up the point here, and it's a valid point of, you know, there are certain artists right now that are being criticized for trying to be something for everybody. What I'm getting at with my point is not about pandering. It's about, if you have the ability, like for instance, I'm looking at certain artists that they're not pandering to different genres because it's purely a financial decision. They're finding their way to the things that make sense within their cultural ecosystem. And when I think about, for instance, when I think about somebody like a Kendrick, I'll just use him as an example, only because we've seen signs of GNX when he was K-Dot. We've seen signs of the artistic expression when, you know, he was doing Mr. Morale and when he was doing the Section 80 project. There's a difference between doing something and saying, "Ooh, that's a good opportunity to make some money. Let's go here." That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is when you have the ability to do these things and it makes sense and it's naturally within your brand, that's your responsibility, especially if you have an audience that goes to you for these things and you do it at a high level. You think that's fair?
And it's also your personal experience. Yeah, it's also your personal experience and where you are in life, right? So if we go all the way back to him just being like, I don't want to say second fiddle, but J-Rock was the artist that was pushed.
Yeah,
at first, when I first
he was with Warner.
Yeah, K-Dot mixtapes. When I was getting K-Dot mixtapes, J-Rock, you would consider the lead of TDE, right? By the time we get to like through all of the mixtapes and then we get to Section 80, which for me, I consider an album. I don't care what nobody else says. Section 80 for me is an album, right? I get it, like as to where he was musically, right? And then every time we take a step, we look at Good Kid, Mad City, a magnum opus of concept album, of putting it all together in terms of the van and what the van represents and being from LA and all of the things that he could take you through on that particular album. Then if we look at sonically, we talk about the sonic changes and his choices of where we get to go. It's like, oh, I want to explore and I want to do all of this other stuff. So it's like Pimp is like, yo, I'm in my funk vibe and I'm in my jazz vibe and I'm calling these people that, you know what I mean, do that. Oh, y'all complaining that I can't make no bangers. Okay, here come Damn. But sonically, I'm going in this place where every time he chooses, it's where he want to go. And then also you got to remember, as artists, sometimes they don't want to. What artists get trapped in is if you do something and it becomes extremely successful, the public will try to lock you in to that one thing, and it's just like, yo, keep giving me that over and over again. The public, forever and a day, and I love her, but the public wants Mary to be broken up, sad, on drugs, and give us them breakup songs, Mary. You can't accept Mary that she's in a great place in her life, and you want her to be sad because that gave you them songs that you connected with, and it was like, that's my Mary. No, she's moved on in her life.
And she's allowed to do that.
You gotta give your time to move, and like, it all depends on where they are. We can't expect Prince to keep making Purple Rain over and over and over again, or Sign of the Times. It's too much that this man can do when he was alive. So it's just like, you got to get your artist that part of it too. So it really boils down to what you as the artist want to do. But if you've created enough cachet with me, I'm going to at least check it out. I may not like this one. I may not like that. Okay, but I'm going to check it out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But see, that's what not to interrupt you. That's what I love what you and Ninth have done with the artists that you've been working with, in that you've created an environment where it doesn't sound crazy. You know, like seeing a Rapsody go from these collaborations to these collaborations and going from a Badu and working with this record. Like, if I see her on a record that goes to radio with like an artist like Buddy, it would not be something that's a stretch because you created an ecosystem that makes that available and it doesn't come off. Like, the thing about it, like, no matter where we're at in the culture, we know when somebody's faking the funk. We know when somebody is doing this for a product. And we know the difference between when it's like, you know what? That's a sonically good look. Regardless of if you take names out of it, that's a sonically good look. This makes sense on paper and it sounds good as it is. And I think we're getting that place now where it's like, we can do that because I feel like my generation, or after my generation, was the iPod generation, where it wasn't rare to have an iPod that had Coldplay, Gucci Mane, Talib Kweli all in the same spot. Because it's like, that's what we came up with. What are 100 songs that you like right now? At some point, you can't it ain't going to just be rap. You're going to start digging into whatever other music that you like. So let's be extremely clear. Let's do it, yeah.
Rap is the least genre that I probably listen to.
Really?
On a day-to-day basis, rap is probably the least genre. I feel like I'm listening to rap now as work. Like,
damn, so I would not expect that. What are you listening to?
A little bit of everything. Like, but there's so much other thing. I feel like there's so much, like, Brittany Howard is one of my favorite artists in the world. Like, she's up there. She has put herself up there with like when I say singers, like a Shaka Khan is like one of my favorite. Aretha Franklin is one of my. Brittany Howard is now up there. Like Jill. Like it doesn't
Jill,
matter
for
the
sure.
time period. You know, to me, I can put and some people are gonna say I'm bugging, but I could put Aretha and Shaka Khan and Jill and Brittany Howard all like no, they all different, but they the real deal. And I can pop in any one of their albums at any moment is going to be an instant classic to me.
Yeah.
The little girl from, I'm sorry to call her little girl, Lola Young, the girl from London who I've been on for a minute.
Okay.
And then when she got on Tyler's album, now everybody's like, oh my God, Lola Young. And I'll be like, yo, this girl is the best thing. But see, I'm the type of fan that once everybody jumps on it, I don't leave you. Some people in the underground only want to be underground to say that nobody else knows about it.
Yeah.
And that thinks that gives them a one-up on everybody. Like, I'm more cultured than you. I know something that you don't know. And the minute that everybody jumps on the favorite artist that they just had, they leave them because they're like, oh, well, you know, Susie Q in Idaho knows about this.
That's
now.
so
It's like,
wild. In 2025, that sounds like a wild concept. Maybe because I'm getting older, but that sounds so wild that I'm going to stop supporting this thing that I saw potential in the very beginning. And now that everybody else sees potential, all of a sudden I have bad taste. What is that?
From my cool points of being the tastemaker, once everybody else knows about it, that's where those people cool points come from. Is I'm the tastemaker, I'm the gatekeeper. I know what's cool. So once everybody else knows, it's like just let me go find something else.
Yeah, I for sure have done that in my younger years. I for sure felt like that. I'm not abandoning it, but at the same time, now I'm thinking about that. I'm like, what do you mean? No, if this music makes me feel a certain way, it doesn't invalidate it by having other people say, hey, it makes me feel a way. It's supposed to. It's amazing music. I think I have some pretty good damn taste.
I was trying to get people to listen, like the stuff that I think. I'm trying to get a lot of people to listen. Like literally, you got to understand like that feeling of hearing Dilla before everybody knew who Dilla was. Like your topic of conversation in studios, everywhere you go is like, yo, have you heard? So, yo, have you heard? Nah, what's that? Yo.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's yo.
Yeah, you know who that was for me? Because and at the time, people, it's gonna sound crazy because now he has an underground cult following. But Currency, when I heard Currency doing Life Under a Scope, it was so different because of the way that he was like extending the bars, and he had these extra details that you don't really hear always in a verse where he's talking about, you know, play a 82 game season, house full of snacks, a spitter not leaving, Yancey thick pen couldn't catch me sleeping on my level. Like, he was giving all of these different details and describing something as just a normal day, and I would show it, and the homies would be like, man, he kind of rapping off beat, and then 4 months later, man, you heard that new Pilot talk? Oh, now. So I get that part of it, but at the same time, it's like I'm not letting that go. I feel like I have an attachment to it because I discovered it, or the way that it discovered me, I should say. So, yeah.
Some people are different in terms of like, and it just depends. Like I'm not one of them type of people that needs the radio or streaming services or whatever to tell me that it's dope, but some people do. And again, I don't always get super mad because we are music creators, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at, I'm trying, I don't know the age range of everybody here, but like once you get out of college, you start getting into your job. Let's say you had your first kid at like 27, 30, whatever it is, your life now becomes this thing. Or like I said, like I wake up in the morning, I'm taking care of my child, I get them out to school, the mom has cooked breakfast before she go to her job, now she got to pick them up at 3:30, she's worked the whole day at whatever, she's doing. Now if you're a halfway decent parent, you checking on the homework while you're worried about dinner, then there's world issues of, yo, this plane just went down in such and such yesterday, oh, Trump's the new president, what did he sign in the office? Now I'm supposed to do this incredible music discovery at whatever time, some people, it takes their friends saying things like, yo, have you heard? Some people, it takes them going out a couple times to, and I don't even mean the club, like a bar or wherever, and just hearing the music out and be like, yo, what is that? Some people, it takes them seeing the reaction of this thing from other people to be like, yo, what is that? I didn't have a chance to even like decide if Cardi B was good or not. This is my young Brooklyn cats that's like, yo, that I go check them because these guys 20 years younger than me, 25 years younger, and and I'm going to go check out whatever's going on, and you see the record perform for the first time, and it's just like, oh my God, what?
Yeah. Now I have to check this out. I have to prioritize a time where I listen to this full project. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like even if I don't like it, I have to know how other people are reacting to it.
Same
That's
here.
the DJ part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I went to Howard University, that's the first time, and this helped me in music making, that I had to play records that I didn't necessarily like because I'm playing for people outside of my just area that where I grew up at. You know what I'm saying? At Howard, and these are my friends, bro. These are my friends. Like, but they from every state that you can imagine, so they all have different tastes. So it's like, nah, that thing from so and so may not be my favorite record, but if that's what y'all want to hear, I'm gonna figure out a cool way to throw it in to my vibe to make sure that y'all, you know what I'm saying, are satisfied.
Look, I've always been the kind of person that I'm not a DJ, or I've never been a DJ, but I'm intrigued by things that people show up for in droves, like almost like I'm studying it, right? But when I hear something take off, I know some of that can be artificially, that can be artificially done. But I am intrigued by these moments that happen. Like, for instance, the the LiAngelo Ball song, the nostalgic Hot Boys, sound, the Cash Money sound. I listen to that and I'm like, that intrigues me just to dice it and break it down. And I feel like these are the type of things that, folks need these conversations for the folks that have the context. But I was wondering, do you think that even if you weren't a DJ, you would still be intrigued to check these things out, even if you don't necessarily like it, just because of the cultural phenomenon that they become?
Psychology. So it's the psychology of people and figuring out what makes people move and why. So when you're creating music, and I'm not saying, again, these are some of the things that you take into account so that you can, when I say forget them, it's like engineering, right? Like, I learned all of this stuff so that when I'm working, I'm not really thinking about that this is a FET compressor and this, no, I'm compressing. I already know how it works. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to use it as a tool. So again, it's the psychology. And then I want to know what makes people move. Why do they move a certain way? So it's like, you'll look at the psychology of song, psychology of the landscape, psychology of culture. So there's a reason when you're first, like, imagine me, being a kid, and it's just like, okay, if you're on the East Coast, we walk a lot of places. And people in New York take the train, and it's almost better to not drive a car in New York. You know what I'm saying? So the music is going to reflect a walking headphone or a box culture. Whereas if I'm in LA, I'm driving everywhere. So it's natural, and not to say that people have different style, but it's natural that the overall style in LA is going to be these long bass lines, and I'm doing this in my car. You know what I'm saying? Like, sort of thing. Whereas when I'm on the East, it's like, you know what I mean? It's this, because I'm walking down the street, almost like a walk feeling, you know what I'm saying? Or if I'm in Atlanta and I'm doing this, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, at a certain point, we would just,
that makes sense.
Even to the point where Goody Mob, we got, like, people don't dance no more. All they do is this. It's like, this is a vibe. This is, and it's a different feeling in Mississippi than it is in Atlanta, than it is in Florida, than it is, like, you could give an 808 machine to somebody in Florida and we're gonna make, you know what I'm saying, bass music. And then like, what did Andre say? This was started by Africa Bambaataa, so you and your partner gather your thoughts. So if you're talking about you don't like 2 Live Crew, this is an extension of Planet Rock. This is just our version of it. You know what I'm saying? So don't say it's all those things. And what used to be beautiful about local scenes, and I think some of this is definitely coming back.
Yeah, for sure.
Was that it was just like whole world of different language, different way of movement, different dress, just different culture, the thing that we love about culture. If I was to go from Delaware to DC, it's a different culture. Like, you got to come to DC to understand go-go, to understand why we call everybody young, to understand what the the language of just DC is, or, from my dad's era to even like when I was, living in DC, when you go on a basketball court, dudes is gonna have their socks all the way pulled up. That's a DC thing. It's a cultural thing. It's like we wore swimming caps in the summertime and we're not at the pool. That was a fashion statement in DC. That was like, used to wear all black ones or colorful swimming caps. If anybody from DC that's from that era, or nobody had to tell DC New Balance is the sneaker.
It was just what it is.
I know these uptowns, white on white, go in New York, and I know, you know what I'm saying, these particular sneakers go in California. Out here in DC, we rock New Balance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and that was an accepted. I'm talking about culture. So
Right,
all of these
right.
things flow into it. So that's what you accept. It when you go to somebody's space, you respect where they are. This is how we do it. As long as you respect, that's how somebody does it in that place. And this is a cultural thing, and why we move the way we move and talk the way we talk. I'm being redundant of what I'm saying, but that was the beauty of
These are gems.
just individual scenes and sounds.
But see, this is also too why I don't think it's a mystery why, you know, I only mention these gentlemen because there's a lot of lyricists that are out here. I was talking to Mick Jenkins last night, met him for the first time at this event. But I think there's a reason why when you see the Absols, you see the Daylights, they're a product of the same television, right? When this is the importance of Rapsody. This was the importance of being able to go home after school and at 4 o'clock when Big Ticket come on a television and you're able to see like, oh, that's what Milwaukee's doing right now. This is next bubbling out of Alabama. Okay, cool. Because it wasn't the same experience that we have in the internet, because the internet was nowhere near what it is today. So I enjoy seeing not just music become more regional, but I also enjoy seeing that outlets are becoming kind of like their own versions of MTV Raps and Rapsody, and that we're doing it in this era. It's not the same thing, obviously, but we're doing it in this era where it's like, yo, did y'all hear this? It's almost like bringing a rapper into the booth, and it's like, no, you're gonna hear this right here.
Well,
So,
let me ask this question,
yeah.
and I'm trying to phrase it the right way. One of the points that you also brought up is this is a lot of my life is pre-internet. I know that's really hard for somebody that's like 20 years old to really understand of like what it was like prior to the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And television and these outlets also was a place where it was like, if you made it to Rap City, you made it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? I don't care what level you was on. If you made it to Yo MTV Raps or interview, one video, or even if you made it to Ralph McDaniels, you made it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm talking about that because Ralph McDaniels was, I don't think people really understand that, yes, you had your BETs and your MTVs, but the thing that made Ralph McDaniels like equivalent or even, dare I say, better was that you could see Ralph McDaniels in the projects for free. You didn't need cable.
Okay.
That's why Ralph McDaniels just touched everybody. When those programs, that's a normal, like, yo, I'm broke, I'm in the projects, I got a TV with no cable and the antennas is just up, or the antennas done broke and you went and got the hanger and put it in, you could watch Ralph McDaniels.
Right.
But my point being is that, like, we were focused, television media was more focused on these 1, 2, or 3 spots. And now that we have, and now that everyone themselves are media, it's like we lost this tunnel focus of like, this is the person that we're kind of looking at. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
so now
yeah.
there's pockets of people who, there's still, as successful as he is, there's still people that if I walk up to today and be like, have you heard of this artist named Russ? They'd be like, who? You understand what I'm saying? And he got millions. He's one of the independent examples that we use. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's still plenty of people that I'll be like, yo, you know, there's a dude named Lecrae that's like a Christian rapper that's very successful. And people be like, who? I'll be like, yo, bro, do you understand the power of gospel and how much gospel music sells? Right. There's still to this day.
Right.
How much gospel is one of the main things, and gospel is a baked in, and I'm not getting into anybody's religion, but our musicians that play with us, 1,500, all these people, they are going to be in church on Sunday playing.
Shout out to Ransom.
They're going to be in church on Sunday playing.
Right.
And you make it a G for doing the drums at one of these big churches on Sunday. There's been plenty of times we've been on tour and they like, no, I got to make my Sunday gig. Because when this tour is over, Sunday is always there.
You gotta have that foundation. You gotta have it to come back. It's almost like that feeds the soul from an industry that takes so much energy at times. If it refills the soul.
Yeah, I guess my question was about the focus. Like, do you feel as though, like, is it ever a way to focus all of the attention? Because our attention was, and it's not a, it was positives and negatives, right?
Sure.
Like, so television, I remember when there was only 4 channels in your local channel, you know what I'm saying? But then when you went to school the next day, everybody talked about this one particular television show because we all watched it, right? radio, something would happen, we all listened to the same radio stations. And then like when the variety came, I was like, this is dope. But then I'm noticing this thing is like super huge in this one area, and then there's people over here that have no idea about it. Do you feel like that helps or hurts?
I do see your point, and that you made a valid point in terms of the way that it changes the focus. Here's what I'll say: two things. One about Rapsody. What I found that was interesting is maybe this was me not being as well read on all the artists from where they were from, but the way that the videos were presented, they weren't always high budget videos. A lot of time Rapsody would play not just the main names, they would play artists that were for sure, you know, either on the come up or they just had inked a deal and this was their first, you know, kind of distribution situation. But I remember,
stop right there. This is why this is a very necessary conversation.
Right.
You got to remember that this is BET in Washington, D.C. All of my friends who were trying to be in the music business, we walked over to BET to get jobs. All of it. We young kids, nobody up there know what's going on in terms of the culture. We walking up there to go get jobs. The people that was behind the cameras, that was doing the music for Rapsody, that was doing the dance shows. I DJ'd on the dance show a couple times, but the behind the scenes people were all Howard students and a couple of like DC local people that was into the scene. We went up there and a lot of us were interns. You know what I'm saying? And we was doing this for free to get some sort of experience. So if you see a Wu-Tang Clan come out, you're like, no, we got to play this. Then Wu-Tang come to DC and Method Man jumps on the bar and in the Ritz and is grabbing liquor from the bar and start throwing the liquor bottles out to the, we like, yo, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Right.
And they weren't even the opening act. I mean, they wasn't the main act. They were the opening act for the alcoholics.
Yeah. Crazy.
But now we get to put that into, but a lot of what you see in terms of those people with those low budget videos, you got to remember rap was not getting million. We did not see the shiny like videos until later on. That's a Hype Williams thing. That's these videos was coming in at like really low. I mean, we would consider it a lot now if I was to tell you I'm gonna give you $100,000 for a video. You know what I'm saying? But back then, telling somebody you only got $100,000 for a video was like, okay, well I can't do anything. Well, I gotta make it as low budget.
To your point, I'm glad you said that because that's definitely the clarification needed. I think that in this point right now, the special thing that's happening is there are times where the focus becomes so broad that you could have a conversation one place and you don't know about a Russ at another place, and you know, and vice versa with a Lecrae. But I think that now, because of the way that content is structured, it gives an opportunity where people are more open to hear a story, especially if the story is unique, right? For instance, when I think about an independent artist named Nick D, who has made, you know, it's had millions and millions and millions of streams. He's going crazy viral on TikTok, but he doesn't want to do shows. Right? He just doesn't. He wants to buy more acres of land. He lives in the country. He wants to buy acres of land, and he wants to be next to his family. He wants to be able to record from home, do his content from home. And if I'm not mistaken, the man's up some M's from what I'm told. And I've interviewed him, and he's talked about how he doesn't really have a desire to want to leave his family and go on tour. That story, even without the name, says that exists. What does that look like? So I think because of the way that content has evolved, because it's not just a matter of throw a music video out and I hope this is enough to make somebody want to do research, I think that's what makes it interesting. Yeah, there's a narrative now, there's a storyline, and there's more storytellers who are telling stories that before, if it wasn't a major name, I remember the different phases of YouTube where if it wasn't a name, I'm not doing a story on you because that just doesn't make sense. Now I look for those where, for instance, I know everybody probably wanted to get an interview with Kendrick after Not Like Us and all of that. I was more interested in, who is this emerging dancer that I keep seeing in everybody's video named Storm the Barge? I had followed her on Instagram, and I was like watching her go from getting her first Target deal, and then she started getting this opportunity, and then her videos went viral, and then all of a sudden she's at the pop out, and I'm like, I want to talk to her. And the interesting thing was, that was what I was interested in personally because I care about all the details. My audience came in here and they were like, we want to hear what her perspective is because these are the stories that maybe got skipped on or didn't get the platform that they did 10, 20 years ago the way they do today. So in that same breath, for what you're asking, I do feel like now there's stories that are going to be told from artists that are truly, truly DIYers, truly, truly independent. For instance, there's a guy going viral for the last year. He's a gas station attendant. He's a gas station attendant. He raps about being a gas station attendant. He does videos in front of the gas station. What is your story? It's not the fact that he's worked with this person and this person. It's what is so when I see that, that makes me feel encouraged, because it's like there's so many different versions of stories we can tell. I did a story with there's a female rapper who is like, she was I think she was 46 or 47 at the time, and she was describing like how hesitant she was to get on TikTok. She ended up going viral on TikTok and becoming a big deal on there, and we connected because of that. So these are the stories that I'm looking at. I'm like, that's the time period we're living in. So yeah, there are some cons, but I do see an abundance of pros in that, because of the great storytellers that exist, the folks who are now the media voices, and the fact that, you know, some of us are artists as well. We're going to tell it with a different care than I guess the average YouTuber might do. So I mean,
let me ask the second question, right? So when it went towards that, right? Mm-hmm. I guess this is the angst that I have now of respecting everyone as a content creator. And it's not saying I don't respect them. I'm saying it's impossible for, let's say, Rapsody Rubin, right? However many requests that we get, you got to tell somebody no. They can't sit all day and just do interviews all day, right? So how do you pick and choose? Because the original way that it was like, yo, I don't really like saying the same thing over and over and over again, but there weren't that many, right? If we talking about print magazines, I was going to Source, Vibe, or XXL. If we're in radio, every city, there's probably 2 competing radio stations for urban, you know what I'm saying? And then there's probably a couple that are like a little higher in terms of the age range, and I may want to reach some of those people too. You know what I'm saying? It depends on who I am. But then when it turned to like, hey, I got a blog, there could be some legitimate people that I'm like, I've never heard of you. You know what I'm saying? And it's not out of disrespect. It's just like, yo, I've never really heard of you, or something has to sort of connect in my world to where, like, okay, when y'all started doing the culture joints,
Culture United, you're right, yeah.
So of course I know Rob from, you know what I'm saying, for years. That's my dude. It's somebody I respect. And he's not about nonsense. He's really about journalism. Then, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I forget the white gentleman's name that was on there.
Was it Jeremy, or was it Anthony Fantano?
Yeah, Jeremy is new. Jeremy is just like stepped into the space. But it was another older gentleman. He's like, oh, he's the professor.
Professor Scott. Professor Scott.
Never heard of him. Yeah. Y'all send me to, I'm like, oh, okay, here's another person that obviously a bunch of people have been following. You know, like I know FD for other breakdowns and deep dives, you know what I'm saying? So I found him on my, but like anybody I didn't know about the young lady, I believe her name starts with an O, and she's a lawyer, but I didn't really know about her until the Breakfast Club put her on, and she destroys the mayor of New York City. Like, no, I know what I'm talking about. That, and then I'm seeing like FD did videos with her, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm saying all that to say, it's hard for me to pick like this person is out here popping beyond just the numbers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So then you can sort of understand that when a marketing company is coming in and they like, well, let me see the numbers. And you're like, yo, it's more than just numbers. And they're like, well, I don't have time to sit down and figure out which one of y'all is culturally relevant. I'm looking at the numbers.
But see, I think that's why, and I got to give props to Justin on this. This is why it's important that he's bringing everybody together for these Culture United conversations, because I think it makes it a lot easier. For instance, I was talking to the gentleman from Coast Contra last night, and they were giving ultimate props about like, man, we love what you're doing. We love that you're bringing the focus, you know, to the type of art that we pushing. And it dawned on me, it's like those type of artists, like for instance, for Rapsody specifically, I think the conversations that she would have with anybody in that Culture United would be, and this is not any kind of disrespect to a Breakfast Club, they would be different than what it is, because I think that there's responsibilities when you're on traditional radio and you have things that you must meet, commercials that must be done, and I think they do a great job in that medium. But I also think that if you sit Rapsody down with FD Signifier, just thinking about that from a content standpoint, and I always replace the word content with message, so it's a lot easier for me to brainstorm things. When I think about the message that brings, especially after you saw the conversation, the 3 a.m. conversation she had with Erykah Badu, I just know that that's going to produce different results, and it's going to put the music that's already a backdrop for folks who do have deeper thoughts, who do want to go down these rabbit holes, who do really think about, you know, their identity. This is the audience to go to. For Professor Sky, the fact that he's able to bring historical context into a conversation like this, you know, I would want to see Ruben sit down with a Professor Sky, not because of how many views it would be, but because of the cultural cachet that builds in the scope of this. Because you're talking about, we have found people as older content creators, at least in this space, right? Because we're all about 35 and up. We found a section of the audience that hyper consume, and that is so abnormal for that age group. That's usually reserved for kids who are into gaming. They're into, you know, just the things that are in there. But we hyper consume because this is our new TV. I don't even watch. I got Spectrum. I watch YouTube more than Spectrum now because of the amount of people that I have access to. So I think that this is where it's less about the marketing companies. I don't even expect them to know about it. I would just look at some of these Culture United and say, you know what? For the basis of this conversation, I think this will be a good talk. Like, I had no way of reaching out to Rapsody, but when she had talked to Idea Generation and said, I want to win a Grammy, he asked some great questions, but there's some things that as a DIY artist, as an independent artist, I would have loved to unpack. So that's why I do reaction videos, right? So I just think it's going to be a matter of you and Ninth already doing such an amazing job. It's about, you know, doing the unorthodox things, because isn't that kind of the foundation of what Teen Summit was? The foundation of not so much 106, but that's the foundation of, let's put these two individuals in a room, because as a concept, this is just, I think it'll produce a lot of fruit.
It's funny that you said Teen Summit. All of my friends was like the audience in Teen Summit.
For real. That's what I'm saying. Like, that was the first time I got to see, like, oh, these are Bun B's thoughts outside of a 16 bars. You know what? He's really developing these thoughts. I didn't think that he was on this kind of timing based upon just the music, right? I think that those are the things where, yeah, there are folks like, and I met him last night. Shout out to Elliot Wilson. That we still need the legends and legacy media, but we also, because of the way that the audience has shifted, we also need these new voices that are, I don't consider myself a journalist, but I'm for sure a conversationalist. Like, I'm for sure going to ask the questions that I know a lot of independent artists are like, damn, I wish I could ask that to Rapsody.
But this is a different definition. This is what we were talking about in terms of when you become an OG. It's just like, yo, the thing that you trained for may not be the aim and goal of what the young people are going after, right? So when you say traditional journalist, my mind goes to someone who knows how to write. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when you go to journalism, then my mind was opened up to photojournalism, and like, I'm telling my story through, you know, photography and through pictures.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to, you know, like, there's different forms of journalism, but the problem becomes, Kai is not trying to be a journalist,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, when did I ever say that I'm trying to be a journalist? Or if what I found, if there's a hole there for something that you miss, then go do it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if there's a thing of like, I'm missing what Rolling Stone used to be, right? Somebody went and lived with the band damn near for like 2 months on the road. I'm gonna write this long, involved story. I'm not trying to get the I gotcha moment of getting it out before someone. I'm being more in depth than anybody else could be because I'm with these people. My form of that now is wax poetic, right? Like, so when I read a wax poetic, it's like, no, they're not trying to get the story up first.
Yeah.
I have my places for that. So if you see that hole, then I think people should just fill that hole. But you can't always place what you was trying to do into, like, no, these kids, that's not even they
MO
goal.
I think that's the beautiful part about it, though, because you're seeing a lot of those folks who come from that traditional media, who are in the same YouTube ecosystem, figuring it out, right? And I look at that and I say, it's not even about being in competition. It's about getting yourself into your signature role and where your voice is supposed to be here. And I look at what's being done. Like, shout out to Elliot and to Jeremy and to DJ Head at the bigger picture. That's needed, because now somebody says, all right, on my TV guide itinerary, my hip hop TV guide itinerary, Saturday's already taken care of. Today, somebody spent almost 5 hours with you and I having this conversation, and it's something that presents as edutainment. Like, we're having a conversation that's a lot of education, but there's also entertainment because they're aware of your history and all the things that you've accomplished. So the more I look at this as we have a responsibility as channels to provide the best TV and not just salacious stuff that gets views and just a bunch of like low-hanging fruit, the more I look at this and I say, yo, you could make whatever TV show you want, just show up and just continue to produce it. I don't take that responsibility lightly, and I think a lot of people are starting to change with that for sure.
I know we went a long way off of TuneCore.
Yeah, I mean, and I said, I know look, and I know you on East Coast. You on the East Coast right now, right?
I'm in LA.
Are you in LA? Right? Okay, I'm about to say, because if you know, I know the time is getting the time, but I'm trying to figure out. So, I'm looking at the stuff that's up here, and you know, there are things that I absolutely, you know, I could ask you all kind of stuff about it, but the what's been here was the things that I was more so focused on. I think one part of this video for sure I would love to play, which is Jeff Price's streaming payout solution, if you didn't mind that. Okay, so I got this timestamp here, and then from there, ladies and gentlemen, if you have some questions, definitely want to keep that as brief as possible, man. One more round of applause for young Guru for giving us so much of his time today. Very grateful for you, man. Insane. All right. So fast forward a little bit here. Jeff Price, once again, the founder of TuneCore, is discussing what he sees as a solution that he suggests for the low stream payouts and how that can be fixed up. So I'll let you go ahead and take from here.
Both sides happy to get the companies who own most of the DSPs, but the artists happy.
So the user-centric, so the question was, is there a way to bring the artists and the digital services together to create an economic model that can work for everybody?
Correct.
That's good, okay. And right now, in my opinion, the scales are tilted too heavily in front of the companies, and it's leaving the other side out. And then, of course, we've got middlemen like record labels, and, you know, I'm a middleman. You got these people that work for you in between the other people. So, you know, the user-centric model, it really hasn't been utilized yet. There was a recent announcement about Universal Music in Deezer, which is another streaming service, adopting a more user-centric model. But, you know, I'm just following.
Deezer also got rid of 226,000 songs without warning. I don't know if you've seen that. Did you see that?
Yeah, it was crazy, bro. It was super.
What are they doing? I'm telling you, that's why I said it's the drunk. They know what they're doing, but that's why I say it's like the drunken kid who's like, let's just get rid of half of the catalog. What are we doing?
Logic, which is, if I listen to your music, you should get my money, because I think that's the way the world should work. And I think in that logic construct, I think the economics will work better. So the answer, anyway, in my opinion, is how do we get everybody lined up? I can think of two things. Number one, we go to an extreme from where we are now, where music is just available for free with everything. You buy a car, you get a computer, a tablet, a Roku, an Apple TV. You sign up with your internet provider. Everything comes with access to on-demand streaming interactive music. However, every single one of those transactions, when you buy the car, when you buy the device, some of that money goes into a giant royalty pot.
I've never heard that as a possible. What was your reaction in the moment when you heard that? I don't know if you're still here.
No, I'm still here. He's super thinking outside of the box, right? So what he's saying is expand it beyond music, right? So think about it that every time, bundle it. Every time somebody buys a car, every time somebody buys this or that small percentage, look at it, you're adding that. Now we get to add in I don't know how you say this, but like the GDP of cars, right? Of like however many cars, the amount of money that is sold or used for cars in the United States, I can now add that money to the pot. And then we're getting a percentage of that. Everywhere that this thing is going to be used,
Yeah.
you can bundle it with whatever you want. That's what he's saying.
That's
So I can now take that and put that into every single of the endless amount of scenarios that we could think of as to where music is used.
right.
It almost to the point where, like, imagine a percentage of the baseball tickets that are sold if we know what our playlist is or
Bro.
what we're playing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
It would be so much money. I mean, you know, the cynicism that exists on one side of me is like they're gonna find a way to get that money too. But another part of me is like, but
this is a great thing that even Jeff Price later on in this, he's talking about a client that he had who developed a program just like that. It scours the internet to find your particular song, whether or not it's in the background of a video of, like, say, something where there's a huge crowd in the back. They played your song at a baseball game or basketball game or whatever, and they put that on YouTube. You're supposed to be getting some money from that. So this guy created a program that's all it does is scour the internet, looking for that particular thing of your song to try to find places to get you paid. So just imagine what that is for every basketball game, imagine soccer games around us in the United States. We kind of devalue how big nothing in the United States is sports-wise is as big as soccer is in the world. This is why it's called a World Cup. You understand what I'm saying? But how many countries you get to by playing something as an advertisement on the World Cup? The Super Bowl pales in comparison to the World Cup.
I understand what you mean, and I keep seeing this always happens. Anytime we get to talking about music streaming, inevitably the blockchain bros make their way in. Blockchain can solve all this, no matter what you're talking about. If you got a dirty car, blockchain can serve, can get that. You got a bad kid, blockchain. Like, what is your point of view on that?
Okay, so but you have to remember that the way that certain things were introduced, people again take concepts and misconstrue them. The idea of blockchain is for us to be able to verify. Right, so once it gets started, you keep building on top of it, and we can always go back to what this source is. Right, one of the original ways that we got this introduced was through NFTs, and people were like, "What is this? It's just a little thing or whatever." It's built on the blockchain. The NFT is just a non-fungible token, and I can make anything an NFT. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, blockchain, but what blockchain, what cryptocurrency, specifically cryptocurrency, did was to show us that money is about trust. When we got to the money part, money is about trust. And again, we have been on here talking about music. I'll try to say it as fast as I can. In the United States, our money used to be backed up by gold and silver and precious metals, meaning that if I was in the United States in 1895 and I went and got however much gold, I took this gold to the bank. They gave me some what we call promissory notes. That meant that, this is official. They have this much gold in here, and this is what was my cash, right? We get to a certain point where we'll go, okay, the cash in the United States is not backed up by gold anymore, right? That was around the 1920s. And the reason that we did certain things like that is because we go through the Depression, right? So we figure out that, we need to control so that we are in the middle with money, meaning that we don't go all the way down and we have a depression, and we don't go all the way up and we have inflation. This is literally, I'm giving you a lot real fast, but this is literally the reason why the movie Dead Presidents exists, where people figure out in order to keep a certain amount of cash in circulation, our government burns money. We take the old bills, we burn them, and we introduce new, but we can control the circulation of how much paper cash was out there, right? So if you think about the fact that now when's the last time you use paper cash? You know what I'm saying? I haven't used paper cash in so long.
Yeah,
so
same.
The idea of cryptocurrency is showing you that thing. People go, well, what do you mean? I'm trying to explain this to my mother is like the best education. Explain it to, a younger generation that don't understand. So it's like, anybody could make a coin. It's how many people trust that coin. And when it gets to the point where that coin can then be used to book a hotel room or to, purchase a loaf of bread or to purchase eggs or to pay for gas or whatever it is, if the whole thing is trust, does that person take it? The reason that the dollar bill is valuable is because when you walk to the corner and you try to get some bread, that person will take the dollar. It's all trust. You understand what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
all trust. So but you have to really separate blockchain and what that technology is and how blockchain is being applied to a cryptocurrency, how blockchain is being applied to an NFT. So right, when somebody says something about the car or real estate and blockchain, it's like, no, yes, you can actually take a mortgage and make it, you know what I'm saying, put on a blockchain. Like,
Right.
but all of this has to do with trust and how much people trust it. Now, when we come to the reality of life, right? Not what the this is my statement when I'm saying life is not chess. Chess has rules to it, and people will usurp the rules. And when you're dealing with money and you're dealing with governments, the main thing is that they are backed up by armies. Now, if you want to really get into it, I can talk because I have an army to back up what I'm saying.
Right.
And any place on the planet that I need to back up what I'm doing, I have an army to do so. If you really want to get to the foundation of why this can exist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I backed it up over and over. So my and what means something because I got an army behind me. Cool.
Man.
That's why you're gonna make certain moves to make sure that your currency is going to still be good in the world. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Yeah.
It's the same way as like people can go, okay, how can NVIDIA do what it's doing, say that this is worth this, and then we introduce DeepSeek into it, and it crashes the stock market, not crash the stock market, but the stock market went down crazy. All of my guys that deal with crypto was like, yo, look at what's going on. These people have just thrown in an AI that took a United States company billions of dollars to make, and they made it for less than 5 million. What's this worth? And they made it open source. So that means that I don't got to pay for it and I can manipulate it if it's open source.
Okay.
The value of this over here is showing you a hole in what we're doing over here. And it's not that, you know, I put that up on my Instagram. I was like, yo, this doesn't show you that, like, say China is smarter than us. This shows you the power of open source and what open source is meant to be, and the power of when one company you have to have a finite amount of engineers. I don't care if they're the best in the world. There's a finite amount of engineers that are creating this thing versus all of the engineers in the world that know how to deal with this. One kid in wherever who don't have that incredible job could take this and manipulate it, and now we see something that we can include. It's open source.
Yeah.
Or people need to see the value of open source and why open source was created in the first place. Like, this is music that we're talking about.
Right.
I was trying to do this on my Instagram. So if you look at the history of music, there was a point in time where if I bought a Yamaha keyboard, it only worked with Yamaha beat machines. If I bought a sequential circuit keyboard, it only worked with they beat machines, and everybody had their own protocol of how to connect them. One wouldn't talk to the other, right? 3 guys sit down, and I'm giving you the super fast version.
Right.
But 3 guys sit down. Yes, this is also when you are the person who designed it and the president of the company, the founder, you know the information. 3 founders can sit down and make some decisions at lunch, right? And the idea comes where it's like, yo, we could actually sell to the same customer 3 times if all of our stuff worked together. Curtis King is not going to go, yo, I only buy Focusrite. Yo, I only buy Akai. Yo, you buying a smorgasbord of a bunch of stuff because it all talks to each other. You see what I'm saying? So they figured, yo, we're going to make this thing called MIDI, and it's going to be open source. No one owns it directly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's going to be free for everyone to put into all of their gear so that our gear can talk to each other. We make the money in the long run because now we're not forcing our customer to only buy one thing. It opens up the market for them to buy whatever they want to buy. Right. But the one person might think, no, I invented MIDI, so I should be getting paid for this. No, MIDI's open source. So people get to correct it. When MIDI was first made, it's strictly a keyboard language. It's for people with keyboards, right? Which is why the language was the way it was. So then other people come in and they go, yo, can we expand this, right? What about instruments that are wind instruments? How do we represent that with a keyboard? What about this? What about, and everybody starts adding in all this. What if it's not just about playing notes? What if it's about controlling lights? What if it's about, MIDI can do all of this, right? Because it's been developed. We're now at the point of MIDI 2.0, which is like, yo, we're doubling things. You can now have 256 instead of 127. You don't have to have A, B, C. You can have all that on the same thing. We now have Aftertouch. We now have OSC. We now have all these other things that are like, MIDI has to be upgraded. It's an open source thing. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. I know the original thing was about blockchain, and I didn't say the word deregulation. That's another important part when you're trying to explain blockchain. It's like to deregulate things so that it's not under one person's control. And that's the idea behind it. Now, what people do with that, what the powers that be come in to try to block certain things from people having control, what gets recognized for you to be able to make certain moves, and all depends on who's in power.
Man, come on, man.
Somebody's gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell
Look. The very definition of cooking. And it's funny because we got some folks who are familiar in that space, and all you see, bingo, yes, yes. That's what I was trying to say. All these folks was in here that were saying it.
And mind you, I'm sorry, for the audience, I'm giving you the quick dumbed down version. There's way more, you know what I'm saying? That would be a whole nother 4 hours of us just blockchain and crypto. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not the super expert at it. You know what I'm saying? I would get somebody that like my dude Ronnie Sampson, who wrote the Kingonomics book. You know what I'm saying? I would get him up here to explain from somebody who I do this. You know what I'm saying? He's one of them. I do that when it comes to that. Yeah. So it's not only just building with what he does with his own stuff, is like building with Nesby, right? This is why I'm part of the National Society of Black Engineers. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, you want to be in that space. Yes, when it comes to engineering, people think it'd be about music, but it's engineering in a general sense, right? Electronical engineering, or how do you build a bridge, or how do you like any form of engineering that you could think of. That's what is Nesby is for, and to try to get people into these spaces to understand these spaces.
That makes sense. So there was one more timestamp that I forgot about, which is important. I think this is another one of those bomb moments. Spotify's pull model, and we can briefly stay here.
No, don't brief. Go into that.
Go into that one. Okay, so for those that don't understand the way that Spotify's payouts work, they're gonna break down here what the pull system that is here specifically to Spotify, what it looks like, why it's like that, and how you as a listener may think that you're supporting an artist by listening to them exclusively, but in reality, that money is going. The majority of it is going to artists that you probably don't even listen to. So let's go ahead and go to this timestamp here. And I think that was the last one before we can get to the Q&A stuff, if that's cool. Let me see.
Well, that's a great segue.
0-1. Is that what it's worth?
Well, that's a great segue.
I got off your question.
No, but this is a perfect thing, and Larry, we'll get to you, because this is a great explanation of solving some of the problems that I see going around with some of our students and in the world, period, where people say a stream is worth this amount. And being specific, that number fluctuates every month based off of the fact that we need to understand the business of what a streaming company is doing. They only get paid from subscribers and advertisement. That's it.
Yeah. So here's the big disconnect. The amount of money that goes into a giant pot each month, that gets spread out between all the songwriters, does not change based on the number of streams. If there's one stream in Spotify or 10 billion, the same amount of money will go into the pot, because the money that goes into the pot is based on the revenue that the service generates, either off of subscriptions or advertising.
That's it.
Excuse me?
And I was being clear for my students, but being clear for everybody, where it's like, yo, okay, let's understand how they make their money. So every month they have advertisers and they have subscriptions. Those numbers can fluctuate per month, meaning somebody could have simply not paid their $9.99. They no longer have their Spotify. Somebody could have, the number could have increased. Somebody joined Spotify during that time period. Now, you don't have the same amount of advertisers month per month per month. This is why you have an ad department that's going out and getting ads. You may have caked up, you know what I'm saying, on certain months not. But every month, this number becomes different. And this is what the basis of what they're collecting.
Oh my God.
In the United States, there's a certain percentage that they have to pay out per month.
Yeah.
that number is not fluctuating because of the number of streams. It's fluctuating because of the advertisement and the subscriptions fluctuating. And we can keep going.
Right. I'm just put the title up here. Spotify's pull payouts. Just making sure they have context about where because I don't think they can see the timestamps. But yeah, let me just put this up here. That's insane.
So think about a gym. You have a gym membership. You don't use the gym, but the gym's still getting the money. Right? So the amount of money that goes into the pot is based on a formula that has nothing to do with how many times the music is streamed.
What do you mean it doesn't have anything to do with the amount of times that song is streamed?
Because what we're trying to figure out right now is how much are they supposed to pay when people go, how do they come up with that rate? And that rate is this and that rate is that. No, there is literally a formula that you're using to calculate how much I have to pay out in accordance with the law.
That is nasty, bro. That is insane. I've heard it the first time, but for some reason it hit different today.
Mm-hmm. Now,
so what is the benefit at that point of getting 1 million streams then? If you're able to generate.
No, what I'm saying is now whatever we're talking about, the setting the rate. So now your 1 million streams are versus that rate. You understand what I'm saying? This is to set the rate of whatever they have. Now we can tell based off your 1 million streams how much money I owe you based off of that rate. I'm telling you that the rate is fluctuating every month. So now, if you got 0 streams, then no, you can't go and get some money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Makes
but if you
sense.
got 1 million streams, you have that towards the rate. But when we say this thing about a stream is worth this, bro, it's fluctuating every single month.
So you mean to tell me you got?
This is also why I told you it's great to go get that calendar that he created, because what he did was from the time that Spotify, and this is just for Spotify, the time that Spotify started, he knows the rate per month and it's in the calculator, so that when you're going back in years, it's like, okay, the calculator adjusts itself per month.
You know what don't change rates? That makes perfect sense. You know what don't change month to month unless you change the price, the prices that's on your website?
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
I mean, unless you offer the opportunity for them to pay more than what you're asking for. But so you mean to tell me that if I'm getting this right, I'm Spotify and I'm looking at, all right, this is what we made from advertisers. Shout out to Coca-Cola and all of those. This is what we got from subscriptions. Okay, we got a little drop off of subscriptions. All right, take a piece. That's all I got for y'all. How many streams you get? All right, 0.02%. Okay, and it just varies based upon when they're looking at these numbers. I mean, as a business, I kind of get that. It doesn't sound crazy because it just feels like the foundation of the original idea. It feels like a temporary idea that they're trying to force to make work for an ever-changing world. Like,
and here's another thing.
Yeah.
The people that roll with us for the whole time. This is also a reason why you saw that pushback for the writer side, because that writer side is a 9.1 cents for a song under 5 minutes. That's a statutory rate that's set by the government. So it's hard for you to change that. 9.1 cents is a statutory rate set up by the government. There's another reason why, I'm not kind of getting that part. You can't, for lack of a better word, you can't fake that part.
Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, I get it.
And this is, again, I got to go back and make sure that now this is all of my prior knowledge up until that 2021 date. And then you have to see what it is after this Music Monetization Act. I'm sure they probably threw some nonsense in there that addresses that as well. But this is what it was prior to that. And it was hard to fudge that part of it in your business.
Oh, man.
And that's just for the writer side. That's just what you owe legally for the writer side. I hope I'm not confused.
No, you explaining this clearly.
This is why you need to walk people through the whole thing, so that when we get to these points, they understand that we're making a difference between what the master owes and what the writer is owed, and all of those different things. But everything he said, but keep going and he'll show you what the actual breakdown is.
How the money gets spread out is based on how many times the music streams.
And
so
our government sets a rate of how much they're supposed to pay out. How much is
piece of the pie?
How much is that rate?
Yeah.
Per month?
So the rate that gets determined the simple version of it is you take a percentage of their gross revenue and you put that into a pot, and then you divide that by the number of streams. That's the very simple way of doing it. So $10 in the pot, one stream, $10 per stream, right? And so what you're looking at is you have a certain amount of money in the pot, and then you have 50 billion streams, and that's not hyperbole, and you divide it in, and all of a sudden you're going multiple places to the right of a decimal point. So for the ads, and then you move into the way our rules work is the digital music service changes how much money goes into the pot depending upon which of its products there are. So the ad supported gets its own pot, the subscription gets its other pot, the family plan gets another pot, right? So there's all these different pots, so they're running multiple calculations. For the ad supported one, the free one, 0.0001. For the subscription, the $9.99 a month one, that tends to be around 0.0006.
And theoretically, if this is a question, if the more songs, because we're putting so many songs per day on these services, and if they're supposed to be paying this out, the more songs that go on the service, that number is going to keep reducing.
Only if those recordings get streamed.
Okay.
Because if they don't get streamed, they don't get their share of the money.
And I know just last year they instituted their threshold system that said that if you didn't get 1,000 annual streams, you wouldn't get payouts at all.
And this goes back to, I don't care if it's 5 cents that you owe me. I want my 5 cents. I want my
money. That was my argument when I first took it off the stream. And I'm like, what are you talking? I don't work for you.
What they tried to do was they tried to go, okay, there was an article that came out of these many songs have been uploaded to Spotify that get 0 plays per year, and people were laughing like, yo, how could a song is it? Because you're thinking as an artist where you're like, at least you got to click on your own, your mom, something, you're like your friends, somebody got to click. But you think about the amount of things that go up, and it's just like, it's not all just music. Like some of it's background noise, some of it, it's like so much stuff on Spotify that you would never think of, or just things just don't, it's impossible to play everything. So there were songs that were getting 0 plays, and then they were like, okay, you have to be over this amount in order for us to even pay you. And I'm like, that's unfair. It's like, what?
Well, it makes me wonder, and I'm sure I'm not gonna oversimplify this because obviously there's a lot of different moving pieces with this, but I understand their move for the threshold to try to make it to where if you slow down at 150,000 uploads a day, then that royalty rate will shift along with that and likely increase because you're paying out to less people. My thing is, wouldn't it make more sense to them then to create a system in which you have to be vetted in order to even get the access to be on there? Like, I know the distributors that's their money, and they don't care.
When you say vet somebody, then that means that now it's not democratic. The whole idea is that anybody's supposed to be able to upload music to the streaming service, and you have to make it a right for like who are you more special than me to be able to upload? And I can, it's America. This is what's the thing on The Wire where it was like the very first episode of The Wire, the very first scene is McNulty sitting there, and the dude is like, yo, so what happened? They shot Snot Boogie. Why did they shoot Snot Boogie? Because every time when we rolling dice in the back, he grabs the money and he runs. And McNulty's like, yo, if every week Snot Boogie grabs the money and run, why do y'all let him into the game? And the kid looks at him, he's like, hey, this America, man.
It's America. I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that vividly. I was trying to show it to my wife. We got an age difference. My wife, she didn't come up on The Wire, and so I was trying to show it to her, and I was like, now you got to understand what McNulty is saying right here. But yeah, no, I remember that scene for sure. Oh man,
it got to be fair and even for everyone, which again goes back to our thing of like, yo, we begged for it to be out of the hands of gatekeepers, and I don't want to have to sign to a label. Well, when you do that, everybody can do it.
But
now, everybody's a photographer,
right?
Everybody is a music maker, everybody's a blogger, and not everybody should be doing it. Not everybody is as good at it as everybody. But who am I to tell you that if that's your dream,
right,
go for it. All I can do is say is I like it or I don't like it. I support it or I don't support it. But I can't tell you as a human being what your dream is or what you know what I mean, or what you go after.
You. Can I yeah.
Point,
you're good.
You've been on this thing where you were like, yo, and I said this a while ago. I was like, yo, the kids is too soft.
Yeah.
Y'all too soft nowadays. You need to hear somebody go, that's whack.
Yeah.
And it will make you better. When I'm on the basketball court as a young kid and I'm trying to play, and I'm 8 and I'm trying to play with older teenagers and they killing, I'm like, no, I got to stay here after and get better. I need to be able to play on that level. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes the rejection, you wouldn't have got a Jordan if he didn't get rejected. You wouldn't have gotta, like, you gotta get rejected sometimes, and you gotta not take it as this person is dissing me. It's just they giving their opinion. That thing is the training that's gonna make you go get better. And then once you click it, then it's just like, yo, I worked to get to this point.
So I'm gonna try to wrap this point together because you got my brain moving on this one. So I understand why you don't limit the access to people because, like you said, you're trying to make it democratic or democracy, right? You're trying to make it to where folks have the access. Cool. My thing is, you flip it around on a payout situation. They've already determined that these people are more special than others because of the amount of streams that they generate. My thing is, how can those two exist?
Because we're not going off of who did what. We're going off of market share.
Market share, okay. Right.
Let's have a conversation again. So some of your DIYers may understand this. Do you know how many tech companies operate in the red for a large number of years before they turn a profit? There's a big difference between, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm starting a business, right? And whatever, I don't care. I'm selling cheesesteaks. I don't care, whatever it is, right? And in the first year of me setting up selling cheesesteaks, I make $1 million. I profit $1 million. My cheesesteaks blow up, all of that, right? I've made $1 million in this first year. I own a very small portion of the market share of food in the world. Very small, right? If we're coming in and we look at Ubers and we look at tech companies and we look at startups, there's a difference between a startup and a small business that is turning profit from day one. Whereas the startup, the idea is you just keep throwing money in, but their market share of where they are makes them a big dog. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I get
in terms of how we do trading and we use market share. When we say what the value, you're telling me that Uber has a value and they've never made a profit. How many years did Spotify go without turning a profit? And you're telling me what their value is on the stock market. Please Google that. What year did Spotify turn a profit?
It was 2024. 2024. Yeah. It was either the beginning of the 2025 or it was the end of 2024, but it just happened, and they had to find a way to do it outside of music, through podcasting and through now they're transitioning into being into a social media platform. But but that makes me feel even more so to my original point. It makes me feel even more so to my original point, in that shouldn't they want to create a space where they control the quality of it? They're able to dictate like what people they're bringing in there. And then they're also able to say, we pay the most based upon our exclusive environment that we have. Like, what is the benefit of having all these songs on here outside of just bragging about the library volume that you have?
I was gonna say now to me, what it sounds like you're describing is someone who's creating a label. Like Spotify is not a label. A label is, I go out, I choose which people that I like, which people that I think will be successful. I curate them. That's a label. Versus Spotify is saying this is the platform of where music is going to be. So they're not picking artists. They're not, of course, I don't want people to take my words and to be like, yo, are there artists that have relationships with Spotify that's going to get more benefit than you? Yes, which is why if you're going to play the game, it will behoove you to know somebody at Spotify.
Yeah.
Make a phone call, go to the office. You'd be surprised at how easy that is to do, right? To be like, yo, have I ever, instead of just being like, it's this big monster, who works there?
Yeah.
Who works at Spotify? Let me figure out who's there. Let me go have a conversation with this person, let alone think about, you know what, on my regular level, I'm Curtis King, and I meet somebody up there, I have a conversation. Can I take you to lunch?
Yeah.
Period. You know what I'm saying? And let's have a conversation, and this is worth that lunch to me. Now I have an inside I'm sure there millions of people can't do that. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But this is the couple steps that you can do to kind of get yourself above everybody else, and at least know yet when you said that thing earlier about like, yo, my first major placement, I had to go through all of this to get paid, and I'm like, bro, I fully understand. That was probably your first time with the label. You had to fill out a bunch of paperwork. even put you in the system. When your invoice came through, you're not the most important person up there. So this person is taking care of all of the other invoices that were actually on the desk first.
And they spelled
There used to be this antiquated system.
And they thought my name was Curtis King. They thought my government name was Curtis King. They were like, it must be his government name. So they sent the wrong check. That was the first problem, was they sent the wrong name in. I said, I can't cash this. I don't got to. You know what's funny about it? It's not funny. It's only funny now, but like I said, I was facing eviction. There was all kind of stuff going on. I had all these issues because I was communicating via email. I moved away and just so happened to look at the back of the CD that the placement was on. It was in the same city I was in Rancho. I thought all the business was in LA. It was in Rancho. I could have went down to an office and probably got a faster response, but everything happens for a reason, man. Let me end out this last part of here, and then we'll start coming. Man, this is incredible, bro. I'm you know what I'm saying? Had we not already built before, I know there's a part of me that's like, this is surreal, bro. But I'm like, we already had politics on some things. Man,
I still feel like there's so much information.
It is
to not give your audience. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's what the breakdown is of, and these are the points that you got to learn, people. This is the boring part of it, the law. Like this is not how well do I make a beat, but hard work will outdo creativity any day. Somebody that's like 3 levels below you in terms of talent will outwork you, and you'll be like, how did that when me and the homies, and again, pardon me, because I'm being verbose right now, right? And again, I'm not trying to use big words, but like, I need time to explain what I'm saying. That's why I say I'm verbose. It takes a lot of words for me.
If I had an issue with that, it'd be 4 hours ago. I'd have been like, man, can we? We are here to listen because there's a lot of stuff that I'm hearing for the first time, and I'm grateful, brother.
It's about the attitude. When me and the homies used to be like, I'm at Howard, it's, I don't know, 90, 94, 95. And the normal thing of we sitting around, we watching Rapsody, and my homies, we are a conglomerate of people that I came up with, like Tracy Lee. Tracy Lee had the song "It's Party Time" for those that don't know in '97. The Reaps, One Step Beyond. These are my friends. This is my crew. This is my clique. This is who I'm making music with every day. Going to their house. We got various MCs, a normal rap clique, right? We just all go to Howard together and clicked up. We'll be sitting there watching TV, and then, this video is garbage. This song is garbage. How did they? They're on BET. They did. We're trying to do the exact same thing. They did something that we're not doing.
They did it. It's done.
It wasn't about critique this dude and how good we live in DC.
Right.
BET is around the corner. We know everybody. How come they're on BET, and what are they doing that we're not doing? That's how I would look at it.
And
not about like, I'm the super talented rappers or singer sometimes don't want to do the work that the person that's average knows that they got to do, because they just like, I'm just that good, and the world should be recognizing that I'm the best talent out here. And it's like, bro, do you know how many people on West 4th Street that can outplay people in the NBA?
Street ball legends that never have the opportunity, and you got folks who have the opportunity, and they worked in their own right, but they take it for granted, and you see them.
Or they do all the things necessary to make it to the NBA.
They made it.
You look at Skip to My Lou at one point goes, yo, you know what? All of this I love, and we love the street ball legends. We love AN1. We love that. But at certain point, Skip to My Lou was like, no, I want to make it to the league.
Go to the league.
I want to know what that feels like to play in the NBA, and I have the talent to do it. This is the thing that is beyond the talent. That's be like, can you deal with the coach at your college to make it to the NBA? Can you deal with the groupies? Can you keep your mind together to not be fighting inside of whatever thing because you the man in college? Can you deal with, like, it's so many levels of making it to the NBA. Are you willing to go through these steps? Just because you're talented does not mean that you're going to make it all the way. If that's what your version of making it is.
That's why for the DIY conversations, I've learned over the last 2 years, as I've really been pushing the brand stronger and stronger, really identifying it. It's not for everybody. And I'll have conversations, and I think sometimes I'm grateful God will put somebody in front of me for a one-on-one consultation, because I recognize my role was to really prepare them for what this is and to help them decide, like, you know what? I think this is a shadow career of what my real career is supposed to be. Like, music was a vehicle in order for me to understand I really like communicating, or I really like graphic design, or I really like video, whatever. I feel like a lot of times I end up being that person, not trying to discourage them, but I'm telling them, look, this is how I shoot my content. This is how I light it. This is what I know about lighting. This is what I know about the ISO. I know about the f-stop. And by the time I look at their face after I've described it, they're like, you do this every day? I don't look at it like I have to. I look at it like I get to, because I remember not being able to afford to. Remember not being able to get to certain people on the phone. But it's like now, you know, and thank God I got a wife that she understands, even downstairs. Like if I want to do a show tonight, I can do a show tonight and host it live here and perform and do all of that stuff and then come back up here and record it. I can record a song today, make a beat in the same room, live stream it, get the content, go downstairs, do a show, and then go on Kanaki.com and press up a vinyl in the same day. So me seeing that, I remember being in Carson and being younger and being like, man, how do I get access to any of this stuff? And you got to do showcases and open mics, and hopefully you got an opportunity to get to an A&R. Like, what is funny, because one of my first shows, Young Guru, one of my first shows, they told me it's going to be A&Rs from Rockefeller here. It's going to be A&Rs from this label. It was at the Key Club, and we had to sell 100 tickets at $20 a pop.
I've heard every version of this scenario that you could.
Man, they had it, and they told us, hold on, they told us we're going to be at the Key Club. And I was like, the Key Club? I told my mom, she's like, oh, my son at the Key Club. I go in the front of the venue. They say, I'm looking at the band. The band's got like all of these different, you know, LED lights. And they said, are you here for hip hop? I said, yeah. They said downstairs. Mm-hmm. I said, well, it can't be that bad. I go downstairs. I got people who are coming out the kitchen and saying, excuse me, and they moving dishes and all of that. And we on this itty bitty stage. And I'm just looking at it and I'm like, man, I remember going through those times years and years and years after that, doing the hole in the wall, dive bars. And now to be able to do this from home, I'm like, dog, as crazy and as even sometimes as diabolical as some of this stuff is with streaming, I'm like, dog, but we're in 2025 and we can do literally whatever we want.
Bro, I could turn around right now and mix a record. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How like you had to book studio time to even think about your song.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like just the power that we have. But again, it's just, you know, it's me trying to make sure that like I can give the information, and then this is another bottom line that we haven't talked about before. Mm-hmm. Besides just me giving the information, I'm looking at the younger generation, like y'all supposed to take this and expose me to some ideas that I haven't thought of, because they're like, okay, good, we're gonna combine this, and this, and this. This is why I said you're supposed to take my wisdom. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But how you apply it is not gonna be the exact same steps. And in fact, you're gonna be the new generation that's teaching me something just based off the wisdom, not necessarily like, I think sometimes people think like you're supposed to just tell me how to do this. And I'm like, there is no easy way for me to just tell. It's something you have to design yourself. I'm giving you the information. All I can do is teach you how to move the chess pieces. You got to play the game for yourself, because I've never gone against the opponent that you're going against.
And things shift all the time. I mean, you talked about it earlier, just being in this space, and there's still things that you're seeing in real time for the first time, even after all the years that you've invested into this. That's why I always make it a point that no matter how much content that I'm making, music, first of all, is my number one passion no matter what, but I have to show that part of the process, because what good is the education or the entertainment or whatever you give me if there's no proof of concept? And I like to think about like people like Phil Handy. Phil Handy still gets out there no matter what age Phil Handy is. He out there showing them like, no, this is the move I need you to do. And I think that's why he becomes so in demand, is because he's still a practitioner of the things that he's teaching. So it's very valuable.
Yeah, this all goes to I do this.
I do this, exactly. Okay, this part right here is almost done, and then we can get to the final part of it. But yeah, man, really, really appreciate all of the wisdom.
And by the way, what we're discussing is something called a pool model, right? So you go in, or any of you go to a music service. Let's say I'll stick with the Beatles and Rolling Stones, which I think we all 6.
And theoretically, if this is a question, if the more songs, because we're putting so many songs per day on these services, and if they're supposed to be paying this out, the more songs that go on the service, that number is going to keep reducing?
Only if those recordings get streamed.
Okay.
Because if they don't get streamed, they don't get their share of the money. And by the way, what we're discussing is something called a pool model, right? So you go in, or any of you go to a music service. Let's say, I'll stick with the Beatles and Rolling Stones, which I think we all still know. Okay. So if I go in and I only listen to the Beatles, it's the only artist I listen to. They're Capitol EMI recordings. The money that I paid for the month, my $10, goes to Bette Midler and Tom Jones and Yee and Drake. My money goes to the artist I did not listen to because I'm part of the pool. Versus a user-centric model where I go in and I only listen to the Beatles, my money will only go to the Beatles. The user-centric model is not one being used. The pool model is the one being used. Why? Because the way the pool model works is the major music companies get a disproportionate amount of the money in the pot because they have more streams than others, so it weighs it more towards them, and from an economic perspective, they make more money than they would if they did the user-centric model. Which to me, I don't even want to go over how can I game the system. It's like, dude, I want to listen to this fucking artist, give him my money.
So imagine being an art.
Somebody going to tell the truth.
Look, somebody want to tell the truth.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it.
Imagine being one of those like, and I find myself like that. When I'm going in for an artist, when I say, yo, this is who you need to listen to, yo, I'm supporting them 1,000%. Yo, I want to put all my focus into making sure that independently they get my support. Man, I don't listen to this. I listen to this. This is what I think is true art at its highest form. I'm paying all of this focus and all of this attention. I'm paying my subscription thinking that I'm supporting this artist by streaming their music. I go listen to it while I go to sleep. I generate, let's say, $70 worth of money from listening to their music on repeat, which is a lot of listening. You still talking about Taylor Swift making more money off of that music than I, because she has market share. Drake, you're talking about anybody you can think of that is dominating the Ed Sheerans, that are dominating that space.
You can say my family name, Beyonce, Jay-Z. Yes, they're going to make the money because they the lion's share of what it is.
I mean,
so when we talking about, and that's something when we talking about independent artists, and you talking about somebody that's like, yo, I gotta compete against Taylor Swift. Yeah, it's not even you competing against that person. They got a lion's share of the market. Their market share is greater, which is why we went through this whole thing prior to explain to you market share.
Yeah.
This is the reason why. Jeff Price can explain it better than I can explain it, or better than the YouTuber that's just like, yo, Drake is getting all your streaming money. But why?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta know the why.
Well, we got this for those who were asking. This is going to be up here. I don't, usually when the strings run as long, I'm just like, oh no, this is such an important moment, because I think that this goes into the weeds in a way that you guys are going to see. I'm going to start cutting up clips moving forward in here, because it's just too much information that I need to make sure that you guys have access to. Man, I want to make sure we get to some final thoughts, but first of all, a round of applause one more time for all of this, because you don't owe us your time. And we appreciate it all. I'm sitting here, and I know they tripping out too, because it's just like, where else are you gonna get this information from somebody that knows what the hell they talking about, and two, is actively in this and still shifting the game as we speak. So DIYers, this is the time if you got questions. I know, look, we talked about music streaming. I hate to give Daniel Ek all my time like that, but I got questions for you, young guru, man, if that's cool with you, man. I'll keep them compact.
I wanted to make a point.
Yeah.
To make a point like this. This is the purpose of school, right? And it's not to be an advertisement for my school, but it's like, yo, this is one speaker series, right? That I bring somebody there that obviously has more information than me, does this daily. Even if we understand the same thing, this is what this person does. Right. So imagine now being a student, and then we go in class and we discuss this, and you get to ask personal questions back and forth. This is the college experience that you're not getting on YouTube. There's certain information that I'm like, yo, I want to study electrical engineering. I'm going to study this class. But imagine if I was in that class where like my thought process, or, you know what I'm saying? Like just little things that I may think of like, whatever the question is. So this is the best part, when people ask specific questions and be like, yo, what does this mean for me? How do I apply this? Yeah.
Man, yeah, that's money. These are the things that coming up. I wish I had the opportunity. Wish I had the opportunity to see that kind of thing, but I'm realizing that the bigger blessing is being able to connect what you're doing to an audience that maybe they were already aware, maybe they weren't aware, but I love the fact that this is happening. So let me see. I'm going to make sure I vet these questions. Please be respectful of the questions. Keep the gossip stuff and all of that stuff out where it's at. That's all I ask. You know, all my moderators, I know you guys are on it. I appreciate you. Round of applause for y'all as well. So Howard White is asking a question. He says, the big three have their association that clearly is representing their interests. Well, he said the big three have their association clearly. The big three have their association that clearly is representing their interests well and have obviously gained influence in DC. Do artists have their own association in other ears of policymakers?
Yes and no, and that's not to be vague. There are associations that are supposed to be arguing for us, but I don't think that we force them into those particular arguments, and they damn sure don't have the money to lobbyists. The whole thing is about money. You need money to be a lobbyist, to get laws changed, again, for the various reasons. And I don't want it to seem like this is like, oh, you need money to like buy cocaine and hookers for someone in DC. I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying? Even though some of that goes on, I'm not saying that.
Right.
I'm saying just to have an organization to run it, to be on this constantly every day, where you're like, this is what I'm trying to do. No, we don't have anybody that's doing that specifically for. There is really no us. So like when you say us, what organization are you talking about? Writers, that's supposed to be, you know, in the organizations of the ASCAP, the BMIs, the CSACs, and things of that nature. Musicians and artists, like, no, they're and then you're going to have some people that are going to jump on here later and be like, yo, my organization does this. Yeah, it does, but they don't have enough of us. There's no one place where we're like supporting that place where all of our money goes to, or we could, if we decided that's what it is, it's almost like grassroots organizations, you know what I'm saying? When we say, yo, we want to stop murder in the hood, and to say that there's no one organization that no, there's plenty of grassroots organizations in every city that work on that, but do they have the support of the people to where they can really effectively make a difference in DC? To a lobbyist, that's the level that I'm talking about to try to explain it for us. So when we, back in the day, when you saw this thing where it was like people tried to start a union, and we've seen that has never worked. So, you know, there are certain, so me as a performing artist, right? Say Jay-Z gets on a late night television show, right? So we've been on Saturday Night Live, and every time that Saturday Night Live re-airs that episode, my union will call me and say, hey, Goo, we have a check here for you. I go up there, whatever my dues are at that, say I haven't paid dues in 2 years or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I pay my little, it end up being like $30-some. Then they have a $600 check for me because this thing that we did on Saturday Night Live aired again.
Wow.
We have different type of unions, you know what I'm saying? But that's for strictly like television and performing rights artists, right? And that's in New York City. That it doesn't matter where it plays on what television station. That's my union that will collect my money, and then I pay my little fee. There's things like that, but not an overall to where we're like, okay, I'm passing out health care to independent artists.
Right.
That doesn't exist. Maybe if you're like Live Nation did it at one point, where they were like, yo, if you're a part of Live Nation and you're a touring artist, then we if you work at Live Nation as a roadie, as a whatever, we can offer you health care, which is why they started knocking out a lot of. Live Nation came in and was like, yo, they went for the big dogs at first, right? These big stadiums. They did deals with Madonna, with Jay-Z, with U2, with the big dogs. And that's how, like, say Jay-Z was the opener for U2 in 2010 when we were the opening act, but we're opening for U2. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, they're a little bit bigger than us. You know what I'm saying? But it was Live Nation putting that whole thing together. It's exposing us. We were in, like, say, Australia for like 30 days, Australia, New Zealand. I had old white ladies that were like, I would have never got right. I saw y'all and y'all was cool as this opening act for U2. I went and bought like stuff that's completely out of your sphere. Right. I'm not rambling. I'm just saying that I don't want people to come on and be like, "Go." Of course, there's unions. I'm saying that holds the weight of lobbyists for what Spotify and all of them are doing in DC. No, we don't have that.
Yeah. So I got, the first one I got for you is more so dealing with engineering. What are the biggest engineering mistakes independent artists make in their home studios, in your opinion?
One, distortion, recording into the red. Like, there's plenty of things I could fix as an engineer, especially when we're dealing with digital, but a distorted vocal is something, or distorted anything is something I just cannot fix.
Mm-hmm.
If you went too loud into digital, in analog, it was a little bit more forgiving if you went into the red because we were dealing with actual magnetism. We weren't dealing with zeros and ones. And there becomes a point where the system of zeros and ones cannot handle a signal. If you go above this zero, there's no way for me to write what the zeros and ones are above this signal.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain things that we've done over the years, and you asked the engineering question, so I'm gonna get a little technical. We've been talking about law and all this, but we started off in 16-bit. We really started off in 8-bit.
Mm-hmm.
We went to 16-bit, we went to 24-bit. If you look at any of the major DAWs right now, you have 32 floating point as a bit. Everybody should just, even if you're not an engineer, if you have the ability, your Pro Tools, put it on 32 floating point and just leave it.
Okay.
Just when you're recording. What that does is it's not about adding more, should I say, quality. Like, you're not, 32 floating point theoretically is not a higher fidelity than 24.
Mm-hmm.
What it's doing is about headroom and the amount of space that you have before you mess up and you start digitally clipping.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, with 32-bit floating point, you have more headroom than you could ever do. If you go from complete silence, which is 0 decibels, all the way to like 140, which is like the threshold of pain,
right?
Where like above that, your ears will start bleeding.
Yeah.
It's like if somebody shoots a gun next to your ear and your ears start bleeding because it hit a threshold that's above what you can even deal. Sound, when we're dealing with sound, we're dealing with sound pressure level. That's what a decibel is. It's measuring sound pressure level.
Right.
Sound pressure level is the difference in the medium that we use, which happens to be air. If there's no air, we can't hear.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody creates a source, we call a source. The source can be a voice, it could be a trumpet, it could be a drum, it could be whatever, the source, whatever's creating the sound. That sound then has to go through something in order for us to record it. So when I'm saying these theoretical things, I'm saying, yeah, you're still trapped into whatever the dynamics of your microphone is, but the dynamics of your preamp, the dynamics of your compressor, but theoretically, 32-bit is what we should be recording in,
mm-hmm.
because we have the ability to, and that's the main thing. Is it's like I can correct so many things, but if you just distort going in and don't understand that, I can't fix that part of it.
Man, I love that. I love that. This is something. It's funny because
here's another one. Here's another one too. I'm sorry.
You good?
Because it's a real big thing on my heart. When you are online and you're looking at YouTube videos, please make sure that those YouTube videos apply to what you are doing. So there could be the greatest information given to you by some engineer that's world-renowned with Grammys, and he's telling you something, but it doesn't apply to what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
His review of a piece of gear is from a totally different perspective. Like, you could be looking at a rock and roll engineer talking about low end, and he's nowhere near what an 808 is doing.
That's the worst. Oh, man.
It's not that he's giving you wrong information. It just applies to his world.
Yes.
So you have to make sure, you have to know the source of where you're getting this information from and applying that to like sort of like the style of music that you're doing. So don't just take it. This is why I love templates and I hate presets.
I love templates, but I hate presets. Okay.
Template is like for me to speed up my workflow.
Right.
So like, if I have a template, I've pre-thought every situation that I could possibly get into in a session, so that when somebody asks me for something, if I'm starting with a blank session and Beyonce is going to go, give me another track, she shouldn't have to wait for me to do new track.
Okay,
Every
I see
time
what
she
you're
wants
saying. Yeah.
Just have it all set up so that when she wants to jump from one track to the next, I already have that set up. If I know I'm working with somebody with auto-tune, then have auto-tune ready. If I know just have everything ready to go. A preset is going, the EQ for this kick is this, and you should use it
for every kick. That makes. So one of them is for streamlining, because you have a process that doesn't necessarily change at its very bare basics. The other one is you can't put seasoned salt on everything. You can't put ketchup on everything.
Or even the same thing, like, yo, people will go, yo, go. And don't get me wrong, I have presets or like say the stuff that I've done with Waves where I set it up to be like, yo, this is just for you to be able to click stuff on and then figure out where you want to go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Versus like, people have to understand, they'll ask me, what's the EQ setting for Jay-Z? And I'll be like, bro, what? I don't work that way. You would have, if I give you this EQ, he would have to be making the same, you would have to have the same artist making the same song on the same day. The temperature outside would have had to been the same. They would have had ate the same thing. All of these factor into whatever happened on that day. You know what I'm saying? So it's better for me to teach you the science of going, this particular thing is muddy, or it has too much of low mids and you need to cut some of that to get us to a certain point, versus me going, this was that EQ. There's a huge difference if I'm like, I don't know, this way and the microphone is like here versus if the microphone is here. It's gonna be a huge difference. Some artists have, they're singers and they have great control because they've been singing live on stage, and you watch a old Patti LaBelle performance, when she hits them high notes, she's doing this. You know what I'm saying? Because she knows I'm not going to get
preparing for that, right?
So that he don't have to compress as hard. This is the training that some singers don't have that training.
Right.
Or like if pause, that whole motion was pause.
Hey, y'all better not clip nothing up. I'll put a DMCA on everybody in here. I wish you would. No, but you know what's crazy about that is, even with the information that I'm not privy to in terms of it being in the weeds with engineering, what I keep hearing at the very basic is active listening and care for the process. And I feel like that's something that any engineer I've ever had an issue with, they didn't care enough about the process in terms of where this is going to go, where it's going to land, and they're not active listeners. They're they're putting up the presets, they're using templates, but they're really using presets as like just fallback. Oh, that's a kick. Cool. That's an 808. This works for all 808s. And there's a level of and it's funny because I heard one time I was taking a course from my guy Decap, one of my favorite producers, and I'm sitting there listening to the course, and he's telling people he put a stereo effect on an 808, and he was like, "This is not something I would teach you to do, but the lesson inside of that is I wanted to see what it did." And I wanted to see how that would sound in the grand. He said, now that beat has a special place, you know what I mean, in my catalog, because I chose to take an educated guess upon something that landed the way that it did. So now I have a reference for that. But it's active listening and care in the process.
Once you know the rules, you can break the rules.
Facts.
Right? And it's
Facts.
Like, I know these rules or whatever, and then creativity comes where I'm like, I'm using this thing in a way that it wasn't necessarily designed. Or let's just have fun with it. Like, that's, again, goes back to fun. Like, if you look at the basic things of like flangers and phasers and all those different things that we take for granted in music, this came about because like Jimi Hendrix was high and he walked over and he started messing with the tape machine and doing this to the tape machine and pushing the tape, and it made a funny noise. And then we was like, I like that sound.
Yeah.
And then we created something that emulates that all the time. It's all creative spaces of the things that we would naturally do just because of creativity and like trying to do something different. But of course, I know the rules, but then now I can break the rules.
I know the rules,
in a creative way. And that's the love of hip hop. Hip hop is always breaking the rules. If this turntable was made to play a phonographic record, it was never being made for you to put your hand on it and manipulate it back and forth. And we figured that out and made an instrument out of that and made a language out of scratching. That was not the intention. Right. When Roger Lynn created the Lynn drum, he is creating a beat machine so that he can play his guitar and get on tour with Eric Clapton. This is whole purpose. I'm not going to play the drum and write my little demo so that Eric Clapton know I could play this guitar and try to get on tour. Like, okay, but then I ended up making this thing that when I gave it to Prince, it changed music forever. When I gave it to Stevie Wonder, it changed music forever. When I made this MPC, he wasn't thinking, yeah, I'm going to create boom bap hip hop.
Right.
Like, no, it's what we did with the thing.
It was an extension of the creativity. And it's so crazy that I have to remind producers that ask me for advice, don't forget to have fun. As cliche as that sounds, I'm like, do you genuinely enjoy the process? Because if you were enjoying it, that energy and that vitality would lead you to do things that are like, I don't know what that'll do, but I want to try it because that's the space I'm in. I'm being creative. But a lot of folks, I feel like, put these restrictions and these guardrails up of, I can't do that because, like you were saying, they may be taken from too many sources that are not relevant to the kind of music they're making, where it's like, no, this rock engineer said I cannot have my bass hit these numbers and it has to be this. They're reading numbers and meters instead of trying to figure out how the experience is actually affecting them on an emotional level.
This is where corporate can also come in too and mess up your creativity. So in the past couple years, you have this trend. And again, people do this out of like, it's not always nefarious. It's not always like, yo, it seems like artists signed to a record label and the record label always is doing something that's like going, no, their job is to go, like they're looking at trends.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, yo, if TikTok is the place where everything that I've watched that has blown up in God knows how, like, is coming off of this, and this format tells me, get to the chorus first. So I want you to rearrange your song so that the chorus is in the front.
Right.
And then you as an artist is like, that wasn't my creation of the way I envisioned the song.
Right.
Or I wanted, like the record label now will force me to put 4 bars or 8 bars of blank music in the front, and we call that the DJ version now. Like that's part of, before I can get my check, I have to, first it was the main, the clean, the instrumental, the acapella, the TV track.
The 8-bar intro, yeah.
Now I have to do an 8-bar intro, adding on to more work that I have to do. And what if I'm Sade?
Right.
What if this, like you gonna tell Sade she got to put the 8-bar DJ intro in it? I ain't
finna tell Sade I do nothing. Whatever she want to do, she could do.
I'm a DJ. That's the 8-bar intro helps when we try to fit this into a mix. I'm trying to give you an example where it's not like somebody trying to do something evil to you. What they're actually trying to do is get you radio play. Yeah. They're trying to be like, oh, if you want to be on this mix show, get a guy 8 bars so he can mix it into
play ball.
What if my song is not that way?
But see, I came up around, shout out to my guy DJ Head, I came up at a time where he was still just a DJ rising up into the space, and he would give game to the artists around. I was the one I was listening. I was like, why do you need 8-bar intro? And he was like, come over here to Serato. And he'd show me like, all right, see, first of all, you got to stop doing all of this crazy, you swinging so much off the grid that most he said, unless it's an experienced DJ, they're going to struggle with this if it's not some kind of an 8-bar intro to kind of like transition everything into it. Hearing that from their perspective made me realize, oh, sometimes it's not just about me, and my creativity. I can make my life a lot easier when I start thinking of, well, where is this going to land? Because how can we be so selfish about the process and then say, but I still want you to buy it, and I still want you to play it, and I still want you to like it. Well, no, you haven't even taken into consideration somebody else's experience. That's why when I give critiques on music, I always remind artists, never forget, while you're in there obsessed with your artistry and what you're doing in the moment, trying to get the best version of that verse, never forget the listener experience.
Right.
Because it has to land somewhere.
This goes back to the points that I was saying before about knowing yourself and knowing things that you'll do and won't do. Mm-hmm. So there was a point where, and again, these things come from trends or whatever. On TikTok, like the sped up versions of songs were getting a lot more traction, right? People were doing certain things with the sped, and they was coming to me like, yo, you got to speed up Ruben's songs to like 155. I'm like, I'm just not doing that. No. Like, no.
Does it even make sense conceptually? Like, if we're just doing this as just a function, then no, I reserve the right to say I don't think that makes sense for what we're doing. But then
if somebody come to me and say, yo, this song that you produced for Ruben and Rapsody, I need an 8-bar intro because you're my, on the album, the song that I produced February 13th, it's a gradual, like it's a breakup song. It's called February 13th. It's like the day before Valentine's Day. You know what I'm saying? It's like people that break up before, that was the whole idea, was like calling it February 13th is like, this is the things that happen the day before Valentine's. You know what I'm saying? So it's a breakup song. But it's like, so it starts in a slow like rise, and this is what, so maybe, okay, now that was for the album, but I don't have a problem if somebody goes, I need 8 bars of that because I want to spin it on there. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
There's certain things that I will do and certain things that I won't do. That was my point.
Especially when it's something as simple as that. You want me to just add extra pieces of the beat that we've already approved so that you can do me a solid in this and spin? I got you. Easy work. Man, we've occupied a lot of your day and a lot of your time. I'm straying away from all the sloppy questions. I stayed away from those and all of that. But I am curious, just on some hip hop. Just on some hip hop. I got two questions. One dealing with these Grammys tomorrow. What are your predictions for the Grammys tomorrow? How
does Kendrick not win, but not like us? Like, if we're going to be really serious about representation of what dominated a year, what that is about. So again, I don't want to sound anti-Grammys. Like, I have Grammys. I love Grammys. You know what I'm saying? And I'm also involved in the part of the Grammys that people don't see, which is during the year, not just the awards. The Grammys is way bigger than just an award ceremony. There's Grammy U, you know what I'm saying? Grammy University. Like, everything for me was about teaching, and what aspect of this can I get into that's like about teaching? So there's plenty, like I said, people don't worry about, that's another part of when people go, yo, the Grammys never gets it right. And I'm just like, okay, you have to participate prior to that night.
Yes. It's some people who only care until the day comes, right?
Your outfit of what you wear to the Grammys is the most thought that you give to the Grammys. It's like, yo, like, there's a lot of voting process and there's things that go on. And again, I flip it for my students and for my people. If I was to ask you, Curtis King, right now, in the country category, who should win Album of the Year this year? This year. Now, who your favorite country this year? Who put in the most work in country music?
I'm going between Beyonce and Shaboozey.
So people that's in country would be like, nah, that might not have been the biggest thing this
I'm
year.
sure, yeah.
And then we conversations about what country is, what Beyonce's album meant, what Shaboozey meant. We going off of our perspective. What I'm saying is, me personally, I know what the statement was from Beyonce about country music being ours. I know what her album did. I know what Shaboozey did. As a voting member of the Grammys, have not listened to the rest of the country albums this year to even really give you a real definition of country music for this year. But I get to vote on that album.
Yeah.
Well, you understand what I'm saying? I get to vote on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now I'm flipping it.
Right.
Now imagine somebody who's really into country. Imagine somebody who's really into scoring. Imagine somebody who's into whatever, and they're part of the grant. They get to vote on the hip hop section.
Right. True.
They may not know the intricacies of whatever it was. This is how Kendrick loses to old boy that one year, and he's like, and what was it, Macklemore?
Yeah, he's apologizing and sending texts. It was crazy. That was a crazy time. Right. Yeah.
But Macklemore, understand how somebody whose world is country knows Macklemore's name. Like I said, there's going to be people that get on that stage tomorrow who are top tier in whatever thing that I just am not in tune to that world.
Yeah.
That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is how the grant, but if we don't vote, if we just complain, if we don't become a part, if we still saying that the Grammys matter. Now there's a whole section of people that's like, yo, this doesn't, I have some students that's like, this is an older yesteryear thing that doesn't really, but it still doesn't matter for some people. That's still a dream. Rapsody still wants to be a Grammy award winning artist. Understand what I'm saying? She wants that tag. Yeah. And I want to get it for her.
Yeah.
So, you know. So it still does matter to some people, but we have to be involved in the voting process. We can't just complain and write art and draw pictures and poetry about why the Grammys is wrong.
I'm a forever love that example that you keep saying. Can't just write poems and poetry and so, because that's what some folks will say. I am so angry right now. What we gonna do about it? We gonna revolt? No, I want to. Give me an instrumental. I got something I want to say, and that's good that we have that as a medium. As an artist, I respect it. I love it. But we're in a time period where we've seen that already.
We keep describing the problem over and over again. Like, let's solve the problem. Again, this goes back to let's get the bird out the cage and let's Maya Angelou wrote the perfect poem. Why the cage bird sings. We know that. We know the angst of our people. How about we get the bird out the cage? How about that?
That is the foundation of why this channel first existed. Because to answer your question, another thing that falls in that category is mental health. The conversation of, we need to talk about mental health. We're only saying we need to talk about it because someone that we hold up near and dear has passed away, or from whatever the circumstances are, someone has lost their way, and now it's
I can ask you a question, and let me ask you this question.
Please do, yeah.
Vital for me. This comes from my experience, and I'm not giving a right or wrong. I'm giving what I think happened. Right. in my time period, again, I'm 50, I'll be 51 in February 27th.
That's crazy,
right?
bro. You don't you aging well, brother. Because I hope. By the time I get 51, I can, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, respect.
When I was young, the idea of any black man going to therapy, it wasn't even that it was taboo. It just wasn't even discussed. It wasn't even like, yo, something's wrong. You know, like if you was a mob member and you went to therapy, they'd be like, something's wrong with him. As a black, that's what I'm telling you how low. It wasn't even like, oh, something wrong with him. We didn't even discuss it. To go into that was some like white people like that can afford. That's how we viewed it. Going to therapy,
which
right?
is wild.
And then, we didn't even. It wasn't even a negative. It just didn't exist.
Right.
It just didn't exist. So then you go through like this crack era of like the 80s, and you be like, no, there's really 10-year-olds out here that have seen like 7 murders in their lifetime, like visually seen it at the age of 10.
Right.
Have seen 7 murders outside. What does that do to his mentality? What does that do? Like, okay, that person needs therapy. That person needs to talk to somebody. That person needs a little bit more expertise than what I could give you as the big homie. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make sure, like, it came out as like, yo, you all right?
Yeah.
Like that's not an analytical.
Walk it off. We can't. Grandpa, I can't walk this off. You know what I mean? I can't smoke this away. I can't drink this away. I got to talk to somebody, and then also somebody that doesn't.
Right.
Somebody who doesn't empathize so much that I can't learn something from. But go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So that was the need that we saw, right? So then, and I'm addressing this overall topic.
Sure.
Then we get to a point where like therapy becomes accepted, and then we go so far to that other side where I now have young people who don't understand the difference between trauma and being uncomfortable.
Say that. Yeah.
I have young people who don't understand it. They don't even, it's not even about trauma. They don't even like being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So if you're on a job situation and something is just randomly uncomfortable, you ready to quit the job. You ready to leave. No, we went from one extreme all the way to the other of being soft.
Overdiagnosing things that don't need a diagnosis. It's just called life at some point. Like, and that's not an insensitive thing to say. There's certain things that they always say. They say in order to build muscle, you need to have some kind of resistance. And if we go around here, I think it's, you know, what's crazy to me is that as much criticism as I see for, you know, AI is going to make us lazy, is going to do everything for us. I feel like if we start creating these realities where everything is so soft around us, including how people talk to us, how they describe us. And that's not to bottle everything. That's not to put everything in the same category, because I know people want representation. But if we get to a point where nobody can ever tell us anything, we create these environments that don't represent accurately what life is going to offer us. And then when we get in there, like you said, the uncomfortable place, we think that's trauma. And it's like, no, you're supposed to lose sometimes.
Bro, it's this thing that started happening, and it was negative, but we thought it was a good thing, where we started having like awards for participation awards.
T-ball awards, what they used to call them, yeah.
Yeah, like okay, if we go to play baseball and everybody's hitting the tee, like, no, you're not learning how to hit a ball from a pitch.
Yeah.
Or if everybody gets the award, what's the point of winning? Everybody gets a participation award? Like, no, I don't want no participation award.
No.
I want to win the game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, what's the thrill of sports? If it's just like, no, I don't want that. My Eagles is about to go win the Super Bowl. I don't want no participation award. We winning this Super Bowl.
Hey, man.
That's what's
happening. Hey.
I know you're in a different household. I know you.
You kind of loud right now, young guru. If my wife come in here, hear all this Eagles talk, I'm playing. You know, she is still his fan. Anytime you guys see a cup in here, I'll be damned if I have another football team in this house. I'm like, that woman prepares my food. I'm very,
Philadelphia, area. We appreciate that. Shout out to Gilly.
Look, unless it's a Randall Cunningham jersey. I mean, this is one of the first, you know what I'm saying, black quarterback.
Gotta love the Eagles for the black quarterback.
Come on.
Let's talk about, all right, whatever.
We're pushing it. Man, I know that.
You get my point.
I get your point. But the thing about it, that is why I had to get out of my own comfort zone, because I think I became a product of that, to where I got so comfortable in this new. I had been so used to being, first of all, broke, I had been so used to being on my grind and hustling to the point where I got into my 30s and I recognized, like, I was talking to my pops one time. He was like, you sound like you're not tired of making music and tired of working. He says, you sound like you're tired of grinding. And then I started thinking about what is grinding, how is grinding defined and everything else? When you grind your breaks.
I swear to God, there's this one time, and I wish, as much as I can remember his lyrics,
Yeah.
Jay-Z was making a point to Memphis Bleek. And we were in the studio one time, and Jay said to him, yo, I see you working. I see you movement, you moving, but you running on a treadmill. Like, I see you putting out all this energy day after day, but you're not getting anywhere because you're not focused on moving to this next thing. And you're conflating the amount of energy that you're putting out with progress.
Right.
So it's like sometimes when we say the grind, we just so on the grind that we don't stop and be like, yo, is this really getting me anywhere? Am I being super effective with the amount of energy that I'm putting out? And that's sometimes when we get into there's a lot I could talk about with the grind and with like things that we need to stop sometimes and realize where we are, especially when that grind is consistent movement, right? Or you get into the grind so much that and as an older person, you start to look back and be like, man, I sacrificed so much for the grind. Meaning like normally you're performing on New Year's, you're performing during Christmas, you're missing days, you're missing sporting events for your children, you're on tour for 3 to 6 months. This is a grind. This is every time that something happens, I'm out DJing and I'm not at home with my children. Man. I'm missing so much. But it's the beans line with the like no union and no benefits, no dental plan. I can't eat off no $100,000.
Yeah.
I got that need filling. You know what I'm saying? You said he said, but you feel like, Ish, when you miss your son first, Ish, who gonna pay the bills, supply the meals, no surplus.
See, that what you're describing right now is exactly why I told him last night when I drove out to LA, I'm about 2 hours away from LA. I said, I'm out here and I gotta make this count because the majority of my business, I actually can make an argument for how I'm losing more money by not being close to these cameras here, but I understand the necessity to go out, shake hands, and people to see you in real life and not just be behind the screen. But at the same time, that's exactly why I operate in this room. I know I can open the door anytime, call my son's name out, and he'll run down here. But I had to have a real conversation that nobody of my peers, anybody I respected, would have never understood if I described it to them. But I was like, I love the grind. I love music at that time. I love doing what I'm doing. I just don't like some of the things that come along with it. Like, I don't want to be in a studio till 5 a.m, but I'm willing to do that if that's going to get me to the next level of what I'm doing. And I had to have a time where I was like, I read this book called The 4 Hour Work Week. And it said, before you choose the career you want to get into, first identify the lifestyle that you want to have. And when I had to sit there and write what that looks like throughout the week, I said, I want to be able to get up in the morning and take my son to school. But what does that look like for music? What if I take that out the equation and start to build a world where that makes sense? And now it's like, yo, if I want to make music, my wife is saying.
So this goes back to, not to cut you off.
No, yeah,
this goes back to the homie who was explaining where you was like, yo, he don't want to tour. He wants to sit at home and go, yo, if my dream or whatever it is to be in the crib. I get up, me and my lady can go outside to the garden and she can plant whatever little vegetables or whatever she's picking those up. I don't have to this is and I got spoiled because my thing before was like, I don't really need to be in them rooms and do that because if Jay's there, I'm You know what I'm saying? I don't like it to begin with. I don't like the hobnobbing. I don't like small talk. Man. I don't like that's really my thing.
But there's not a lot of safe places to say that. And when you're in it, like, I mean, for you, it's different because, you're you. But when I'm in these places, I don't, the thing that one of the biggest insults you can call me at that point in time is a biter and lazy, right? My pops, he raised me to a bit, you don't be lazy. So if I hear that, I'm like, no, that doesn't represent my work ethic. But sometimes you're in environments where if you express like, do any of y'all like eating shitty food? Cause that's the only thing open at 3 o'clock in the morning. Cause I don't like, and I hate like even like last night. I love going out, but I got home at 2 or 3 in the morning, and my wife anxiety was all to a high because she used to me being at the house, and I'm like, I enjoy being able to have the flexibility to do this. I'm sitting here talking from home in front of an audience that has fluctuated between 400 to 500 something people for 6 hours. I'm talking to Young Guru today. But that's off of the strength of the work that I've invested with the content in this particular space. But I don't take that for granted because I know there was a time and place where that wasn't a thing. And it's still evolving itself. But man, look, I'm going to just say this. Look, I know I could talk. First of all, we talked for 6 hours, so I know I could talk to you for 6 more. But can we get you back here again? Because I got some questions. I know there's some specific engineering questions. This was the menu that we had to talk about with music streaming because it's active. People are concerned. And I feel like you answered so many of those questions. But when time allows, I would love to have you back to get more into the weeds with some of these things.
Absolutely. And that's another specific thing where it's just like, if it's not my own channel or something like that, I'm not the person that's like, I need to get my clout up. So my point is I'm trying to get information out, and I have to trust the platform that I'm talking to be able to get the information out. So yes, a million times over, I will come back on and come back on and come back on, and just even if people have certain information that they want to ask, if it becomes a segment, I don't know what that is, but it's just like over time, you start to notice certain things where you're like, oh, this person is in it to argue. This person is in it because they want to sell a course. This person is in it because of like you start to see all of these different reasons, but it's like it's for me to break down certain aspects of just nonsense that I see when people are saying certain things, and I'm like, that's just not me. I got to be specific about where the information comes. So that's why it's like, oh, I'm only going to go on certain things I've already, given you my backstory. I've already given you this certain thing. But as much as we talking about streaming and royalty rates and things of that nature, no, we didn't get into mixing or a lot of that is my opinion about certain things. So absolutely, bro. It's me watching the landscape of what's going on or being like, you may not experience the same thing that I know Rob knows. Like Rob know that me and him have a relationship that we've built over the years. And if it's like Jay-Z drops a verse on Khaled's thing, then the only person I really want to sit in the room and talk to is Rob.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or like, I don't want to deal with all the rest of the other people.
Yeah.
So that's really what it is building sort of like those relationships and knowing that the information can just be out there versus like the gossip. And yeah, of course, I'm a regular dude who likes to like discuss hip hop and argue about who's your favorite MCs and what's the best verse and all that. Yes, regular barbershop talk. But my barbershop talk, in my barbershop, everybody is allowed their opinion and nobody's disrespectful. And it's not this like Twitter and Instagram space where somebody could just call you out your name and be disrespectful. It's like, no, it's not. That doesn't happen in my barbershop. But in my barbershop, people are allowed to be like, "Goo, I don't like this song." You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. Okay, let's go have a beer.
But I also recognize, and this is something I do take serious, is that there are certain things that need to be gatekept. I think that there's conversations that, are appropriate for certain times, but I look at it and I say, there are conversations that should be in the barbershop because I feel like that's what makes it valuable to go. What did Kanye say? He said, bringing my name up so much in barbershops, they forget to get their hair cut. Okay, fair enough. I think about that and I'm like, that's the value that brings. But having you here and being able to discuss these things, I just have questions because it's funny. Before I came and talked to you today, I rewatched Fade to Black for the first time in some years. And I was like, dog, there's questions I gotta ask about these sessions because
it's like watching old hype footage. It's crazy to me. Go ahead,
Look, I don't know what food you've been eating ever since then, but I promise you ain't aged a day. So I was watching that video. I'm like, how the hell, especially with the stress that this industry brings. But man, you're making this journey, especially for us as independents, just that much easier to navigate. Could you one more time give the people information about the school situation that you got going on and how they can get more information if they want to go ahead and even inquire about signing up? I see somebody asked here earlier.
Okay, yeah. So there's a couple things. Number one is you can go to Rock Nation LIU and get all the information about what our courses are, what we offer. I want to double down in saying that we are inside of a university. So this is not a certificate. This is not a piece of paper that and that's no disrespect to any of the engineering schools or music schools. It is for me to explain that that was our decision to put it underneath of a university, and for a huge reason that as you are striving, if your goal is to live off of music, if your goal is to be a producer or a singer or a musician or any of those things, you may have to take a job prior to you getting to your goal point, right? So what better way than to have a full degree? So when you graduate from here, you have a degree from Long Island University. That's one of the main things. It's not just a piece of paper or a certificate.
Right.
Two, I hope this discussion today shows you just the lead. And let's be clear, I'm bringing in an expert on a subject matter that I need to research for my students. Imagine me teaching you engineering, where I don't need the book. I don't need I'm the expert. I'm the that's
right.
I'm trying to say that this discussion today, as much information as I gave to people, that's not even like my top. That's not even what I don't do this.
Which is crazy. What you mean y'all talk for 6 hours and you barely talked about engineering? What you guys talk? Look, but did you walk away with tremendous amount of value? And it seems people who are here have shown that. I'm seeing people who were here in the first hour who are still here, which is beautiful.
Because I asked the same, I'll be like, yo, as a working musician, here's the questions that I would ask you, publishing person, on how do I get paid? Break it down, make it simple. How do I get paid? What am I owed? What's the law? I asked those same questions. Like, so it ain't about that. But I'm just giving an example because you said about the school. So I just want people to remember that I am the director of the MTEP program, Rock Nation. We have our particular thing is at the Brooklyn campus. So for those that don't know, in New York City, Long Island is split into two campuses. We have what's called Post, which is actually in Long Island, right? And most of our, most of our summer sports and things like that, like football, baseball, all that stuff is done over there. We are the Brooklyn campus, right? So we're Long Island University. We're right across the street from Junior's, where Puffy sent the band to go get cheesecake, right? We're right across the street.
And look, I only been there 2 times. I had to go. I went and got that cheesecake. I was like, I kind of understand. It's kind of good, though. Go ahead.
Right across the street, it may be bad time, but right across the street from Junior's is where our university is, right downtown Brooklyn. Right. So that's where we are. Those are the things that we offer. And I didn't mention. I said the management. I said my MTEP, but we also offer a vocal track, right? Where we're dealing strictly with singers and the development of singers. And when I tell you, like, people are just like so amazing in terms of like how they're up on everything new, regardless of your affiliation or how you think about it. I have a professor that's so deep into it that he has written something for transgender students, and when they're going from being a male to a female or a female to a male, how it affects the voice and it's so up to date that it's crazy.
Yeah. Man, one more time, round of applause for young Guru. This is insane, man. And even though he wasn't officially in the building, it felt like we were joined by Jeff Price as well. Shout out to him because the work and even the information that he's disclosing out there, man, I always think about it because I'm like, I know there's a lot of people who see that and, they get kind of nervous, but still seeing folks ride like that, both of y'all, seeing y'all ride for that and making sure this information gets to the people. We're the ones who care about this. If I saw this video out there, I'd be like, y'all won't believe what I just found. Speaking of which, they did have one very last question. Where can they see this video after the stream?
The video is not up. This is what I'll do. You know what? I'm gonna hit my dean and see if I can get the permission for you to post the entire video.
One more time. Hold on. Did you hear what I heard? DIYers? Hold on. DIY. You ask and you might receive. I appreciate it.
All the interviews that we do, and we have a place where we post it in the YouTube page and all that. I have a million of these, right? Of like just different people that come in from different aspects of the music business. Excuse me. But this one I felt was so necessary, again, because it perfectly shows, like, you could talk about publishing in the music business. This is him talking about what's going on right now. And why people need to have information. You know what I'm saying? So a big part of it, and it's just like, yo, I'm constantly trying to be up to date. So I'll ask my dean. She either gonna say yes or no as to like we own it, you know what I'm saying? And it was just a thing that we had him come in. Well, I'll ask if you could post it because right now it doesn't exist online. It was just something that I had where my students filmed it. Like
That's crazy. Shout out to
that's
them.
it.
They killed that. Well, and then also too, just I'm sure we'll talk after this. But I would love to. I mean, even when you reached out the first time, I was like, I'd love to be a direct pipeline to just get any information out to independent artists who right now, the ones who are here, I could tell you they've been very loyal because, first of all, they trust the source because they know that the source is still active. I'm still making sure that I'm learning and then also taking accountability when there's things that I don't know. I'm bringing in professionals to fill in the blanks, but I'm actively on a hunt every day looking for the stories that either inform us in our independence or warn us for those who are looking into getting in the traditional record business. Glasses told me one time, and it was one of the most eye-opening moments. It was very simple, but he said, the moment that you learn there's a difference between the record business and the music business, he said your independence is going to be so much easier. Because he's like, I saw the man. He said, I just saw the Whitney Houston movie. He was like, that's the record business. You got a writer, you got folks who are in every aspect of what you are. It is a record business. But he said the thing about it is you are in a business that prioritizes the packaging of the music, the style of the music, the exclusivity of it. You're in the music business, so that's why physicals make sense because that's a vehicle that you're delivering this product. So when he told me that, it made me think some of those vanity numbers that I probably was trying to chase was like record business type of things that I didn't have the machine in the first place to compete with. So, man, but we here, man, and I appreciate you, and I do look forward to having you on again.
Is that you give me some game too in return, like teach an
Please,
old dog some new tricks. I need to know, like tell me what cameras I'm supposed to go out and get, and how I can get this lighting you got going on in the back. How much? I need to know all those different things. You
Look, just make sure you know what you're asking for because I talked to shout out my guy Stolen Drums. He's partly the reason why.
You
know Stolen Drums?
Oh my God, so I've been following him forever, just off the talent of how he chops and flips, and then we finally got to meet. Jazzy Jeff does a retreat every year at his house. Stolen Drums was there this year, and then I was a little upset because I've never missed a Jazzy Jeff retreat ever. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I was there for the first day, but I had some prior things that I had to go to, but I was only there for one day, but I got my chance to shake Stolen Drums' hands and just be like, yo, I follow you and you are incredibly dope. It's just like when you get to meet those people and be like, bruh, what you do is inspirational to me. You know what I'm saying? Like that, the way that he would flip, the way that he would chop, the way that I absolutely love what he does, and the way that he presents himself is not a whole bunch of talking. It's just like, yo, let the music speak for what you do.
But see, two things about that is funny. Every time you watch a video of mine, you listen to Stolen Drums in the beginning and the end. And he's been the soundtrack for this channel for the last almost 2 or 3 years. This is my guy. But with Stolen Drums, what was the last one I was gonna make? With Stolen Drums, he's the one that I go to him whenever I need somebody to humble me with my video production. People are like, man, your video production looks good. I go to him and he's like, your lighting's trash. You need to control your lighting, Curtis. You know what? You know what? You need a softbox on for your lighting. And I'm just like, what you mean? He's like, nah. He'll hit me up and he's like, yo, I'm gonna get a new camera. I'm like, what camera you gonna get? Like the new iPhone. You want to know something about it? And he'll break everything down for it. So he's the person that I always credit for sending me in the right direction. But now I know all this stuff because of what he told me about lighting. He was like, if you get the lighting right, that's almost 70 to 80% of the journey for sure. So I got you. Easy work.
I had this interview that I did with Angie Martinez. We was just talking about old New York and the scene. And I was surprised that we set this whole thing up. But the publisher set it up, and they came in and filmed it with iPhones. And I was just like, this is my first time being on a professional, I'm talking about real lights, but the cameras were iPhones. And I was just like, y'all shooting professional video? It was like, yeah, people doing movies on this, you know what I'm saying, right now. And just that's the, again, it's the aspect of it that I recognize, and it's such a shame. I was talking to my mother about this. It's such a shame that like somebody could knock out their legacy, and I'm talking specifically about like Bill Cosby, right? Because there was so many gems on the Cosby Show, and we don't get those gems now because of what happened. But it was an episode where Denise brings this guy home, and Bill Cosby is like, "She brought you home on a trash can," and the dude is like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, like if you have a steak dinner." And I present this steak dinner, like this steak is the best steak in the world, right? The best steak I've ever had is me and Bleek was in Japan and we had these Kobayashi steaks. It's the best steak I've had. Bro, you don't even need a knife. Like you could just
That's crazy, yeah.
It's so tender. Yeah. Me and Bleek sitting there just cutting it with a fork.
Yeah.
Best steak I've ever had. But if I was to give you that steak, same quality, on a trash lid, it destroys the whole thing. So what I'm saying, the point that I'm making is presentation is everything.
Yes.
So take that same steak and we put it on a really nice plate and I put it around a whole bunch of like flowers and all this other stuff. And it's in this restaurant that looks like a Japanese restaurant. And they got the doors that slide back and the waiter sits outside the door, but he's constantly looking in to make sure that everything
presentation.
is cool.
Yeah.
There's ambiance going on in the room. There's music playing. There's a scent that's going on. They obviously have this makes the steak is still the same steak. But the experience of the steak is now heightened because of the presentation.
Yeah.
Of how they presented me with the steak. That's the point. It's like, yo, you can have music in the song, but how are you presenting the song? What does it look like? How is it? Or do you care that much that everything, and that's what I'm saying, video, all of that is
important. And that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I get on us so much, and I hold us as creatives, especially talking about content. Like I get that you want to work, folks want to work more on music than content, but I'm like, do you realize we're the type of people that these companies would end up hiring because of how outside the box we operate when we know what we're doing. I think a lot of us have like this, a lot of artists, like a lot of peers of mine have like this imposter syndrome of, well, I'm not a videographer. No, you're a storyteller because you tell stories in your music. It's just about trying to figure out what is a visual representation of that. Plus you like movies. You've seen movies in cinema that caught your attention. I tell everybody all the time, I don't think that I'm, some genius director or video editor, but I do know that I care about details most of my peers don't when I'm watching a movie. I'll play a scene back. I'm the person that my wife hated it. I'll take a picture of the font and then go to what'sthefont.com because I'm like, this aesthetic is just too fire. I needed to do this for a lyric video. But just Karen, man. I think Karen does that, but I think also, too, it's the responsibility of DIYers to teach it for sure.
That's also man, you just sparked so many points. That's one, you having conversations with creatives outside of what you do. So like my dude James, who did The Harder They Fall, right? James is like an incredible director. He's an incredible musician too, by the way. But the movie that Jay had put out called The Harder They Fall is because James been with us forever. You know what I'm saying? And like me and James will have, that's my movie guy. That's I have a conversation about movies. I know a source that knows way more about movies because, again, I do this.
Right. That's a good point. I know other DIYers in those fields. You're right.
From the family. And so I'll ask him questions like one of the main things. I was like, yo, how did they get this shot where the camera's going behind the person and there's a mirror in front of them, but we don't see the camera like all these little things that would happen in movies that has nothing to do with the plot, but it's all about how they shot the movie. And James knows all these things. So it's like, that's my guy that I'm kicking idea, but he's also a musician. So it's like, this is you having those conversations, and it also helps my photography. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at how people, it's the presentation of what they do.
Composition, so,
this is the importance of other disciplines. You know what I'm saying? When I'm jumping into other disciplines that I know is not my main discipline, I'm pulling stuff from creatively from those other disciplines about this is the way I want it to look. If you look at, I want everybody to go back and look at February 13th by Ruben Vincent as a video, right? So here's a perfect example I'm gonna set up for you. At this time, I'm the record label. This is Jamila, right? I'm being as creative as possible. Me and Ruben are sitting right here in this space during COVID, and I'm like, bro, it's these two videos I gotta show you that just blew my mind. One is called Sugar Water, and I forget the name of the artist. I can't. It's a female artist, but it's like this incredible video where she shot it. Where on this, it's a split screen,
Okay.
and on this side everything is moving forward, and on this side everything is moving backwards.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Let me do it this way.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to the middle of the video, it flips. And then you see this side that was moving forward starts moving backwards, and this side that was moving back, and you realize it's the same footage, just moving forward. And I'm like, yo, how
that's crazy.
did the director do? Please look it up. It's called Sugar Water. It's probably one of the most incredible videos I've ever seen. And I was like, they only shot this once. And how did they figure like little details are happening when somebody's putting stuff in the mailbox, and then the reverse side, somebody's pulling that back out the mailbox. It's all timed. It's perfect. I'm like, bro, we got to do this, right? So then there's another video by a person that I've worked with, right, where I've been extremely just like blessed to work with all the people that I want to work with. And there was a video where Jack White, and you know, for people that know, Jack White has 18,000 different versions of bands, right? Like he's like the last guitar god really on the planet. Like one of those, like Jack White is like one of those. And he has a video where he comes home off of tour and his girlfriend has destroyed the house, and he's sitting there looking through the house off memory, but the memories are being projected onto the walls as he's looking at the house. The video is really him sitting in this destroyed house.
Yeah.
And it's just like somebody got like a projector and was projecting all of the memories that he's thinking about onto the walls as he's watching it. And I was like, Ruben, that's February 13th.
That's the kind of stuff that that's I geek out on that. Like that to me, when I'm in a room full of folks, I don't have to have that treatment for myself to geek out on that. That's why when I get around artists, sometimes I get pissed off because I'm like, where are my ideas when it's time for me? Because there'd be something, you know, it's almost like when you're cooking a meal for somebody, you end up cooking a better plate for them than you do for yourself. Because you actually, you know, you care a different type of way. But I'm like, it's visuals like that I sit there and I think to myself, yeah, there's the one amazing visual that you don't need any explanation to know how amazing it is. But then there's also what you said, it's on a projector, which is also a form of projection, and having this conversation. Like the nuances that are there is just incredible. Yeah.
We added a little bit, like, and again, this comes from dealing with creative people. I'm not a director, right? But I had this vision because I'm like, Ruben, this video is really about, first of all, he's a musician. He's going on tour. And this is like the Fonte line where he was like, I came home off a tour till the drawers emptied out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, he looking at a musician coming home. Like the first scene, he's on the bus in London. He gets to the house, and the first thing he look at is just like, it's an extension of the basic, like, yo, your girl threw everything out the front window, and now you see all your stuff out the front lawn. We've seen that expression.
Right.
But you go in, and like, he's looking around, and the projections are like, no, your girl had a final party in this house where she's inviting other dudes over, she's inviting people over, and they just destroyed the house. And he's walking in like, I just got off tour, and I come home to a house that's like destroyed. And I said to Ruben, this is the breakup song.
Yeah.
This is her deciding he's on tour. All those things that while you running around, she dealing with the day-to-day of this house. And she got tired of you. You ain't know it. Until you got home off the tour. And then all you have is these memories. So you start to see like these ill things of like something's projected onto the refrigerator, but then you can't see it when he opens the door, but when you close, like all of this stuff. So I was like, you know what, Ruben, on top of this,
right,
we gonna have interacting with the girl. So we had to film it a couple times. Like we had to tell the female what the scene was about. She had to act kind of like when Ruben was there, you know what I'm saying? But he's off to the side. Then we had to film that so that we could project it onto a wall to film Ruben interacting with the projection.
That's crazy.
And we did all of it on a low budget. I talked to the director. How much is it going to cost? Okay, cool. We just need a projector. Okay, buy the projector. It's cool. Boom, boom, boom. Where are we going to do this at? Oh, guess what? Rhapsody's house has all white walls.
But see,
so we're going to do.
That's the beauty of being in a DIY space. It's not about where's the most expensive idea. It's about like how do I make the mediocre rich? Like, how do I make what seems very mediocre to most people like a rich? And I'm telling you, there was times where I was walking. We have like a I guess what they consider like cathedral what do they call it? Cathedral ceilings inside of a house, just a big tall roof in there. That was the thing that made me say I want to rent this house. But I look at the wall and I'm like, why is this big ass white wall here? And why do I feel like I need to do something with it? I can't put pictures up. It's too tall. And then I told my wife, I said, I think I want to have movie night and put a projector on that wall. And because of that thought, I've done so many music videos with that idea just sitting up there, but it didn't cost me anything extra to utilize what was already here. And I feel like in this DIY space, I've used that wall, Young Guru, to be like, hey, I just want to take a second and say thank you for people who bought the album. And I put they tweet here on the wall, and it's like, man, my tweet's on this wall. It's not even about that. It's just the fact that we have all of this access. And I think some people look at the glass half empty, and I think others are looking at it like, yeah, that's more than enough to do something with. And that's the era we're in, man. But no, salute to you guys, because I love that level of creativity and excitement around the creativity. It's inspiring for sure.
That's all the things when you're wearing different hats, and it's just like, yo, I produced the song, and while we sitting here trying to figure out what the video is going to be, you come up with this concept because me and Ruben is sitting here eating together and like living together, and then I ask the director and be like, can you execute this? What do you need to execute this? Is this even possible? And he's like, yeah. Okay, so I'm tapping into somebody. I didn't set the lights up and direct it, and I'm just telling them what I want to see, and I'm giving you a reference that I'm like, yo, all I told them was I want this Jack White video, but I want it young and black.
But see, that to me, that is a function of creativity that I think people will stop short of and just try to copy the Jack idea. And it's like, no, there's an extension of this idea. I had a teacher one time tell me, and this is what defined creativity for me. She said, when you take from one source, Curtis or Dewan, that is plagiarism. When you take from multiple sources, that's called research. And I said, okay, so then because there's not a school for hip hop, there's not a school for how to rap, there's not a school for production, I'm literally taking in all these things that have inspired me and I'm sourcing them. And as long as I'm not taking from one source, this is me giving, even if I am borrowing from what I think my definition of it is, my interpretation of what's valuable is still going to be another layer that somebody else would not have added in the same way.
Okay, you stay right there. That's such an important thing, right? So in the Jack White video, there's one point where the girl gets so frustrated, and again, her only appearance is projections, right? She has her suitcase and she's walking down the steps, and Jack White is walking up the steps, and he kind of moves out her way so that the projection can get. So in our way, it was like Ruben's coming up the steps. Your girl has been ironing your clothes, and she's so mad at you, she throws the clothes down the steps, and he moves out the way.
Yeah.
She throws the clothes, like the black version of it.
Right. Yeah. But see, that stuff that you, at that point, you start recognizing like, okay, here's where inspiration stops, and here's where my addition and creation, adds to it. Because I'm sorry, of all the chords that have ever been done, we're going to repeat some chords. Of all the choruses that have been created, we're going to have iterations of things. We're going to do our versions of things as we kind of evolve with the times. But, man, it's always dope to see something that feels new and fresh. But, man, one more round of applause for you, brother. You didn't do a work shift with us, brother. I'll fight a bear. I'll fight a bear for you, Young Guru. I'll fight a bear. Let me find out it's a bear causing you issues. I don't know how that's gonna fare, but I'll fight a bear for you, man. I really do appreciate you, bro.
Don't pray for me. Pray for the bear.
Pray for the bear. Shout out to Mystical. But no, DIYers, I do appreciate y'all. I'm gonna leave this up here. I know we were supposed to do Critique My Beats. We'll do that on Monday. We'll figure that out then. But absolutely enjoy this content. Thank you so much, Young Guru. Tomorrow we will be trying to figure out how to live stream this Grammy situation, because that's going to get tricky with the telecast. We'll figure it out. But nonetheless, I wish you guys an amazing night. Young Guru, thank you once again, sir.
Absolutely. And if anybody wants any information, liu.edu.
There it is. I'll put that in the description below. DIYers, y'all have an amazing night, and I will talk to you soon. Peace. Man.